Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Hunger Gaming Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku snuck through the forest, his eyes shifting from side to side. Growing up in an obscure district, he had learned to navigate the woods, hunting and trapping animals to survive. How ironic that he was now the one being hunted. Every snap of branches, every flutter of leaves left Izuku jumping, his heart thumping in his chest. He wondered if the cameras were watching his nervous trek. They probably were. He shrunk into himself, glum that his last days of fear would be broadcasted to the entire country. He hoped his mom wasn't watching. Izuku slowed to a stop, looking at a suspicious layer of leaves. It was most likely a trap. Like every district member, he had seen the Hunger Games, year after year. And year after year, he watched the pitiful contestants die under the hands of All for One, the only person to have survived 20 Hunger Games in a row. The man was known for his traps, snaring oblivious tributes before slaughtering them. Izuku had done his best to stay hidden, picking obscure areas to hide. His last hiding place, a cramped rocky cavern, had worked for a couple of days, but people had started getting close, and he had been forced to move. So now, he was creeping his way through the forest, searching for a new hiding place, hoping not to be found or trapped in the process. Hence, the worry about the patch of leaves. Picking up a stick, Izuku poked at the leaves, noting how the ground gave way under pressure. A pit trap. He nodded in relief, glad to have noticed the trap, and slunk around the pit. Leaves crunched underfoot, and something sprung, a wire tightening around his foot. Izuku swore. His snared foot whipped towards the sky, shifting his balance and causing Izuku to bang his head against the ground. Biting back another swear, Izuku cradled his head as he bounced up and down in the air. With tears in his eyes, he strained his head upwards to see a branch, wire tied around it, bobbing in the air. He was caught. Izuku thrashed frantically, too panicked to listen to the logic that told him he wouldn't get free that way. He had known this would happen. He knew he would die. But now that it had come, he wasn't as prepared as he thought he was. He thought he had accepted his inevitable death. Apparently not. But a few minutes of dreaded anticipation later, no one had come out to kill him, and all he had done was thoroughly tire himself out. Izuku went limp, panting as he swung slowly back and forth from his ankle. The snare was tight around it, and his foot and leg were starting to go numb, the blood rushing to his head. Speaking of, Izuku carefully felt his head, hissing when he found the tender spot that had smacked the ground. His hand came back wet with blood, and he groaned. After dangling despondently for a few more seconds, Izuku attempted to heave himself up, trying to get a grasp on the wire he was hanging from, to pull himself up and hopefully free his foot. But he didn't exactly have strong abs, and each attempt was met with quaking, tired muscles unable to support his weight. And then he froze. Something had caught his attention. Not a sound, nor a sight. No, whoever was there was far too smart and experienced for that. But the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck were raised, and his heart began thumping in his chest. He knew someone was there, he could feel it. My, what do we have here? A little bunny caught in my snare? The voice sent chills through him. He knew that voice, had heard it every year from his television as it taunted and boasted. The Hunger Games reigning champion, All for One. A figure stepped forward, and Izuku looked up, and up. He knew TV had a habit of making people look larger than life, but All for One was truly massive, broad, and muscular. He had no visible weapons in hand, but he clearly wouldn't need one, could probably just rip Izuku's head clean off. Izuku trembled, trying to keep an eye on the man as he slowly circled around Izuku, casual and relaxed despite being in the middle of the games, an apex predator in its home territory. If you open your eyes any wider, they'll swallow your face, All for One teased callously. Surely you can't say you weren't expecting this? Izuku couldn't respond, his jaw feeling like it was locked in place with fear. The killer just kept circling him, a wickedly sharp knife being danced between his fingers. Izuku hadn't even seen him pull it out, but the sight of it forced a whimper from his throat. Now, All for One crouched down in front of him, locking their gazes. What fun shall I have with you? Izuku's shoulders jerked with a dry sob, tears pricking at his eyes. Mom, he whispered. He hoped his mother wasn't watching this, he hoped she had turned away. He didn't want her to see him die. All for One snorted a laugh. Ah yes, annoying how many of them call for their mothers. At least for you, it's age appropriate. You can't be, what? More than 12? I'm 14. Izuku cried indignantly. Oh, so he does have a little fire to him. All for One grinned unpleasantly. I like the ones that give good sport. More tears came at the dread those words brought him. He was like a toy to this man, they all were, and the arena was the playground All for One got to play in once a year. All for One had gone silent, his face disturbingly blank as he scrutinized Izuku. The anticipation was almost worse than if the man had just killed him right away. Izuku flinched with a squeal when All for One shot up, the glint of his knife catching Izuku's eye, and Izuku cringed, bracing himself, and fell to the ground with a harsh thud as he was cut down. Izuku wheezed, the air being forced out of his lungs and the impact aggravating the wound on his head. Choking down a sob, he scrambled back, dragging himself across the dirt. He could hear All for One behind him, slow, measured steps, his feet crunching against the leaves. But Izuku didn't stop, scooping up a handful of dirt and throwing it blindly behind him. All for One chuckled, and the cord around Izuku's foot snapped tight. Screaming, Izuku clawed at it with shaking hands, trying to extract himself. Several meters behind, he saw All for One standing there, a grin splitting his face in half, holding the other end of the cord. Izuku was caught, and like a fish on a line, he was dragged backward. Back to his death. He was going to die. He knew it. He knew it the moment his name was called. He never had any hope of surviving. And he was so scared. But he didn't want Mom to be scared for him. She would be watching, despite his best wishes, crying at the screen. She was going to have to watch this killer murder her only son. She would be so sad when it wasn't her fault, wasn't Izuku's fault. He didn't want him crying and screaming to be her last memory of him. So as All for One pulled him back and pinned Izuku under a heavy foot, Izuku looked up through watery eyes and smiled. All for One startled, then pressed his boot down harder, tilting his head like a predator considering an interesting piece of prey. Izuku knew he looked like a mess. His head was bloody, his face smeared with dirt and tears. But despite the pain, he threw every ounce of happiness into his smile. Smiling wider and wider until his mouth hurt and his eyes squinted. He remembered his mom and all the good times with her. The days spent cooking in their cramped kitchen, and the nights they huddled together for warmth. His heart filled with love, he smiled and smiled. Mom would know. She would know he was thinking of her when he died. All for One hummed, leaning down towards Izuku. "What are you smiling about, little bunny? Are you that happy to die?" His voice was light, mocking, but there was an undercurrent of interest. Izuku shuddered but forced the words out, despite his pinned position. "I don't want to die," he whispered. "But I knew I would die the day my name was drawn." The knife in All for One's hand glinted. "Then why the smile?" "Because I love my mom," Izuku said. For a moment, he relaxed, the tension bleeding from his body. "And I want her to know that I was thinking of her when I died." All for One squinted down at Izuku, his mouth twitching at the corners, and his brow furrowed. "Is that so?" A stillness settled between them, Izuku forcing his smile to endure even when it wanted to wobble, his muscles aching. Something thumped softly next to his face, and Izuku blinked, staring at his own reflection in the small knife. He gasped when time caught up with him, his cheek stinging with a fresh cut from the knife grazing him. It was barely a few centimeters away from his face, buried in the dirt. His body shuddered heavily at the realization of just how close to death that strike had been, and he grit his teeth, his smile wavering in fear, confusion, relief. Why wasn't he dead yet? A much too heavy pressure had him yelping in pain, All for One having leaned all his weight into the foot he had on Izuku as he bent down and plucked the knife back up. Izuku wheezed when the weight disappeared, but his breath was quickly stolen when All for One deftly cut the snare around his ankle. He was freeing him? Izuku scrambled to get up, to dart away, but one large hand whipped out as he got to his feet, grabbing his hair and yanking him back. Izuku shrieked as his back met the man's chest, his scalp on fire from the harsh tug, his head wound sending excruciating pain through him with every twitch of All for One's hand on his head. He instinctively reached up to pull the offending hand away, but his hands were caught by the killer's free one, both of Izuku's wrists easily engulfed by its size. He writhed as All for One expertly began to bind his hands together, the trap wire digging into his skin roughly. Now, came a low chiding in his ear, "Don't make me change my mind by trying to get away, little bunny." Change his mind? On what? About what? Killing Izuku? He was going to do it at some point, so what was the man going on about? He's a lunatic. Izuku thought to himself, helpless to watch as his killer pulled experimentally on his tied wrists and, seeming satisfied, stepped back. "Let's go check the other traps, shall we, little bunny?" Izuku was yanked forward as All for One began to walk away, stumbling over his feet as he was pulled off balance. The man grinned cruelly back at him over his shoulder, the cord firmly in hand as he set a brisk pace Izuku couldn't properly keep up with. Izuku struggled to keep pace, jogging at times to stay even with All for One's long strides. But despite his efforts, the cord remained taut, yanking his arms out in front of him until they were even with the cable. The cord dug into Izuku's skin, chafing with every jerking step. All for One didn't stop, didn't slow, but he didn't kill Izuku or let him go either. When Izuku tripped on a root and fell, All for One continued walking, dragging Izuku across the forest floor until Izuku managed to get back up. Izuku was scraped and bruised, his lungs ached with the grueling pace, but he wasn't dead. It didn't make sense. All for One didn't do this. He was a killer, and all tributes were his victims. Izuku watched year after year as All for One set his traps or hunted down the other contestants. Blood would spray, bones would break, and all the while, All for One would grin, his eyes alight with devilish glee. He took pleasure in the hunt, the kill. There was no reason to keep Izuku around. Unless All for One was planning a more elaborate death. But no, even that didn't make sense. He liked playing with his prey, but Izuku didn't understand what value came from keeping him alive. He wasn't interesting or a good fighter. What pleasure would be gained? It didn't make. Do you often mumble like that? All for One asked, his mouth curled in a smirk. Izuku squeaked in embarrassment, snapping his mouth shut. All for One laughed, you even squeak like a bunny, how cute. Izuku's ears burned. And he ducked his head. He expected to be killed, not mocked for a bad habit. All for One stayed quiet after that, but the mocking smile never left. Every couple of minutes, he looked back to watch Izuku, face flushed and panting, struggling to keep up. His only respite came when All for One stopped to check the traps, and Izuku would collapse against a tree, trying to catch his breath. All of the killer's traps were empty, except for one. But instead of a struggling tribute, a rabbit lay dead, its neck snapped, and mouth hung open in a rictus of horror. Izuku shuddered as All for One held the dead rabbit up, waving it in front of Izuku's face. Looks like I caught 2 little bunnies today. He leaned closer, his large form covering Izuku's vision. One little bunny is already dead. I wonder how much longer the other will last. Izuku shrunk back as far as the cord would allow and turned his head, unable to look All for One in the eyes. Why hadn't All for One killed him? Why this game? I don't know, Izuku whispered. All for One hummed, considering Izuku, before turning around and setting off, yanking on the cord and pulling Izuku along. The golden light of the sky grew darker as the sun descended below the horizon. Izuku had initially slipped away from his last hiding place in the late afternoon when he hoped the other tributes were busy. Now shadows clung across the forest, checkerboarding the trees in black and light. Instead of watching All for One, Izuku had to scan the path, looking for any obstacle. His swollen foot throbbed with every step, the pain growing sharper as All for One dragged him up hills or across ditches. His wrist stung, every flagging step pulling the cord tighter against his skin. He kept his mouth sealed tight after the mumbling mistake, but if he was not allowed to rest soon, he was prepared to beg. Almost there, little bunny, All for One said, giving the cord a sharp tug when Izuku flagged. Down an incline, he led them to a secluded ravine where supplies were stacked neatly against the ashy remains of a fire All for One's camp. A small glimmer of hope rose in Izuku as All for One tied the other end of the cord to a nearby tree. He had secured it to a branch high above, but this was likely the only chance Izuku would get. If All for One turned his back for a bit, perhaps Izuku would be able to get free. He'd have to climb the tree, though, and while he was a fairly good climber, his bound hands would make it exceedingly difficult. Still, this was likely his only real chance at getting away and perhaps surviving a bit longer. The killer had lit another fire as Izuku eyed the end of his bonds. Clearly, All for One wasn't worried about the fire calling attention from other tributes. Even secluded in a ravine as they were, the light could still draw people in. It showed just how cocky the man was that no one would be able to beat him. But perhaps if someone else came by, Izuku could convince them to set him free. Maybe. Possibly, unlikely, but still. He dropped to the ground, slumping against the tree tiredly as All for One set about cooking the rabbit he had caught, not even glancing in Izuku's direction. But that was okay. Being ignored by the man was much better than being under his gaze. Izuku pulled his injured foot up into his lap, wincing. It didn't appear broken, probably sprained though, and it was swollen and crusted with blood from where the cord had dug into his skin. It didn't take long before the smell of cooked meat soon caught his attention, and Izuku felt his mouth watering, staring longingly at the food. He had been scraping by gathering what food he could during his time in the arena, and he hadn't managed to catch anything. He so desperately wanted to ask for some, but fear kept his mouth shut. All for One sharing? Unlikely. Izuku closed his eyes and focused on resting, waiting for an opportunity to try and free himself. A snap and a quiet swear had him jolting awake soon enough, and Izuku cried internally upon realizing he had fallen asleep. He couldn't see All for One, the man likely sleeping out of sight while Izuku was left in the open, vulnerable. Speaking of, the source of the noise he had heard soon appeared, an older woman with a jagged axe. She stopped in her tracks as she spied Izuku, crow's feet wrinkling around her eyes as they narrowed. She made a quick motion with her hand, and a man soon appeared behind her, staring at him distrustfully. "Who is this kid?" the man murmured to the woman. "Don't know. I thought we were tracking All for One, perhaps this one got caught in his traps," the woman replied. Poor kid. All for One would surely torture him for his own entertainment." The man gave Izuku a pitying look. Izuku liked his cracked lips. "See, can you help me? Please? Just cut the cord, and I'll be gone, please." "Keep your voice down, kid," the man hissed. "Is All for One nearby?" At Izuku's nod, the man sighed and turned to the woman. "We should help him, put him out of his misery." Izuku tensed as the woman nodded in agreement and stepped towards him. "What? No. Please, wait. Why are you doing this? Face it, kid, you ain't leaving this arena alive. The least we can do for you is make your death quick," the woman said, hefting her axe up. Izuku curled in on himself where he sat at the base of the tree, a low whimper leaving his throat as she advanced on him. Too soon, she was over top of him, her axe raised for a killing blow. And, without even a sound, a massive figure stepped out from the darkness and intercepted her. Izuku heard a choked gurgle and watched in shock as the woman fell to the ground in front of him, throat slashed open in a movement so quick Izuku hadn't even seen it happen. Her companion shouted in anger and fear, backing up as All for One advanced on him. He turned tail and ran, the killer giving chase. Izuku shook where he sat, eyes locked on the woman's face as she choked on her own blood, staring at Izuku in desperation. There was nothing he could do. The light left her eyes a second after a hair-raising scream echoed through the ravine, All for One clearly having caught the other man. Izuku pushed himself away from the woman's body, inching around the tree as tears streamed down his cheeks. He hid his face in his knees and wept quietly. A sharp tug upwards alerted him to All for One's return, and Izuku yelped as he was dragged to his feet once more, All for One retrieving the other end of the cord and leading him away from the tree. Izuku was pushed to the ground near a bedroll, All for One settling himself on it and beginning to rummage through a pack nearby. Something was held in front of his face, and Izuku squinted in the dark, sniffling. Meat? He was being offered some of the rabbit from earlier. Izuku glanced over at the killer warily, who looked back at him, an expression on his face Izuku couldn't identify. Izuku reached up for the offered food and gasped as it was pulled away. He glared at All for One, dropping his hands despondently. And as he did so, the meat was held out to him again. Izuku reached for it more slowly this time, and his eye twitched as it was once again pulled away. He huffed and pouted, upset at being teased. And when All for One offered it to him a third time, Izuku hesitated, and cautiously leaned forward, grasping the food between his teeth when it wasn't pulled away. He chewed slowly, savoring the flavor. It was cold and a bit tough, but it was the best thing he had eaten since he had been thrown in the arena. Another piece was offered to him after he finished the first, and Izuku opened his mouth, allowing All for One to feed him the rabbit. He hated it. Hated the man. But the draw of the food was irresistible, and Izuku ate every piece that was given to him. It was just before dawn that Izuku was shaken awake. His body was stiff and sore, and he groaned every time he moved. His twisted ankle ached, and his hands were completely numb. Disoriented, he looked around at the camp. There were the dying embers of the fire from last night, a neatly packed bag, and the bedroll underneath him. There was just enough light to see by, just enough to be blocked out by the shape of the large man towering over him. Izuku squirmed back, but he had nowhere to go. All for One sat him up, and he braced himself for the same kind of violence he'd seen the night before. To his surprise, All for One cut the wire on his wrists instead. Izuku blinked, frozen. The man smirked, then turned him around and forced his arms behind his back. Izuku let out a strangled yelp of pain. His arms hurt, and the new position was agony. All for One ignored him and tied his arms in place much too tightly. He left Izuku squirming on the ground as he tried to recover his lost breath. Where had All for One gotten more rope? He dimly remembered seeing one of two last night with rope. Had All for One looted it from his body? After he had finished cleaning up the last of the camp, All for One returned to Izuku. Crying again, "Bunny? Where did that smile of yours go? It hurts." Izuku sniffled before he could stop himself. "Why haven't you killed me yet?" All for One just gave him that sickening smile again and picked him up, throwing him over his shoulder. Izuku squawked and kicked. "P put me down." "You're too slow," All for One replied, heading out towards the woods again. "I can't slow down for you like I did yesterday." Izuku was torn between anger and embarrassment. Slowed down? The monster had literally dragged him without looking back. He squirmed and kicked until he was too tired to continue fighting. He thought about calling for help, but after what had happened the night before, he knew that anyone who came to kill All For One would try to kill him too. And based on last night, he wasn't sure anyone could kill the man. All For One was so confident that he was humming while he walked, bouncing Izuku on his shoulder. Just as the sun was coming up at last, All For One paused by a bush. "Want some breakfast, bunny?" He picked one of the berries and set Izuku down, holding it up to his lips. Izuku didn't want to be fed again, but he was really hungry, and he didn't know how much longer All For One was planning on doing this. Izuku opened his mouth and tried to eat it from the man's fingers. He pulled it away, laughing. Izuku glared and turned red. He didn't know why All For One liked teasing him so much. It wasn't anything like what he'd seen him do on TV. All For One pinched his cheek with one hand as he tossed the berry aside. "It's poisonous, bunny," he said, laughing again at the stricken look on the boy's face. Still chuckling to himself, he tossed Izuku over his shoulder once more and set off to hunt. All For One checked some of the same traps from yesterday, including the covered pit Izuku almost fell in. This time he only found a squirrel, lifting it and saying, "Such a shame it's not another rabbit." Izuku bit his tongue and ducked his head. He didn't want to give All For One any more reasons to mock him. All For One's shoulder dug into Izuku's stomach, the bouncing of his gait forcing the breath out of Izuku and bringing waves of nausea. His aching arms, swollen ankle, and bruised head all throbbed in varying intensities, distracting him as he tried to watch where All For One was going. They were on the 4th day of the Hunger Games, and of the 24 tributes participating, Izuku knew 11 were dead, their deaths broadcast on the screen. Izuku wondered if the capital announced the deaths of the man and woman from last night. Watching them be slaughtered left Izuku numb. The whole night was a terror-induced blur, other than the delicious rabbit All For One had fed him. It was embarrassing eating from his hand. Was it another power play? Izuku wanted to regret his choice. Food didn't matter when he would be dead soon. The meat had been gamier and dry, but to Izuku the rabbit was heavenly, melting in his mouth, satisfying his stomach. He could imagine it right now, ripping through the tough meat, enjoying the. Izuku's stomach grumbled a murmuring noise that made All For One stop. "Hungry, little bunny?" he asked in a playful tone, bouncing Izuku on his shoulder. Gripping the back of Izuku's shirt like scruffing a pet, he rested Izuku against a fallen tree trunk. If he wasn't a sadistic killer with over 50 capital-sanctioned murders, All For One could be considered handsome. His face glistened from the early morning walk, and his crimson eyes sparkled. And despite the several days spent in the arena with limited resources, All For One looked presentable, his face clean-shaven, hair neatly tousled. "What are you thinking, my little bunny?" All For One asked, cupping Izuku's face. "I can see your mind whirling away. I have to know what it is." Color bloomed on Izuku's face. "What is it?" All For One asked. His large hand tightened, gripping Izuku's cheeks. "I asked you a question." "You look nice," Izuku muttered. "Like you're not even fighting or trying." The killer blinked, then his lips twitched, and he roared with laughter. "Oh," he said. "What a sweet little bunny you are, complimenting your killer." Izuku hoped the capital wasn't filming this, but he doubted it. All For One was the highlight of the Hunger Games. The capital broadcasted his every move to the country, and now that included Izuku. All For One gently slapped Izuku's cheek. "Good little bun." Then the mirth dropped from All For One's face, and he straightened, looking away. His nails curled into Izuku's cheeks, and from this proximity, Izuku saw his dilated pupils. In a swift motion, All For One dropped his pack, flipping it open and drawing things out. "What's going on?" Izuku tried to ask, but All For One stuffed a wad of cloth in his mouth, shoving the fabric in until Izuku's cheeks bulged and ached. "MPFHS," Izuku cried. All For One ignored him, throwing him to the ground and grabbing his ankles. Izuku whimpered at the harsh handling. All For One pinned Izuku's swollen ankles together and knotted them tight with extra rope. He tried to ask, "What are you doing?" but the words were muffled into incomprehensible noise by the GG. Grabbing Izuku by the back of his shirt, All For One dragged his bound body and shoved him under a large bush. Gripping Izuku's face with eye-watering pressure, he spoke in a chilling tone, "Stay here. Be quiet." Then he shoved branches and leaves up around Izuku's body until foliage covered his vision. Izuku wiggled for a moment, testing the tightness of the rope before flopping back. All For One knew his knots. Izuku didn't have a chance with his hands bound behind his back and ankles tied. Biting down on the GG choking him, Izuku strained to hear. Very faintly but growing louder, a soft whistle echoed through the trees. It was a tune Izuku recognized. A melody taught in his school, used when counting. His mind wandered to Tsubasa, the other tribute from his district, and the one person who would know the tune. Would All For One kill him? He was a kid like Izuku. But All For One never spared anyone, man or child. That was, until Izuku. Izuku braced himself as the whistling drew closer, wishing his hands were free so he could cover his ears to block out the inevitable screams of death. He debated trying to yell around the GG in his mouth to hopefully alert Tsubasa of the danger, but the threat of what All for One might do to him after stayed his tongue. After all, they were all going to die, All for One never lost, so what was the point of trying to save Tsubasa's life? Izuku just wished he didn't have to be around to hear his death. The whistling cut off, and a tense silence filled the area. Izuku heard Tsubasa shriek in surprise as All for One launched his attack, but instead of the sounds of murder Izuku expected to hear, a clang rang out, and he heard All for One grunt. What? Taken by surprise and burning curiosity, Izuku attempted to wiggle forward, trying to move through the foliage enough to get a view of the scene. Ah yes, I was wondering when I'd see you. Yagi, was it? I see you people haven't given up trying to defeat me, despite the fact that I've killed every one of you so far, All for One spoke casually, and Izuku continued trying to worm his way forward. Using this poor boy as bait, are we? Not very brave of you. All for One, a second man's voice spit back at Izuku's killer confidently. Your reign of terror ends here. Izuku heard All for One mockingly yawn. How boorish and unoriginal. Why the attempt at trying to sound like a hero? Even if you did manage to kill me, you'd still be forced to kill all the other tributes as well, or let them kill you. You have no moral high ground. You killed my mentor, the new voice hissed righteously. Enough is enough, your games have gone on for too long. Izuku caught a glimpse of legs and kept inching forward until he was able to more or less see the men. Tsubasa was a fair ways off, looking ready to bolt at any moment but curious enough to stick around, interested in seeing the drama unfold. The unknown man confronting All for One was just as tall as the killer and impressive feat. He had wild blonde hair and fierce blue eyes, his body muscular but holding that underfed look that plagued the people of the poorer districts. In the man's hand was a short sword, and Izuku felt hope flutter in his chest. Perhaps this man really could take down All for One, perhaps he really would be able to win. All for One, for his part, looked unimpressed, twirling his knife around idly. Your mentor? Can't say I recall them, must not have been good enough to leave a lasting impression. The newcomer loosed a feral snarl at that, lunging forward with his sword. All for One dodged easily, and Izuku watched with wide eyes as the two men danced around each other, exchanging blows. The other man Yagi? Had the upper hand with his sword, not having to get in as close to attack, but All for One was clearly still the more experienced fighter. Movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention, and Izuku gazed over to see Tsubasa running, apparently having decided he'd seen enough. Unfortunately, All for One also saw the boy running. With a deft flick of his wrist as he dodged another swipe of Yagi's sword, his knife went flying, embedding itself with terrifying accuracy right into Tsubasa's back. The other boy released a blood-curdling scream, and Izuku whimpered around his GG, his chest twinging. He hadn't been close with Tsubasa, but they had known each other, and his death felt worse than the strangers of the night before. But now All for One was unarmed, or so Izuku assumed, and still engaged with Yagi, who was striking harder now, seeming upset at the callous way All for One had killed Tsubasa. Izuku didn't really want to watch any more of their fight, but morbid horror kept him in place. Until All for One managed to trip his opponent, sending Yagi crashing to the ground right next to Izuku's bush. The man's bright blue eyes locked onto Izuku's as Izuku let out a muffled yelp of surprise, and something flashed through them that Izuku didn't have the time to decipher as Yagi reached out, quick as lightning, and grabbed a hold of him, dragging him out from under the bush. Izuku protested, writhing in his hold as he was pinned to Yagi's chest, facing All for One, who had Yagi's dropped sword in hand. All for One's lips pursed with displeasure. Really now, using another young boy as a shield? Have you no shame? No care for the children? What are you playing at? Yagi demanded, ignoring the insane hypocrisy of All for One's words. What are you doing with this boy? All for One snorted, does it matter? Ultimately he'll end up dead, whether by my hand or yours. That is the reality of the Hunger Games, oh great hero. Yagi's grip around Izuku tightened, pressing into his stomach and chest. Izuku complained through the GG, trying to work the fabric out of his mouth. All for One continued, stalking around Yagi in a large circle. Did you even think about what came next if you managed to kill me? The games continue, and to survive, you will have to stain your hands with innocent blood, just like me. Yagi snarled, I'm nothing like you, All for One. You kill for sport, for your personal amusement. Guilty, All for One said, a smile tugging at his lips. His eyes narrowed. But so are you. He paused, examining Yagi's dropped sword, angling the blade to catch the morning light. Now that I think about it, I do think I remember your mentor. The pressure on Izuku increased, forcing all air from his lungs. Straining, Izuku saw Yagi's jaw pulse, his teeth grinding together. Yes, All for One continued, steps calm and measured. I believe it was Nana? Annoying woman. Interfering with my hunting, crowing on about justice like all the idiots before her. She was decent sport, ran fast enough that it looked like she was flying. He chuckled. But of course, it's hard to fly with an arrow in your back. Yagi was trembling now, his arms vibrating with rage, and Izuku even felt moisture collect in his hair. All her ideals and empty talk brought to naught. I took my time killing her. I enjoyed every pain scream and fallen tear. All for One kept talking, circling Yagi and Izuku, but every revolution inched him closer and closer. His eyes were light, movements casual, but Izuku saw how his grip on the sword tightened in preparation to strike. Yagi was going to die. All for One was toying with him, trying to get the man so emotional that his passion overcame rationality. Twisting in Yagi's arms, Izuku managed to cup Yagi's arm with his bound hands. Yagi looked down briefly, his blue eyes meeting Izuku's. Stop. Izuku tried to convey in that instant. Yagi needed to see that All for One was doing this on purpose and snap out of it. Izuku would die regardless, but at least that monster would be dead as well. Understanding dawned in Yagi's eyes, the burning rage dimming, and in a smooth motion, he threw Izuku to the side, right as All for One lunged. Wriggling on the ground, Izuku propped himself up and watched in astonished horror as the two men clashed. All for One ducked and slashed with the sword, precise and deadly, but Yagi kept up, dodging every swipe and dealing back devastating punch after punch. Izuku never had a chance in defeating them. He forced himself onto his knees, wobbling as he tried to stand. He wanted to do something, needed to do something. One swipe slashed across Yagi's rib cage, bringing a line of red in its wake. The man stumbled back, falling to the ground, clutching his side. All for One laughed. Goodbye, hero, he said, not seeing Yagi's hand clench around something. It was All for One's discarded knife, and with the strength of a dead man, Yagi slashed out, carving a bloody line across All for One's face. The killer growled and stabbed down, the sword cutting through Yagi's side and pinning him to the ground. Izuku screamed, the blood-curdling sound forcing its way through the GG and stopping All for One in his tracks. Face dripping blood and sword in hand, he looked like the killer he truly was. Stumbling back in fright, Izuku tripped over his bound feet, falling down the hill. His bound limbs made him unable to stop his descent, and he crashed through bushes and over sticks, collecting scrapes and bruises. With a muffled scream, he slammed into a fallen log, banging his head and aggravating his previous head wound. The world spun, trees dancing before his eyes. Darkness formed in his vision as the visage of All for One leaned over him, his bloody face set in a scowl. Izuku groaned, his eyes fluttering open before pressing shut again. Everything hurt, his chest, his legs, his wrists. Every part throbbing or stinging, complaining in loud voices about their mistreatment. Whimpering, Izuku buried his head into a pillow, nuzzling into the warmth. He missed his bed. He missed cuddling up with Mom. He could imagine her, carting her hand through his hair, twirling her fingers around individual ringlets much like what was happening to his hair now. Peeking an eye open, he saw All for One, directly above, a bandage wrapped around his left eye. Awake now, are you, Izuku? Izuku shuddered as All for One's hands twisted in his hair. To the man's side, medical supplies lay open. You took quite the tumble, he continued. Izuku didn't say anything in response, too frightened to consider what to say. One wrong word, and he may just die in a brutal fashion, like what had happened to Miss Shimura a few years back. He remembers the reruns from the days after the games, seeing all of the highlights of All for One's brutality. Miss Shimura was the one who had enraged All for One enough to cause the man to make her death so horrifying that they had actually had to censor parts of it. It wasn't the arrow in the back that killed her. It was the torture. Would you like to see the fireworks, Bunny? All for One suddenly asked, likely grinning with sinister pleasure, a reminder of another tradition in these cursed games. He had been knocked out, so he didn't hear the cannons fire, and he had no idea if Yagi did die or not. The projections in the artificial sky of the arena would confirm though. The fallen tributes. Izuku tensed as All for One propped him up against his side, realizing now that his pillow had been the man's thigh. His head throbbed and felt heavy as it fell on All for One's shoulder, Izuku too tired to keep it up. The first shot fired through the sky, and Izuku looked up even though he didn't want to. He had to know. He didn't have much hope of Yagi being alive still. He'd seen the sword go straight through the man after all, but perhaps. Another shot, and Tsubasa's face appeared in the sky. Izuku cringed, he had almost forgotten about Tsubasa with how focused on Yagi he had been. He felt terrible about it. A third shot, and Izuku's heart sank as Yagi's picture was projected above them. He swallowed around a lump in his throat, closing his eyes and bringing a hand up to Wait, a hand? Izuku blinked in surprise, raising his free hands in front of his face. They were filthy, dirt was caked under his nails and scrapes and bruises littering his skin. Angry, red burns from the rope had left indents around his wrists, but despite the pain it thankfully hadn't cut into his skin. Free, he mumbled to himself in confusion, rubbing at his sore wrists. His hands were swatted down. You're going to aggravate it and make it worse by doing that, All For One admonished. Izuku glanced up at the man, swaying when the movement jarred his head too much. All For One's image almost swirled for a moment before smoothing out. Why, he croaked. All For One snorted, his tone condescending as he replied, I'd like to see you try and run off with a concussion like that. You were never a threat, but now I fear even a very dedicated mouse could kill you. Izuku flushed, upset at the snide remark, and embarrassed about its truth. He didn't like being reminded of how helpless he was, how hopeless his situation was. He tried to move away from the killer, but his body wasn't responding how he wanted it to, his limbs uncoordinated. All For One caught him around the middle as Izuku tipped forward while trying to scoot away, pulling him back to his side. Careful now, Bunny, you almost knocked over some of my medical supplies. I really would have to kill you for that, you know. The man's tone was light, but Izuku had no doubt he meant every word, and he reluctantly let himself slump back into All For One's arms. Izuku looked down, and his eyes widened as he saw his legs. His swollen ankle was bandaged. Actually, a few of his more serious wounds were dressed as well. That made no sense at all. Why would All For One waste supplies on him when he was going to kill Izuku eventually? Why was the man so set on toting him around and stringing him along like a toy? He desperately wanted to ask, but he kept his mouth shut in fear that it would ruin this strange mood All For One was in where he bothered to treat Izuku's injuries. All For One sighed in contentment, resting his chin on Izuku's head. Next to him, Izuku felt dwarfed, All For One's massive frame wrapping around him, consuming Izuku whole. A piece of jerky rested on Izuku's lips, and Izuku opened them, accepting the offered food. He hadn't eaten all day, and the proffered food made Izuku's mouth wet with saliva. Grasping the jerky in between his teeth, he took the food, chewing slowly to enjoy every strand of the smoked meat. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw All For One watch him, his single uncovered eye tracking every chew and swallow. All For One offered another bite of jerky, and piece by piece, Izuku ate. He didn't understand why All For One required Izuku to eat this way, but if Izuku's hands even twitched, the meat was withdrawn. A warm haze covered Izuku, and his eyelids drooped in contentment from the simple pleasure of having his stomach filled. All For One chuckled, maneuvering Izuku's limp body so that he rested against the killer's chest. And with Izuku settled, laid them both down on his sleeping mat. Izuku struggled for a moment, but his head swam from the motion. All For One tightened his grip, pressing Izuku into him. Little bunny, he said, I can't have you bouncing off. Not yet, at least. Inko wrung her hands together, anxious but unable to do anything but stare at the screen. She could feel the stares of her neighbors and friends, their hushed whispers humming in her ears. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered other than watching the screen. 1 week. It had been 1 week. Inko had cried when Izuku's name was drawn, a wailing cry when she realized her baby would die. Mitsuki had embraced her from behind, rocking back and forth, gripping Inko's arms as she spoke empty reassurances that meant nothing. Inko and Izuku stayed up that entire night, tucked in each other's arms as they reminisced on happier times. Izuku had tried to smile, but his wobble and tears belied his true feelings. Watching Izuku get on the train, Inko had felt her heart shatter. The guards and other district members didn't bother trying to reassure her. She wasn't going to see Izuku again. No one survived the games, not when All For One played. Gran Torino, the only living Hunger Games victor from their district, promised to do what he could. But his averted eyes and grim face spoke the truth. When the game started, Inko refused to leave the main viewing area in the town square. She watched as Izuku fled the fighting of the opening ceremony and when he scavenged for food. She only slept when Izuku slept, curled up in a matted blanket, as her baby curled up in a hole. Izuku fought hard and smart, and Inko silently cheered him on. But then he got caught, snagged by a trap, bouncing in the air. He had tried to escape, but the moment All For One had stepped out from the trees, Inko knew her baby was dead. All For One had cut Izuku down, laughing and toying with her son. But Izuku, her brave boy, looked that murderer in the eye and smiled. I want my mom to know I was thinking of her when I died. Inko had collapsed to her knees, sobbing at her baby's words. Izuku, only Izuku. But All For One didn't kill him. Instead, he tied Inko's baby up, dragging Izuku around the arena, like he was a toy, an amusement just for him. After All For One captured Izuku, Inko didn't sleep. But she didn't cry either. Rage simmered inside her at All For One's callous nature. When he hand-fed Izuku, smirking the entire time, Inko ground her teeth. When he carried Izuku, forcing him to view his killings, Inko trembled in anger. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he play with her son, keeping him alive, when he planned to kill him? Only a couple of tributes remained, and then Inko closed her eyes. No matter what happened, she would be there, watching Izuku's final moments. All for One watched the artificial stars of his latest cage, a lazy smile resting on his features now that the bunny had settled for the night, tucked closely against him. He'd known that the capital had grown tired of the same bloody victory. While his prowess had once been the pride of the capital, the fickle nation had started to turn their minds away from him. It began 2 seasons ago, when his support items were lessened, then cut off altogether. This foolish country thought they wanted him to die, to rid themselves of the old and embrace the new. He supposed even children got tired of their toys. The undisputed victor glanced down to the tuft of green hair that lay just under his chin, grimy and matted after days of being forced to fight for his life, but still so soft. So young. Izuku certainly wasn't the youngest candidate to ever be chosen, but he was the youngest All for One had personally encountered in over a decade. And even though his reputation should have left his little rabbit too frightened to do anything more than scramble for safety or beg, this one had found the strength in himself to move past his fears, to comfort some mother that should have protected her child better. And that smile, so much like the one given to him, the year before he entered the games to avenge his little brother. He doubted anyone but his most loyal fans would understand the connection. He was like a god to these people, and they knew his history better than he could recall it. They would understand the temptation he had to spare, however briefly, this little urchin from one of the backwater districts. But there was a good chance they didn't understand the full intent, the full possibilities. Well, this was broadcast live. Perhaps he should give his fickle capital a reason to turn back to him. Shifting his posture enough so that it wouldn't wake the child but likely activated the motion-reactive cameras, he made a show of gently stroking the child's hair, snuggling him closer in a way more foolish viewers could misconstrue as tender. I know you don't understand your purpose, why I'm helping you. He murmured down to the small head, loud enough to be caught by the microphones, to catch the late viewers' notice, and the night crew's frantic steps to add more angles and recordings to share with the viewers as they awoke. I know you're scared you've been caught by the game's greatest killer, who's been playing since before you were born. He looked up once more to the stars, making sure his voice would carry. You likely don't recall some of the rules made at the beginning, that there's more than one way to survive the games. But I do. He pet the small form once more, breaking character as he thought of his brother's smiling face, right before his death. And I intend for us both to make it out alive. There. That declaration will cause enough of an uproar to get the capital focused on him again, scouring history to recall what vague rule their killer seems to know that they do not. Curling himself around his captive so no foolish action could be taken once he goes to sleep, All for One smiled. He'd led his handlers to believe he was still playing their game, still preening and dancing for their attention. Fools, all of them. By the end of these games, he and Izuku would not leave as victors to the games, but as victors of all Panem. It was a bit premature, but All for One was still confident enough in his victory that he allowed himself to dream a little. It was easy with Izuku tucked in so close to him, his small body so warm and fragile under his control. Despite his declaration a moment ago, he wasn't so sure he wanted to share Izuku with the rest of Panem when they had finished with the games. Izuku might be safer if he didn't, locked up somewhere nice. And safe to recover from the mental and physical torture he'd been put through. But his little bunny was also too cute not to share. All for One imagined his bunny dressed in the capital's fashion, shyly hugging to his side to avoid the attention he would be receiving. He certainly deserved it. As usual, the media had mostly ignored him during the pre-game events. He was young and clearly not going to survive, and his shy nature and plain looks didn't give him a reason for anyone to pay him attention. Even All for One hadn't taken notice of him until he'd been caught in his trap. The killer bit back a small smile as he thought of him and Izuku wearing matching outfits. Or perhaps he should dress him up like a bunny. The boy would be so embarrassed and adorable, he couldn't wait. All for One hugged Izuku a little tighter, careful not to squeeze him in half. Izuku was underweight, and not just from the games. If it really was just him and his mother, he doubted the boy had been properly nourished growing up. It was no wonder he was so frail yet so stubbornly resilient. His thoughts drifted to after the game again, setting out a whole feast in front of the boy and watching him panic at the sight of so much food. He would be able to eat his fill, but All for One doubted he would be able to let go of his control and allow Izuku to feed himself. His bunny needed to remember by whose grace he was still alive. That, and it was strangely calming to feed him. Izuku suddenly jumped in his arms, squirming and whimpering. He was still asleep, having a nightmare no doubt. All for One hushed him, and after a moment, the boy settled down. There would be time for him to deal with his trauma later. For now, he needed to stay quiet and SBMSSV. Just a few more nights, and then he would have all the capital and Panem had to offer. Truthfully, Izuku may have just changed All for One's plans. Whilst All for One knew he was too good to be bested, he was getting older, and he had been thinking about the future for a while now. Dying in the games was out of the question. All for One would never give the satisfaction of such a victory to anyone. Which meant he had to voluntarily retire, and what better position to retire into than president of the capital? The citizens growing bored of his yearly slaughter put a damper on that, so this year All for One had known he would have to do something radical to bring adoration and attention back to him. Get the people talking, get more fans and loyal followers so that when all his plans came through, he would have the support of the people as he overtook the current president. And he was not foolish. All for One knew the best way to keep his legacy going was to raise his own successor, to take over his position as the undisputed victor of the games. He had selected and been personally training a young man who showed promise. One who was filled with anger and resentment at the world, who All for One had given the name Tamura. But Izuku? Izuku was a curveball. Izuku wasn't part of the plan. Yet as soon as All for One had seen him, he had begun to mentally change things to work around Izuku. He wanted the boy, for reasons he both knew and those he refused to think about. Change was coming to Panem, and All for One would bring it. And Izuku? Izuku was going to be his. After feeding Izuku breakfast, All for One noticed that the boy was sitting quietly, staring blankly at the dirt. A few spots of fresh blood could be seen on the bandages wrapping the boy's head. He hardly had time to redress them, but it seemed that the adrenaline that had been keeping his bunny going was starting to fade away. All for One knelt in front of Izuku and gently cupped his face. "Bunny," he cooed softly. Green eyes slowly drifted up at his voice. Izuku blinked once, then suddenly pulled back. He looked terrified. He didn't recognize him. He'd forgotten where he was. All for One grabbed Izuku's head again and held it more firmly. Izuku whimpered and froze as the recognition seemed to return. His pupils were blown wide, swimming with pain. The man frowned for a moment. His first aid kit had a few painkillers, but nothing strong. Izuku whimpered again, green eyes traveling over his face to try and figure out what his captor was thinking. All for One gave him a smile, which only served to make him more uneasy, and let him go to rummage in his bag. Izuku pulled back and shuddered. He started to touch his head, but a sharp warning from All for One stopped him. He dropped his hands to his lap and looked up at the color-changing sky. A moment later, All for One was trying to feed him something. He opened his mouth, hoping for more meat, but got something small and hard and tasteless. He started to GG, but a hand covered his mouth to stop him. "Swallow," All for One commanded. Izuku tried, but it was painful. "It's just a pill. Haven't you ever swallowed a pill before?" Izuku shook his head and then winced and gave a small cry of pain, muffled by All for One's hand. "Swallow," All for One told him again. Izuku struggled but managed to swallow the pill. He gagged again and coughed a few times before All for One finally pulled his hand away. "Now come here, Bunny." All for One picked Izuku up, holding him to his chest with one arm. Izuku's injuries were bad enough that a hospital trip would have been in order under normal circumstances, but he didn't have that luxury. It would be better not to move him around so much, but that would require a good hiding place which he didn't have. He wanted to keep Izuku with him at all times. He was eager to track the last of the tributes down so that he could bring Izuku home. Izuku felt smaller than normal in his arm, leaning into his chest and resting his head on his shoulder. He was hugging himself, eyes still partially glazed over. "Not much longer now, Bunny," he promised, softly enough that the cameras couldn't hear. Then, just for show, he kissed the top of Izuku's head. Izuku winced softly but didn't fight back. Small tears built in the corners of his eyes, but he just closed them and hugged himself tighter. Maybe today would be the day he died, but he didn't have high hopes anymore. Izuku didn't die that day or the day after that. Instead, he spent 5 more agonizing days being lugged around by All for One as he cut his way through the remaining tributes. One by one, Izuku watched them die, a stab through the chest or a shove off a jagged cliff. When he could, he squeezed his eyes shut and dreamed of his mom, but the screams of dying men had a way of shattering that illusion. All for One remained fixed on Izuku, continuing to waste supplies on cleaning and binding his injuries. He became more physical, pressing a kiss to Izuku's temple, stroking his hair, rubbing his back. It made Izuku's skin crawl, instinctively flinching away from every fake show of affection. Izuku assumed it was for attention. All for One was the Hunger Games killer, but he had been the undisputed victor for a long time. The games weren't fun anymore, Izuku would sometimes hear. As if there was ever anything fun in senseless slaughter. But he supposed when you knew who would win every year, it took the pleasure away. Maybe that was why All for One hadn't killed Izuku yet, even though he wished he had, if only to stop the tension of wondering when it would happen. Sponsors appeared to be interested in All for One and his little bunny. New supplies arrived daily, and although they were never for Izuku, often the contents were given to All for One with Izuku in mind. Over the 5 days, All for One received food, medicine, and a blanket, but also padded HNDCFFS, a GG, and a carrier items that All for One put to good use. Every day, Izuku was handcuffed, gagged, and strapped into the carrier as All for One hunted for his latest victim. Izuku would protest, muffled, slobbered words, but All for One insisted on bringing Izuku with him. Izuku supposed he should be grateful. The HNDCFFS were significantly comfier than the rough rope All for One had used before, and although the carrier was humiliating, no teenager wanted to be strapped into a backpack and carried around. He was willing to admit that his sprained ankle made keeping up with All for One impossible. But mostly, Izuku was exhausted. He wanted it to be over. He wanted the games to end. He'd been with All for One a week now, and only 3 tributes remained: All for One, Izuku, and some man who went by the name Muscular. As soon as Muscular was dead, All for One would turn on Izuku. Maybe he would torture Izuku, take his time peeling skin back from flesh. Or perhaps he would be merciful, pinning Izuku down and forcing him to swallow poisonous berries. Izuku just hoped it was painless. "Doing all right there, bunny?" All for One asked, pausing in his trek through the marshland to glance back. Izuku grunted, one of the few noises available to him with the GG inserted. He protested every time, but All for One insisted on the GG, claiming he couldn't have any cute bunny noises scaring people away. All for One chuckled, poking at the ground in front of him with a scavenged stick. "I know you're not too happy about the pack," he said, "but I doubt you would enjoy trudging through this swampy mess." If he could, Izuku would argue back that he would like to walk instead of being strapped in a pack and carried on All for One's back. A previous attempt to unbuckle himself had resulted in All for One handcuffing Izuku every day. Being able to move was a luxury he missed even if it was in a swamp. After trekking across what felt like the entire arena, the wetlands were the one remaining unexplored area. All for One had put it off, and for a good reason. Stinking and dark, All for One had to check every step to avoid watery pits or quicksand. Thick vines hung from twisted trees that All for One sliced through with a large knife. Through the dark, creatures ummed and howled. Izuku shivered to think of what abominations the capital hid in the murky waters. Izuku pressed himself against All for One's neck to avoid a hanging vine, whimpering through the GG as the foliage caught in his hair. "Easy there, bunny," All for One cautioned. "Our last target should be here, but you need to be quiet." Izuku sighed unhappily as he was jostled along against the murderer's back. It was nearing midday already, and they were trekking further and further into the rank, unpleasantly humid swamp. Mosquitoes swarmed everywhere even this late in the day, and the occasional pocket of deftly avoided quicksand did nothing to soothe his increasingly raw nerves. He was almost starting to worry that they were lost when All for One suddenly stiffened up, and Izuku tensed in kind he knew by now what that meant. Sure enough, All for One chuckled darkly and set off in a new direction deeper into the swamp with a distinct sense of purpose. He had caught wind of his final prey. Well, not quite final. A shiver ran up Izuku's spine, and he focused on his surroundings to distract himself from the all-encompassing despair threatening to drown him, as had become his go-to method as of late. Despite the constant travel, the scenery hadn't changed much in the past half hour or so, and it was hard not to become antsy now that the end was near. His end. Irritated at the lack of STMLTN, the teen began to fidget nervously with his hands despite the strange position of them being behind his back, and blinked in surprise as his fingers brushed something. Something firm and plastic. A handle? The dagger. All for One stopped dead in his tracks. Before the bolt of panic could even set in, the once quiet tranquility of the gloomy swamp was shattered by a bellow off to the side and right next to them. Surprise, folks! Like a hulking monstrosity from one of the rare horror movies Izuku had seen in the district square, a colossal man, bigger than even All for One himself, came erupting out of the murky swamp water, lunging forward and charging the pair as he took them by surprise. The boy's kidnapper was startled into stillness for only a moment, but it was a moment too long to stop the deceptively fast behemoth. The man ducked gracefully around the oncoming attack, only for Muscular to swerve around and hook his fingers into the carrier, going not for All for One, but instead, the helpless child strapped to his back. Izuku shouted in pain as he was forcibly ripped from the killer's back and tossed over the other tribute's shoulder, choking breathlessly as he watched the other murderer disappear between the trees with shocking speed. Muscular didn't even sound winded as he somehow sprinted through the waist-high swamp water, laughing uproariously as he yanked seemingly random vines left and right. No, not random. With every vine he pulled, a cascade of logs, branches, and debris came raining down from the canopy above, covering his escape and making any kind of pursuit much more difficult. Some of these branches were enormous. Had he set up all of these traps? By himself? Just how strong was this guy? A furious, absolutely spine-chilling shout of rage followed them, and Muscular laughed again with undisguised manic glee. Ha 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 ha. You may kill me by the end of this, all for one, but I'll be dead if you don't give me a hell of a fight for killing your little pet first. Izuku stared in numb shock at the receding line of traps and trees, another frustrated shout echoing from further away. It was working, somehow, the trap was working, and the reigning champion was failing to follow them. The boy clenched a fist tightly in the filthy shirt under his fingers to steady himself as he felt his head go light and dizzy, probably because he was hyperventilating, he dimly realized. Both he and Muscular knew All for One would catch up and brutally murder Muscular for such an unforgivable transgression, likely before the day was even out. But by that time, it would already be far too late to stop what was going to happen. Muscular stormed up out of the water and onto a grassy knoll. Izuku coughed harshly as he was slammed into the soggy, unforgiving ground and scrambled away from the other on shivering limbs. The killer paced impatiently in front of him, his face twisted in a vicious snarl of bloodthirsty delight. Stand up and fight me, Midoriya. Are you gonna grovel like the helpless little prey you've been all game, or are you going to face me and die like a man? He should have known better than to let his guard down in the swamp. It was by far the most dangerous section outside of the mud-infested areas and the easiest for prey to build good traps. Stupid, stupid mistake. Though his becoming cocky after so many years of easy victory was forgivable, losing his hold on the child was not. What had he been thinking, bringing him to such a dangerous area as this? All for One snorted at that rather foolish line of thought. He knew exactly why he'd brought the boy with him. He'd need a bit of theatrics to get what he wanted, after all. Still, considering the situation, Hisashi's thoughts ground to a halt as a familiar, coppery scent hit his nose. Blood. Lots of it. For the first time in a very long time, it brought nothing but displeasure, as opposed to the typical dark thrill of sadistic joy he'd gotten quite used to feeling these past decades. Sounds of a struggle echoed down from atop the hill he was coming up on, screaming and laughter and the unmistakable sound of flesh being mutilated beyond repair. It continued for a surprisingly long time before finally being followed by a suffocating silence. Hisashi slowed to a walk, a grim, horribly familiar weight settling over him. So, he was too late then. When he crested the hill, however, he found no blonde imbecile gloating over the corpse of a glassy-eyed, gentle-hearted child. No, he instead found Izuku Midoriya shaking hard over the gored, faceless remains of District 3's volunteer tribute. The boy was covered in blood and holding the knife Hisashi hadn't even noticed he'd stolen in a white-knuckled grip. His eyes were indeed glassy, however, locked onto something only he could see far off over the horizon. From the looks of things, Izuku had stabbed the man to death in his face and throat, despite the terrible beating he'd taken in doing so. He had gored straight through the arm Muscular had thrown up to try and protect his face, was covered in harsh bruises, and had likely broken at least his right arm in the process. Possibly even more. Hysterical strength was nothing to be trifled with, after all. Izuku didn't look up as All for One slowly made his approach, only hunching in on himself further as he shook so hard he looked like he'd be more at home in an earthquake. Hisashi came slowly closer to kneel before him. The teen finally craned his head to look up at him with watering, uncomprehending eyes, still not all there. I killed him, he croaked. It almost sounded like a question. Hisashi gave a little huff of amused disbelief. Yes, you did, and it wasn't all that bad, for your first kill, he responded softly, laying a slow, gentle hand on the much smaller ones that were unconsciously clutching the knife protectively close like a teddy bear. A little sloppy, maybe, but quite effective all the same. Izuku's rapidly moistening eyes fluttered, and he flinched away. It all happened so fast, I didn't mean to. He cut himself off with a sharp gasp as All for One wormed a digit under his fingers and twisted the thoroughly bloody dagger away in one smooth motion. Shoo, there, it's over now, little one, the murderer said softly as he ran his free hand carefully through Izuku's curls. Yeah, the boy whispered, forcing a deep, measured breath. It's over, we're the only ones left. Suddenly, his eyes shot back open, locking onto his captor with the laser focus of a cornered animal. We're the only ones left, he whimpered, turning pale as a sheet as reality suddenly caught back up with him with the force of a train wreck. Izuku tried to scramble away, to will his limbs to move, but he found himself locked in place as the man stood to tower over him like a Goliath. He had been waiting for this moment for what felt like a lifetime now, almost craving it if only for the pain and uncertainty to end. But now he wished more than ever to be back in his mother's arms, safe in their tiny, rickety home at the end of a cramped cul-de-sac. His mother. She would be watching. Mustering up the last of his strength, Izuku steadied his breathing, despite the tears that wanted so badly to well up. He allowed himself to collapse onto his back as he stared up at the beautiful, puffy clouds and cornflower blue sky peeking through the mangrove trees. He summoned every last ounce of happiness he had stored in his heart as he smiled up at the dome ceiling and whispered loud enough that he hoped the cameras would hear, "It's okay, Mom, things will be okay again someday, even if it hurts. Thank you for having me." His eyes fell shut almost against his will. "I love you." Somehow, the only thing he felt now was pure, raw gratefulness that he'd been born at all. He hadn't had much happiness in his short, hard life, but it had been his. He held on tight to that feeling, even as All for Once came slowly closer, even as the man crouched down beside his face, surely intending to sink the already bloody dagger into his throat. Even though his eyes only opened lazily and his body stayed lax, Izuku's heart began to pound wildly in anticipation of its abrupt stop. But, as he gazed more carefully up at the canopy above, he spotted something, a papery mound, surrounded by thousands of tiny insects swarming around it. A tracker-jacker nest. Suddenly, his heart was racing for an entirely new reason. Tracker-jackers were just as deadly as they were infamously aggressive and territorial. There was a rock sitting not an inch from his injured hand. It'd be a difficult shot to take and extremely painful to even put enough force behind it for it to count, but if he managed to hit the nest, then the swarm would certainly come down and kill them both. He would have to die as well, but then, what did that matter if he was going to be killed anyway? At least this way, he would take his murderer down with him as well. Izuku would just have to hold on to him and make sure All for One couldn't get away in time. Wild hope and terror swelling in his chest as he gathered his nerves, Izuku wasn't at all ready for the man to abruptly scoop him into his arms, turn to the trees surrounding them as if they were an audience, and shout, "I think this is a good enough victory, no? Surely, you'll all allow me to keep my sweet little pet?" A deafening silence rang out from the marsh around them. All for One was asking to keep him? Izuku forgot how to breathe. The silence carried on for 1 minute, then 2, then 5 and 10 and 20, before the victory horn signaling the end of this year's game bellowed throughout the grounds loudly enough to badly startle the teen and make his ears ache. What? A huge grin split All for One's face nearly in two, and he took advantage of Izuku's frightened clinging to hug him closer and crow, "Well, it looks like you're coming home with me now, little bunny. Congratulations." The boy just hung limply as his captor laughed aloud at his dumbstruck face and made his way towards the hovercraft slowly approaching them over the horizon. Izuku's jaw opened and closed soundlessly like a goldfish as his eyes boggled unseeingly at the impossible truth he'd just been presented with. Against all odds, he had survived the games. But at what cost? Inko stared at the huge screen displaying the end-of-game highlights, not even registering what she was seeing. Her mind was still racing, an adrenaline rush fading out from her veins and making everything muddled. She had collapsed on her knees in the main district square, sobbing as those around her murmured to each other in shock. Inko wasn't sure if she was crying because of terror or relief. Probably both. She had never felt such horror and despair as she had upon seeing her child vulnerable before All for One, the only tribute left. Her heart clenched and beat so hard she thought it might jump straight out of her chest. And then the man spared Izuku. All for One, the capital's most famous killer, had spared her son. And Inko had never known relief could feel so sweet. And so bitter. She just knew. She knew that man wasn't going to bring her baby home. No, All for One was going to try and keep her Izuku for himself. She could see it in his eyes. And Inko knew she could no longer sit around passively. Izuku had drifted in and out of awareness for most of the trip back to the capital, heavily injured and still suffering the remnants of his concussion. All for One had laid him down on something soft inside the hovercraft, motioning for someone else who approached Izuku with a large needle. Izuku had struggled, but All for One had held him down easily as whatever it was administered to him. Likely a sedative considering the blanks in his memory. He opened bleary eyes, having to remind himself he was no longer in the arena as fear shot through him immediately upon awakening. Izuku liked cracked lips. "Mom," he called, his voice raspy and quiet. Someone chuckled close to his ear. "Not quite, bunny. Guess again." Izuku's nose wrinkled in thought. He felt slow, like he was slogging through the arena swamp, every thought requiring more effort than it should. He wasn't in the arena anymore. It was over. All for One had picked him up and said. Izuku's heart stuttered, and a beeping noise he hadn't noticed before picked up. All Izuku swallowed, his mouth dry for more than one reason. All for one? A large hand carded through his hair. Clever. Little bunny. Izuku blinked several times, trying to clear the fog clinging to his eyes. He reached a hand to rub it away, but his hand stayed put. Wah. Not yet, bunny. The doctor needs to look at you first before you can get up. Doctor? Can't afford. Mom must be W-ride, Izuku slurred. The fog was beginning to clear enough for Izuku to see All for One leaning over him. His white, curly hair was styled to perfection, and a new thin scar crossed over his eye. A remnant from Yagi. His lips twitched in amusement as he continued to slide Izuku's head. Money isn't a problem for me, little bunny. You've received the best care in Panem. A man standing beside All for One bowed his head. Thank you, my lord. He fiddled with a thick pair of spectacles as he examined a tablet. Looking at his vitals, he should be all right. Enough for everything planned? I believe so, but he will be rather weak from healing. I'd watch him throughout the day. And of course, if there are any issues, I'm here to assist. All for One cupped Izuku's cheek. Hear that, bunny? You should be okay. You were so beat up from the games I was worried. His hands traveled further down to Izuku's wrists and unbuckled the straps pinning Izuku to the bed. Izuku stretched, his body aching from the movement. He felt stiff and weak, struggling even to sit up. All for One chuckled, slipping a hand underneath Izuku's back to prop him up. His head swam with the movement, and Izuku leaned against All for One, panting for breath. Mom, he asked, but All for One shushed him, slipping a second arm under his thigh to hoist Izuku up into his arms. We've got a busy day, he said. There are some people who are eager to meet you. But first, a bath, a new set of clothes, and some food. All for One set his little bunny down on the top of his vanity, taking a seat on the chair in front of him and holding back a smile. Even sitting down, he was still taller than his bunny. The boy gazed around the room with glassy eyes, having been in and out of it since he woke up. All for One was slightly concerned, but it made getting Izuku cleaned up and dressed a whole lot easier when he was too weak to protest. And now it was time for what All for One had been looking forward to since he decided to keep Izuku, dolling him up in the finest clothes and accessories he could get his hands on and making his little bunny into the cutest thing he had ever seen. Normally, All for One had a fashion team that did all his hair and makeup, but his Izuku couldn't even walk properly right now, and something in him snarled at the idea of others getting close to his new child when he was so vulnerable. Muscular had dared to take the boy right from his hands, and All for One had been separated from Izuku for too long after as the boy recovered and he took care of business. This was a special time and All for One intended to enjoy it. And so, once he had picked all the products he wanted, it was time to begin. Izuku wrinkled his nose when All for One started to attack his face with a brush, and All for One held his chin still. Don't move, little bunny, he instructed. What are you doing? Izuku grumbled in complaint. It's a very big day for the both of us, bunny, so I have to make you presentable. He continued his work, opting for a light powder foundation that would smooth Izuku's complexion without hiding any of the adorable freckles he had. What is all of this? It's makeup, bunny. Haven't you ever worn makeup before? Izuku shook his head and All for One clicked his tongue as he buffed a soft, rosy blush over the bridge of the boy's nose and across his cheeks. After a moment's contemplation, he added some to the tip of Izuku's nose as well for extra effect. Eyeshadow was simple but charming, a soft brown shading just on the upper lash line and a contoured lining below the eye to create the illusion of a larger eye. Not that his bunny needed it, but with a soft white pencil liner on the waterline and a bit of mascara, Izuku's natural doe eyes looked positively doll-like. The boy wasn't overly impressed about the gloss that came next, a sheer pink shimmer that he grimaced at. It's sticky. Izuku pouted. All for One rolled his eyes, dusting a glittery silver highlighter across the boy's cheekbones. You'll get used to it, little one, I promise. Izuku grunted a disagreement but sat passively as All for One dressed him with the final pieces of his outfit. A lacy, cream cravat and delicate, black buckled shoes. Are you done yet? Izuku whined, clearly still tired despite his weeks in a medically induced coma. Have patience, bunny, All for One admonished, adorning the child's fingers with gold rings encrusted with precious jewels. All for One stepped back, admiring his work. One last thing, he promised, holding up a golden headband with a set of bunny ears atop it. He had had it custom made as soon as he was out of the arena, and he was excited to finally get to see his bunny in it. Izuku stared at the headband in mild disgust but resigned to his fate as All for One worked a brush through his clean, fluffy hair and set the bunny ears atop his head. Hisashi chewed his lower lip, staring at his bunny in awe. He was perfect. Absolutely adorable, like a little doll come to life. All for One couldn't wait to show him off. "Are you ready, Bunny?" he asked, lifting the tired child back into his arms. "For what?" Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion. Am I going to get to see my mom now?" "No, but she's going to get to see you." "That's good enough, isn't it?" All for One dismissed. Izuku gawked. No? It wasn't? Where was his mother? His head felt heavy, and Izuku couldn't stop it from falling on the man's shoulder, unable to stay as alert as he wanted to be. His clothes were soft but stiff, and Izuku felt uncomfortable in the layers of fancy capital fashion he had been swathed in. Compared to the loose, patchy clothes he wore in his district, it was a huge change, and not one Izuku was sure he welcomed. What was going on? Why was All for One still paying attention to him? Surely he had only been a passive amusement for the man? And yet, the killer had barely let go of Izuku since he woke up, smothering him with his presence. He wiggled slightly, but All for One bounced Izuku in his arms, like trying to settle an unruly child. "Easy there, Bunny. You can't hop off yet. You can sleep once we're done." "Wanna sleep," Izuku grumbled. Said All for One, striding out of the massive bedroom and throwing open the doors. "Somehow, I doubt that, Bunny. And regardless, you will sleep. Your body is still healing after all." Izuku sat quietly in All for One's arms as he strode down a hallway, his dress shoes clacking against the sleek tile. It was so noisy. They couldn't be that noisy in the arena. His surroundings blurred in and out, Izuku's eyes struggling to focus on something for more than a minute. He told All for One he wasn't tired, but it was a lie. He felt so heavy, he couldn't move his head from its spot on All for One's shoulder even if he tried. The hallway had changed now, sheer and white. If Izuku could bend over, he was sure he would be able to see his reflection on the surface. It was nothing like the nailed-together wood walls of his home back with Mom. When it got cold, Izuku had been charged with finding the holes in the wall and mending them to stop the draft. It wasn't labor-intensive, but Izuku's fingers would always be a slight blue by the end. Peacekeepers fell into ranks next to All for One, and Izuku flinched into him. The killer chuckled, squeezing him tighter, and carried on, unconcerned by their armed escort. Peacekeepers were always at the drawing. Too many people tried to run when their name was called. Izuku hadn't, but they had still gripped his arms in a crushing grip. Ahead, giant doors loomed, black, with threads of gold woven through. Standing at attention was a Capitol attendant, his bushy, purple hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. "Is everything prepared?" All for One asked. "Just as you instructed." "Good," All for One said, and with a flick of his hands, the door swung open. As it did, the sound of loud cheering reached Izuku's ears. His addled mind was still trying to catch up with his surroundings. What was going on? Why were there peacekeepers escorting them? Was All for One making a big speech about his annual victory of the games? His eyes widened comically when they walked out in front of a podium, a huge crowd before them and cameras everywhere. At the sight of the two of them, the crowd roared even louder, and All for One allowed the cheering to go on for a moment before he raised his hand, and the crowd quieted. "Good citizens of the capital," the killer began confidently, "I stand before you today, thankful and humble." What a load of crap. Izuku thought, trying to shrink down into All for One's arms and away from the sea of staring eyes. "This last week has been filled with sorrow for all of us, having lost our dear president to the rebellion we've been fighting so desperately these past few months," All for One continued. "Months? But I am honored to stand before you today as your new president. I vow to unite us and bring peace back to the capital once more. Not just for us, but for our dear children." All for One looked down at Izuku with a type of smile he had never seen on the man's face before. "Which brings me to my second announcement." He hoisted Izuku further up in display. "Today, I am proud to announce to you all the successful recovery and health of the sweet child you've all been so worried over and my precious new son." The crowd went wild, and Izuku felt his chest constrict with a jumble of emotion. "Son? Today is a day of celebration, as I, Hisashi Shigaraki, and my son, Izuku Shigaraki, accept your support and promise to serve you to the best of our ability." All for One kissed Izuku's temple. "Let the festivities commence." The noise was too much. It was overwhelming, so was the light and colors and sun, and it was all so much. Izuku covered his ears and turned into All for One's chest. "I'm afraid my little bunny is feeling shy today." All for One laughed into the microphone. "Your adoration is simply too much for him. I'm afraid we shall have to retire early today. Please, carry on your celebrations without us." The broadcast ended with that, and Inko shook with rage, hands clenched around the weapon she had been training with. His son? That was her son, and she was going to personally remind All for One of that. With another wave, All for One walked back inside. The doors closed, cutting off the cacophony of noise with them. Now that it was quiet, Izuku's whimpering could be heard. He was so confused, so disoriented. And months? Izuku shrank in on himself further. Perhaps the doctor was wrong about you being ready for that much STMLTN, All for One mused as he carried Izuku back through the white hallway with the peacekeepers surrounding them. But it's all over now, Bunny. You did so well. Izuku shook his head and buried his face in All for One suit. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. You got it wrong, he said, trying to process what the man had said earlier. My name, Snot Shigaraki. Mom's name's Midoriya. I think I got it right, Bunny, All for One chuckled. Izuku frowned. You're not the president. You're like me. Tribute. Not the other one. Things changed a little while you were sleeping, All for One said with a tone of finality that silenced Izuku for several minutes. You lied, Izuku said softly, enough so that All for One almost missed it. What was that, Bunny? Izuku looked up at him, head still resting on his shoulder. Mom. You said she would get to see me, but she wasn't there. All for One chuckled. But she did see you, Bunny, everyone saw you. Izuku shook his head and lifted his heavy hands up to rub his eyes. Liar. You're a big liar. And you are a very sleepy bunny, All for One answered, rocking him a little as they walked. I'm not sleepy, Izuku insisted. Gonna stay up till Mom gets here. They stepped into an elevator, leaving the peacekeepers behind. Izuku fell quiet as it began to rise. He was still awake, and All for One could see him thinking hard. He waited patiently to see which would come first, another sleepy sentence or sleep. When do we get our new house? Izuku asked at last. What new house? They said that if I won, Mom and I would get a new house. Big house. Izuku's little green brows furrowed. No, little house. So Mom doesn't have to clean so much. Or maybe someone cleans it for us? I don't know how it works. How do new houses work? Do they clean themselves? And cook too? Don't want Mom to cook. All for One listened to Izuku mumble to himself. He'd done that in the area a few times too, but made an effort to hold it back. Now that he was clean and safe and tired, the habit had returned. Is that where Mom is? Izuku asked at last, looking hopeful. Is she waiting for me at our new house? You only get a new house if you win, All for One told him as the elevator reached the top floor. But I won? Izuku's cute little frown deepened. I won, Bunny. But if you want a new house, then I can get you one. I can give you anything you want, Bunny. He leaned down and kissed Izuku's cheek. Want a new house for Mom, Izuku replied, closing his eyes. His breath hitched with a sudden sob. And I want to take these ears off. Hey now, little one, don't cry. All for One set him down on a white couch. We can take them off now. You look just as cute without them. Izuku rubbed his eyes while he cried, I'm not a bunny. And I'm not yours. I don't like you. Poor little bunny is so tired, All for One cooed, petting his hair. No. Izuku screamed, kicking his legs and twisting away. No, I'm not. Izuku, All for One called his name softly, and the boy froze. Had he ever called him by his name before? He couldn't remember. Izuku, honey, do you want to go to bed? Izuku rubbed his eyes again and shook his head. His tantrum had made him even more tired. When do I get to see Mom? I don't know if she wants to see you, sweetheart. All for One hesitated. Now was probably not the best time to tell Izuku that she was missing. He was already overwhelmed. Why not? Izuku sniffed. Because you're so sleepy. All for One picked him up again and carried him into his bedroom. How about we take these ears off and put you to bed, Would you like that? Izuku hiccuped and shook his head, but didn't protest or struggle while All for One wiped his makeup away, undressed him, and put him into new pajamas. Feels funny, Izuku sniffled, tugging at the fabric of his shirt. You'll get used to it, All for One promised, picking him up and tucking him into bed. He expected Izuku to fall straight to sleep, but as usual, his little bunny was stubborn. Are you going to kill me? Izuku asked. All for One sat next to him and stroked his fingers along Izuku's hairline. With each touch, he watched Izuku's eyelids get heavier and heavier. No, Bunny. No one is ever going to hurt you again. Do I have to see all those people again? Perhaps. Definitely. The people needed to see his little prize, as much as he wanted to keep him to himself. Go to sleep, Izuku. Mom, Izuku muttered, eyes closing. When do I get to see Mom? Shh. All for One hushed him, and a moment later, he was asleep. The president looked down at his sleeping son, stroking his hair for a few more minutes. He bent down and kissed his forehead. Sweet dreams, Bunny. As much as he would like to stay by Izuku's side until his soft green eyes opened again, there was still much work to be done. Securing his position had been simple, but keeping it would take a bit more effort. There were rebels to deal with, meetings to attend, a missing mother to find, and next year's games to plan. But having Izuku here made it all worth it. He gave his son another kiss before dimming the lights and easing the door closed. Dodge, swipe, parry. The movements, which had felt jilted and unnatural at the start, were becoming instinctual, and Inko wiped her brow as they took a break. Her choppy hair barely brushed the tops of her shoulders, sheared short to make it less of a hassle for her. Inko, an elderly man, who insisted she call him Gran, entered the room, his usual scowl a bit lighter. We thought it was time to introduce you to someone. He stepped aside, and a tall, emaciated man walked in, his blonde hair scraggly and unkempt, but his face determined and eyes gleaming. Inko's breath caught in her chest. You, she whispered. Toshinori Yagi stood before her and bowed low. I apologize. If I had been able to beat All for One, your son would not have been taken. I failed you both. I thought he would have died anyway even if you had won. Inko trailed off. No, Yagi said firmly, I failed the Tsubasa boy. If I had beat All for One, I would have given my life for your son as the youngest tribute remaining. He deserves to live and be happy. As it is, I will do my best to help you get him back. He straightened up, looking her right in the eye. Will you do me the honor of allowing me to fight beside you? Inko felt tears well in her eyes. She nodded, putting a reassuring hand on Yagi's shoulder. We will win, she claimed fiercely. Every week since that broadcast, she had had to watch that man tote her son around and show him off like a prize. The only reason she hadn't gone on a suicide mission to the capital was because, despite All for One's nature, he seemed to genuinely care for and treat her son well. But Izuku was hers to care for, hers to love. And when Gran, the only victor in her district and her son's mentor, had approached her months ago, it had taken no convincing for her to agree to join the hidden rebellion. They offered her her chance to defeat All for One. Yagi put his own large hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Yes. We will win, he agreed. Inko smiled softly, sadly. You know. You remind me of my husband, if that isn't too strange to say. Yagi blinked in surprise. Your husband? Your husband? Gran echoed in confusion, having never heard her speak of the man before. Yes, Inko laughed, Izuku gets his stubbornness and selflessness from him. Look. She pulled out a somewhat grainy, old photo, well-worn but clearly cared for. A man smiled out of the picture, Inko in his arms. He looked sickly but happy, his long, white hair covering one eye. Inko ran her finger gently over the man in the photo, eyes saddened. It's funny, she said, All for One always reminded me of him a bit. Just a bit. It's probably just the white hair. My husband was nothing like that monster. I think he would have been proud of you, Yagi told her. I hope so. Inko smiled at him gratefully, storing the photo away and picking her weapon back up. Now, shall we continue? Izuku awakened slowly, his nose feeling clogged and his eyes dusty with the telltale signs of an especially hard crying session the night before. He groaned softly and rolled over, feeling much heavier and groggier than usual. What had he done yesterday, to be this worn out? Had it been firewood gathering day again? It took 5 paces to walk from one side of his and Mom's house to the other, so wood storage had always been a bit of an issue for them. Yet, somehow, he was more comfortable than he had ever been before. He felt as though he was sleeping on a cloud, swaddled in a moonbeam. Sleepily, the boy reluctantly peeked an eye open to see if he could see sunlight through the drafty cracks in his and his mother's creaky little shed to know if he could maybe get away with a few more minutes of extra sleep, and shot upright with a bolt of alarm as he realized he wasn't home at all. His jaw fell open and hung at the sight around him. Not even the most fantastical picture books he devoured when younger could compare. Which, to be honest, wasn't that high a bar, considering there were less than a dozen in town. He was in a grand chamber fit for royalty, complete with fancy moldings and ceiling trim. The bed alone was bigger than their entire home, with a thick canopy and mosquito netting surrounding it, tied back for the moment. The heavy emerald sheets were the softest fabric he'd ever felt, almost liquid in their quality. Carefully, he gathered a handful into his calloused palm, gasping as it flowed away pleasantly as soon as he relaxed his grip. Was this silk? Such a fine material never made its way down to District 12, not even for the governor. The room itself felt as huge as the town hall, and there were more books, trinkets, and devices scattered around than he'd ever dreamed to see. A couch across from him sat facing a television that had what Izuku could only assume was a gaming system hooked up to it. 4 massive floor-to-ceiling shelves lined with more books and knickknacks than every library in his old district combined were all huddled around a cozy little reading nook built into the wall of the far corner, and on the other side was a small but beautiful desk with a small lamp, art supplies, several notebooks. Was that a computer? His surroundings almost felt never-ending. A plush rug, richly colored genuine hardwood floors, massive, beautiful ceiling-to-floor arched French windows flooded with mid-afternoon light that looked out onto a dreamlike garden with a fountain and hedge maze, a literal chandelier hung from the upper ceiling, with his bed being under a secondary nook that jutted out of the wall. Izuku must have sat there gaping like a fish for at least 10 minutes as he tried to comprehend the marvels he was surrounded by, much less the reason he was here. The boy looked down at his lap, frowning at the unfamiliar pajamas he was wearing as well as the strange, ugly scar his right hand bore. His head ached dully, feeling fuzzy and slow in an almost unnatural way, and his ankle twinged as he shifted in place. Where on earth was he? How had he gotten here? The last thing he remembered was bright, strobing lights blinding his exhausted and disoriented eyes. Uncomfortable makeup. A hail of questions, and the tight, inescapable grip of the devil himself. Crushing anxiety and tension, the intense struggle to keep his thoughts straight, and his shaking under control as the tiny elevator brought him up. A bang. Running from the cornucopia, from the inevitable bloodbath. Hiding, waiting, starving, exploring, a snare, caught. He'd been caught. All at once, Izuku's memories rushed back to the surface and slammed into him like a steel bat to the stomach, and he couldn't quite stop the frightened half-shriek that rose from his throat as his hands flew into his hair and gripped tight. He remembered most of what came after the games now. He had been in a coma for months and woken up in the capital. All for One must have somehow taken him from the Hunger Games, kept him as some kind of demented trophy, and then impossibly became the ruler of all Panem. Try as he might, however, Izuku couldn't seem to remember how exactly he had survived the games at all. Most of what he could recall of the ordeal blurred together in one big smear of panic, pain, exhaustion, and dread, and everything else felt like it was locked behind an impenetrable wall. He knew of certain things that had happened, snippets of being hand-fed meat, being saved from some other tributes while tied and helpless, being toted miserably around on the killer's back, but trying to remember anything further on in the game just worsened the ever-present stabbing behind his eyes. Right at that moment, he just barely heard soft, familiar footsteps approaching, and adrenaline shot through him and made his hair stand on end as he groped blindly for a weapon, a projectile, something he could defend himself with before. "Ah, good morning, my little bunny," the mass murderer crowed as he popped his head through the heavy oak door with a wide grin, and Izuku unthinkingly shrieked and launched whatever he had closed his hand on at All for One with full force. The man blinked rapidly as the stuffed rabbit hit him square in the nose with a soft squeak, staring at the boy in surprise for a few tense, chilling moments before bursting out into peals of raucous laughter. Izuku belatedly realized he was absolutely smothered in stuffed animals and plush pillows arranged around him to look like he was sleeping in a cute little den. Thankfully, the most dangerous man in all of Panem didn't seem to have taken any offense at his launching of one to his nationally beloved and feared face. Izuku felt trapped in place like a rabbit in a snare as the most dangerous man in the world strode cheerfully and purposefully to his bedside, sitting down by his knees and grinning down at him happily. "Ah, I'm glad to see you appreciate your new gifts, at least. How do you like your new room?" Izuku blinked in confusion, not understanding how throwing the poor innocent stuffed bunny at the man was appreciating it, but knowing far better than to ask. "I love it, sir. Thank you." "Ah, think nothing of it, my child." All for One replied smugly, ruffling his hair fondly. Izuku couldn't quite stop himself from trying to duck away somewhat and diverted his gaze to his lap as he fidgeted nervously with the sheets at the man's long-suffering sigh in response. Sorry, but before anything else happens, can I speak to my mom real quick? She's probably worried sick about me, and..." All for One waved away his question before he could even finish stuttering it out, and Izuku immediately snapped his jaw shut. "Oh, don't you worry about that just yet, my bunny," he said with an excited grin. "Wouldn't you rather see the rest of our lavish new home?" Oh boy. As it turns out, he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. All for One tugged him to his feet, offered him some incredibly fluffy bunny slippers that matched the rest of his apparently rabbit-themed pajama ensemble, which even had a bunny-eared hood as well as a fluffy fake tail sewn into the back waistband. Izuku noted with incredulous embarrassment. Why was capital fashion always so extra? And with that, they were off. First, was a more thorough exploration of his own floor, however. Izuku realized as soon as he got to his feet that the elegant French windows were in fact a set of doors that opened up to a picturesque balcony laden with exotic plants and a cozy-looking porch swing, as well as a marble chess set. He was led by the hand around the bed towards the center of the room, and the ceiling that he'd thought was just a recessed nook in the wall turned out to be much bigger than it had seemed. There was an entire second level he'd failed to notice, that held a small kitchenette, several huge mirrors by some monstrously sized wardrobes, and an honest-to-God spiral slide as a way to get down. Not a rusted, broken-down tetanus hazard like the one he'd been lucky to have at the park by their house, no, but one made of fine, semi-transparent plastic with microelectronics embedded in so that a perpetual animated neon light show of forest animals prancing down the side and inner portions of it played at all times. On the same wall the bed was against was one more door he hadn't been able to see before, and the young tribute was brought around the bed and taken inside a cavernous bathroom. The toilet alone looked ridiculously high-end and was probably worth more than everything he could have ever hoped to earn in his lifetime, and the deep jacuzzi tub and cubicle shower both looked like they could hold 20 people who were twice his size at once. He was almost thankful that the vast mirror, at least, was normal, until he flicked off the light to leave after he'd done his business and another neon-animated scene of bunnies frolicking and playing in a flower field under the moonlight came on from within the pane. Izuku knew he should probably be feeling impressed again, maybe even some warm glow of happiness or relief that such luxury was available to him after the horror that was the games, but all he could think about was how many people the absurdly unnecessary wealth in these 2 rooms alone could feed back in District 12, how he and his many neighbors were forced to make do with sharing a basin to wipe down it on bath day when the people in the capital could afford to waste time and resources on things as frivolous as this. It didn't feel fair, and he felt like he was doing something wrong and immoral somehow just by existing in this space and being allowed to use it. None of what he saw as they progressed through the mansion eased these troubled thoughts in the slightest. Across from his own room was the resident grand champions, Izuku noted with a jolt of discomfort. The man chose to ignore his uncomfortable frown with a fond head ruffle and a condescending, "Just in case you should ever need me in the event of a nightmare, little bunny." The teen shuddered at the thought. More likely than not, All for One would be starring in the vast majority of them. Every room on this floor was apparently dedicated to a plethora of guest bedrooms just as large and extravagant as his own, though what kind of event would warrant this many people staying over left Izuku scratching his head. They moved on to the grand spiral staircase that looked like it was straight out of a movie set and explored down to the lower levels one by one. Each feature seemed more insane and unnecessary than the last. A floor dedicated to games of every kind, a vast home theater complete with a snack bar that was once again bigger than anything he'd seen in District 12, an indoor pool, a home gym, an indoor sports arena, a spa, a grand kitchen fit for 20 chefs, 3 massive dining rooms, and a few ballrooms flanking the house. The grounds weren't much better. There were horse stables, an ice rink, an archery field that held axes and knives as well as bows and arrows, a running track, a mini-golf course complete with a functioning windmill and water features, a military-grade obstacle course, a greenhouse, a vast outdoor pool, a sports field, a gun range, and a fighting arena. The arena sported a variety of gruesome-looking weapons, as well as a plethora of obstacles and dummies to use them against. Though, he couldn't help but note that there were several dark stains on the ground, as well. Izuku tried hard not to think about it. Lastly, there were guard dog kennels and some kind of control room on a hill further off than everything else. "That's just for the climate system," All for One explained when Izuku dared to voice his curiosity. "There's a dome covering the property, much like the one that we have over the games themselves. It works nicely as a security measure but has the added benefit of giving us whatever weather we choose at any time. See?" With the push of a button installed cleverly into his sleeve, the sky went from showing a clear, rosy sunset to one strewn with beautiful, puffy clouds. Izuku's eyes widened, and he chose to ignore the quietly amused chuckle from his captor as he stared in open amazement as the sky shaped itself to the man's will. To have control over even the weather? Before they could finish trudging up the hill to the control building, however, a small, persistent beep, 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 beep made the poor boy jump out of his skin. All for One laughed at his reaction before exclaiming, "Oh, how silly of me to forget. You can't come up here, because I set your collar to consider this area off limits." Izuku's eyes nearly popped from his skull in alarm. "My what?" His hands shot to his throat, and sure enough, there was a slim metal band clasped firmly to his skin, just snug enough that he hadn't even noticed it. He ran his fingers over the thing gingerly, feeling himself go cold at the implications when his digits encountered something smooth enough to be tech. "It's designed to let me know if you go peeking into any rooms you're not supposed to be in unaccompanied, and of course, the dogs already know your scent should you wander off while exploring the surrounding area in the event that it malfunctions." The killer explained this casually, as though they were still discussing the weather and not how a child's unconditional and indefinite stay with him would be enforced. "Of course, you know better than to go out and get yourself lost, don't you?" All for One said softly as he smiled at him with all his teeth like the apex predator he was. His grip tightened almost imperceptibly, demanding a response more than his deceptively gentle tone would imply. Izuku swallowed and meekly nodded, though he didn't dare look away, grim understanding enveloping him immediately. "Yes, sir," he croaked hoarsely. "Good." All for One chirped, the tension in the air dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. "Let's hurry up and get to dinner then, you must be starving by now." And thus, he was carried right back to the house. Yes, carried. To his chagrin, Izuku had found he was struggling to keep up halfway through the tour, despite their pace not being even half as bad as it was in the arena. Part of it was definitely from his newly weakened state, but mostly it was his ankle that was bothering him. It twinged consistently with pain, just an annoying little ping at first before it steadily built to an angry, roaring throb. "Oh, you poor thing, your snare wound must be bothering you, isn't it?" All for One cooed, slowing to give him a look that could best be described as unapologetic pity. "My apologies, little bunny, your game wounds must not have quite finished healing up yet." The man did an about-face and began to prowl towards him, and Izuku stumbled back in alarm as the distance between them rapidly shrank. "You should avoid straining yourself as much as possible. Please, allow me to make up for my thoughtlessness." Izuku tried to duck away with a frightened squeak as the tower of a man lunged for him, but as always his attempts to evade the killer were laughable at best. Without any trouble at all, the champion snatched the boy up and cradled him in a bridle hold, looking far too pleased in much the same way as a child carrying a brand new pet would be. "There. That's so much better, isn't it?" Izuku let out an irritated huff as he squirmed a little, feeling a nauseating sense of déjà vu at being held like this again, but stopped dead before he could voice his protests as he finally got a good look at his ankle. The skin was just healed enough to be exposed to open air, just barely, but it was still a horrific sight. The lacerations from the wire had cut much deeper than he'd thought, and looked to have gouged rings of craggy scars into his skin which had turned an angry, irritated red at all his recent walking. The realization that he would likely carry it with him for the rest of his life hit him like a bucket of cold water. "Chin up, my little rabbit. It's not like we'll have to amputate it. Unless you want to give me a good luck charm, of course." All for One joked with a hearty laugh. Izuku didn't fight against being held anymore after that. Finally, they arrived at the final room in the 3-hour-long tour. It was just a cozy little family room, but for whatever reason, the man had chosen to save it for last. It had a set of lazy boys and sofas, a grand television, a minibar, a pool table, and a roaring fireplace that was flanked by a pair of massive hutches. It seemed rather homey compared to the rest of the gaudy monstrosity of a home, but Izuku soon realized its relevance as they came to a stop in front of the fireplace. The hutches were full to bursting with several athletic awards, celebrity meet and greets, medals of every kind, and of course, memorability and merchandise from All for One's prolific career in the Hunger Games. Along the mantel was a wealth of pictures and knickknacks, these seeming far more personal but no less important to the man himself. Clearly, this whole area was just a monument to the president's vanity and nostalgia. As the boy peered closer, curious despite himself at the many unreal-looking photos of a younger and more innocent grand champion, something familiar caught his eye. Something impossible. The sound and color seemed to fade from the room like the tide receding in the prelude to a tsunami. All for One gave him a fond squeeze as the boy stared with mute, gobsmacked horror at the dog-eared photo sitting innocently on the mantel as if it hadn't just utterly shattered his entire life. "I'm sure you're wondering who that is with me in so many of these photos," All for One spoke softly, his tone taking on a strangely quiet and solemn quality the boy had never heard before. A sense of foreboding shivered down his spine. "That is Yoichi, my dear baby brother. Tragically, I lost him before my first game. Terrible, isn't it?" "Yes," Izuku silently agreed. "Especially since I've seen that same face staring at me from the photo that's all Mom and I have to remember Dad by." Without a shadow of a doubt, he knew that the teenager standing meekly beside All for One in all of these photos was the very same man Izuku had gazed longingly at when they thought there was a chance he would find them and return to them safely. They had quietly given up hope some years later. But, then, if this man was his father's brother, then that would make him Izuku's uncle. "I see quite a lot of him in you, actually. I hope you appreciate how special that is, Izuku." He felt as special as he had that fateful day his name had been pulled for the reaping, only this time, there was no end to these new games in sight. Izuku was quiet as he was carried to the dining room, too numb with shock to even feel relieved as he was set down at last and given some breathing room. All for One moved to sit in the chair across from him, which despite the vastness of the mahogany table between them, still felt far too close. Izuku let out a shaky sigh of exhaustion as he forced himself to release some of the tension in his sore muscles he hadn't even realized he was holding, curling up in his cushy throne-like chair as the weight of his long day and recent revelations settled heavily on him. The house staff scurried away diligently as they had all throughout the tour once their food was served, and the boy picked at his food without registering what it even was. "So," said his supposed adoptive parent, "what do you think of your new home?" "It's good," Izuku whispered, not even looking up from his plate as the world still felt as though it were crashing down around him. His name being pulled, the games, his sparing, them living together. Was this all some sort of premeditated scheme to get him into his uncle's clutches without causing a scandal? Did the man even know? All for one frowned, though the teen didn't look up to see it. Just good? My, such lofty standards. Would the addition of a personalized rocket ship meet your standards, then? There was only a slight edge of annoyance in the man's otherwise bewildered tone, but it was still more than enough to snap the boy abruptly back to reality. To remember exactly who he was speaking to. Sorry. I'm just, tired from the tour. Izuku blurted out, not really having to lie. Despite being carried most of the way, his nerves alone had left him feeling worn down and frayed. Well then, if it left you so terribly overwhelmed, then I suppose I can afford not to grant you your pick of a housewarming gift. Clearly, you have more than enough as it is. All for one said teasingly, turning back to his food and taking a bite of steak. Izuku blinked in surprise, and replied, "My what?" The man took a moment to chew and swallow his food before answering, "I'd like to get you a gift, a treat of your choice to celebrate your adoption. But, if you really don't want it," the man trailed off with a shrug, not making eye contact until after he'd spoken with an expectant look in his eyes. A surge of desperation gripped Izuku's heart and squeezed it tight at the word adoption. Being alone with this man, after going through all the horrors of the games, and especially after what he'd just learned. Izuku needed his mother now, more than ever. He just couldn't bear to wait any longer. Actually, can I please ask for just one thing?" The boy spoke up timidly, afraid despite the offer of being shot down. A patient and condescending smile graced his captor's face at the meek tone. "Yes, anything for my child." Izuku averted his eyes again, fidgeting with the napkin in his lap as he felt a small bubble of hope beginning to rise within him. "I'd really like to see my mother again. When we last saw each other, we thought it'd be the last time," and his bottom lip began to wobble, despite his best efforts to remain strong, and the boy made himself take a deep breath. Surely, there was no good reason for this monster to keep them separated, right? All for one sighed heavily, setting his cutlery aside and standing slowly to his feet as that warm little bubble turned cold as a stone and began to sink into Izuku's gut. His next words confirmed his fears. "That, I'm afraid, I cannot do." "Why not?" Izuku cried as he slammed his palms on the table, forgetting to care about how he was speaking to the grand champion as the sting of injustice at being denied access to his mother for so long caused his mounting frustration and helplessness at the situation to boil over. The man didn't answer right away, simply coming slowly to Izuku's chair before turning it towards him and kneeling like a father about to explain something difficult to his child, hands planted on the boy's shoulders. The look of careful contemplation and, more frighteningly, regret on his face sent waves of dread throughout the young ex-tribute. Izuku refused to acknowledge the whisper of a horrible thought that nagged at the edge of his mind. "Son? You know of the unsanctioned uprisings going on, yes? From the smaller people who are dissatisfied with my winning the election." All for one stated softly as he stared into his eyes. "Why yes?" Izuku replied softly, too nervous to acknowledge the uncomfortably familiar title as dread coiled like a snake in his gut. The man's tone was gentle, more gentle than he'd ever heard him speak, as well as very careful. Careful in the way one was when delivering a very particular kind of bad news. One massive hand left his shoulder and moved to his hair, petting gently. "Well, in some places they became more violent than others, and, unfortunately, your old district was one that was hit particularly hard by the riots. I sent some agents to your old home to escort your mother here so she could be with us, but they just can't seem to find her. And, it's been a few weeks now." Izuku felt himself pale, the room suddenly becoming far colder. What do you mean? Izuku. All for one said, losing the gentle tone and becoming clinical as he finally dropped the bomb. "We think your mother is dead." Everything stopped. Every harried thought racing through his mind about his father, about the identity of his uncle, about how trapped he was alone with a madman suddenly evaporated as a ringing filled his ears. "No," he breathed, "no, that's impossible." Despite his attempt to shout it, the statement barely made it out as a choked whisper. "No, I'm afraid, oh, my poor little bunny. Come here," the villain crooned as the first harsh, repressed sobs escaped the boy's mouth, his massive frame coming up to swallow him whole as the limp, shivering boy was scooped up and cradled to his chest. "Never mind about dinner now, I think an early bedtime is what you need." Izuku felt the world spinning around him as his panic spiked at once again being in the man's grasp, and he began to hyperventilate as choked sobs escaped him despite his best efforts. The boy was swiftly delivered back to his overdressed paradise of a room, and gingerly tucked back in as all for one cooed sweet nothings to the inconsolable teen. "It's all right, Izuku," he said as he again arranged the bunnies around him as though he were the centerpiece to some strange art piece and nudged his way beside him to hold the boy close. "I'm here for you now, and always will be." Izuku was too upset to protest coherently or struggle, and all for one refused to leave. They stayed like that, with Izuku tucked against the killer's side as the man rubbed soothing circles into his back as his grief devoured him, for what felt like hours. He was never going to see his mother again. He would be trapped with this madman forever, this monster who may actually be the last of his blood relatives, who refused to even give him the space to mourn as his life was falling apart all around him. Everything he had known and loved before was gone. Izuku clutched the man's fine shirt tightly as he tried not to wail into it, confusion and terror and horror all swirling madly within him. This was all wrong, all backwards. This monster was supposed to have killed him in the games after he'd been caught while his mother stayed alive and well, not the other way around. He wept long into the early hours of the morning, trapped with the person he most feared tenderly petting his hair all the while. Izuku's final thought before the heavy, merciful veil of sleep took him down was, things truly could not be any worse. Things truly could not be any better. Hisashi thought gleefully to himself, beyond delighted at the adorable boy fast asleep and curled against his side like one of the many stuffed rabbits surrounding them. This small hiccup aside, he was quite pleased with how today had gone. Unquestioned supremacy in the capital, all of Panem officially at his fingertips, and now his new child to dote on was finally awake and back by his side. And, he really was so much like his dear little brother, truly, everything had gone perfectly to plan. Aside from them not being able to make it to the cake, of course. That was fine, though, they could simply have it for breakfast. It was only deserved, of course, he had worked quite hard to make getting here even possible, both on screen and off. He had quite been enjoying his new luxuries and the power he now had, in the time he'd been waiting for the boy to recover. The archery and gladiatorial arenas most especially were to his liking. Little Izuku, however, poor thing. He could tell that he was suffering from a rather serious case of culture shock, and with only his loving new father to help him through, it was obvious the youth was suffering. It was quite unfortunate that his first night in their new home had to end in tears when it should have been an event to celebrate. Though, he looked so like Hisashi's dearly departed brother when he cried that the man couldn't quite bring himself to regret delivering the hard news to his child early. Besides, now he wouldn't have to share him with some random woman, and this would make the boy so much more malleable further down the line as the loneliness set in. Perhaps, Inko Midoriya's disappearance would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. He hadn't even been lying about failing to find her. After all, she could have been quite useful in motivating the boy should he ever make the mistake of trying to grow out of his endearingly timid nature as Yoichi had. But never mind that now. All for one thought to himself as he ran a gentle hand through the sleeping boy's green curls, feeling warm contentment spark in his chest as the unconscious teen nuzzled closer with a sniffle. He finally had a nation to rule, one he had spent many years pulling the strings of in order to be in the right places at just the right times, one whose previous ruler had died so conveniently just as he'd painted himself as the most desirable replacement. A devious grin crawled over his face as he stood, planting a kiss on his new son's forehead, and set off for his office. No one suspected a thing, and those fools who did would soon be silenced. Izuku laid cocooned in blankets on the leather couch in All for One's office, his head propped up on All for One's lap, as the newly appointed president discussed with his subordinates over the phone. All for One's hand carted through Izuku's hair, a slow, rhythmic motion. "I want peacekeeper troops on extra vigilance in Units 5 and 6. This rebellion has continued too long." The words washed over Izuku as meaningless sounds, understanding numbed by the deep grief aching in his chest. Even now, weeks after waking up in this luxurious prison, Izuku couldn't quite accept the truth. His mother was dead. When Izuku's name was drawn at the reaping, he had accepted he would die. As he staggered up to the stage, he could see a vision of his future. Stabbed, drowned, strangled, it didn't matter other than the end result being Izuku's body lifeless on the ground. He had looked into the crowd and seen his mother sobbing, an arm outstretched as Aunt Mitsuki held her back. She would be left alone, deprived of both her husband and son. Izuku promised himself that he would try to survive so that he could come back to his mom. It wasn't that he believed he deserved to live more than others, but for his mother, he wanted to. He didn't want her to be alone. So why was he the one left alone? When the grief left an aching hole in his chest that no tears could reprieve, he screamed that question at his captor, begging for some answer. Some form of understanding for why he survived when everyone else he loved was dead. Because you're important to me, Bunny. You'll die when I say you can. That answer didn't make Izuku feel better. It didn't stop the aching in his chest or the heaviness in his limbs. Existing was exhausting, and most days, Izuku struggled to complete basic tasks. However, All for One didn't mind Izuku's grief. He used it as an excuse to smother Izuku in attention, wrapping him up in blankets, snuggling him close, and carrying him from meeting to meeting. Even Izuku's moments of rage were treated with amusement. "It's your fault?" Izuku had screamed, throwing every stuffed animal in sight at his captor. "It's your fault I'm alive, and she's dead." Izuku launched himself at the champion, screaming and crying, attacking with abandon. He wanted to die and join his mother, but All for One laughed, pinning Izuku to the bed. "Such a ferocious, little bunny," he mocked. He yanked Izuku's hands above his head as he jabbed a sedative into Izuku's neck. Izuku's flailing slowed, and his eyes turned cross-eyed as the rage drained from him. With an amused chuckle, the killer picked Izuku up, pressing a kiss against his forehead. "I'm sure a nap will make you feel better." After that, Izuku avoided lashing out, but All for One continued to administer sedatives whenever he appeared a little too wound up. He had today, and Izuku had yet to shake the fogginess from his mind. "Let's put you to bed," All for One said, hoisting Izuku up into his arms. Izuku blinked. Was the meeting over already? "No, but some bunny has been looking very sleepy today, and I have business off the property." Izuku slumped and allowed All for One to carry him away. Fighting felt meaningless when the one he had been fighting for was gone. Grief had knocked his feet out from underneath him, and now Izuku simply existed from moment to moment. "There's my handsome little bunny." All for One cooed as Izuku's head popped out of the top of the furry jacket that had been pulled over his head. Izuku frowned down at the coat. It was soft, thick, and very warm, but pure white in color. All he could think about was how easy it would be to get dirty. White things never stayed pretty. There was always soot from the fire and dirt tracked in from outside and blood. Always so much blood. All over the arena, the smell was so strong. It was all over him and the ground and the water, and he was holding a knife in his hands. Izuku let out a small gasp and shook himself. This wasn't the arena. He was in the capital where everything stayed white and pretty and perfect. He blinked down at his coat again, realizing that he had been rubbing his hands over it for a while. It was long on him, coming down to his thighs. It was really soft. He'd been taking a lot of comfort in warm, soft things since they reminded him the most of his mother. Of course, All for One had noticed. "Do you like it?" All for One smiled as he saw Izuku looking himself over. Izuku didn't answer, just pulled the collar up a little higher and nuzzled his nose into it. As he was looking himself over, he glanced over his shoulder. He shouldn't be surprised anymore, but he still felt sick. There was always a white, fluffy tail. And if there was a tail, do I have to wear them? Izuku begged as All for One started to place the ears on his head. "They match," All for One explained, frowning when Izuku ducked away from the fluffy white ears again. "I don't want to wear them." Izuku backed away a few small steps. If All for One was making him wear ears, it meant that he was going to have to see other people. It meant they were going to look at him with that strange expression of pity and awe and blind adoration. "Come here, Izuku." All for One snapped his fingers and Izuku jumped. He didn't like it when All for One called him by name. He didn't like it when he was called Bunny either. He didn't like All for One at all. All for One saw the subtle twist of Izuku's expression and sighed. "Don't cry, Bunny. You'll ruin your makeup and then we'll be late." "I don't want to," Izuku repeated in a small voice, keeping his eyes down. He felt the headband nestle onto his head, then All for One tipped his head up and smiled at him. "Don't be stubborn, Bunny. You look cute." He pulled Izuku into his arms and carried him out, down to the stairs. Izuku shrank back when he saw that there was a small crowd of people in the mansion. There were cords and microphones, just like during the pre-game events. What was going on? "Is everything ready?" All for One asked. He didn't wait for a reply, heading straight for one of the chairs that were in the center of the microphones, cameras, and lights. He arranged Izuku on his lap and in doing so, noticed Izuku's frightened jitters. "Are you uncomfortable, Bunny?" All for One asked softly so that only Izuku could hear. "I picked you out a nice comfy outfit so you wouldn't be nervous." "Why are they here?" Izuku squeaked back, eyes darting around for anywhere he could go to get out of the center of attention. "They all want to see you." All for One kissed the side of his head. "But you don't like to go out, so I let them come see us this time. It's just another interview, nothing to be afraid of." Izuku dug his shaking fingers into the thick fur of his coat so they couldn't be seen. He could feel everyone in the room looking at him, and as soon as the camera turned on, the rest of Panem would be too. Just like in the arena. Staring at him, enjoying his discomfort, feeding off his pain and suffering. He buried his head in the neck of his coat and huddled into All for One's chest, hoping the man would shield him from the attention. He heard the interview starting, heard a woman's false laughter and fake excitement. All for One answered a few of her questions, his chest rumbling next to Izuku's ear. After a few exchanges, All for One was gently nudging Izuku to coax him out of his hiding spot. He didn't want to come out. He shook his head. He would come out when the cameras went away. Izuku, bunny, pop your head out. All for One murmured to him. They won't go away until you do. Come on, now. Reluctantly, Izuku pulled his head out and looked over at the woman in the other chair. Her eyes lit up when she saw him the same way Aunt Mitsuki's did when she saw a baby. How long were people going to keep looking at him like that? Say hello, bunny. All for One nudged him again. Izuku swallowed. Hi. Hello, Izuku. The woman gushed. We're so glad you decided to join us. Izuku glanced toward the camera. Us? He just nodded, not sure what he was supposed to say. He remembered the training that Gran had given him for his pre-game interviews, just smile and say you'll do your best. But his mother had been watching that time. We're just wanting to see how everyone's favorite little champion is settling down. You were sick for so long, we were all so worried. Sick? Izuku felt queasy. He didn't remember being sick, unless she was talking about the coma? Was there something wrong with him? Why hadn't All for One told him? He's feeling much better now. All for One answered for him. I hope this means we get to see you more, Izuku. The woman smiled. There had to be something wrong with her face. There weren't enough wrinkles, everything was so stiff. And how were her teeth so white and straight? He didn't like it. If you can get him out of bed. All for One replied for him again. The two adults laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Izuku tried to zone them out, running his fingers over the soft texture of his sleeves instead. But they weren't going to leave him alone that easily. Your coat looks so soft, Izuku. Did you pick it out yourself? The woman asked. Izuku froze. This time, All for One didn't answer for him, so he shook his head. Did your father pick it for you then? His father? He didn't have. No, that wasn't who they meant. Izuku bit his lip, not sure how to answer. He didn't want to admit that All for One had adopted him. He still refused to acknowledge that. They couldn't trick him into saying that All for One was his father while he was being recorded and broadcasted. It's all right. The woman went on when he failed to give a response. You seem to like it very much. Do you like soft things? It felt okay to nod this time. Does the president pick all of your outfits for you? President, that was right. Not father. Why yeah, he does, Izuku answered softly. Maybe she understood how ridiculous they were? Your father has such good taste. She gushed instead, crushing any hope Izuku had of a chance to share how he was really feeling. Do you like living here with him? It must be so different from where you grew up. It's different. Izuku agreed, keeping his eyes down. What's your favorite part about living in the capital? Why couldn't she just leave him alone? Izuku tried to think of something, anything, to say. It's warm, he replied at last. A disgusting look of sympathy crossed the woman's face. Yes, that must be nice. What activities do you enjoy? Have you picked up any hobbies? And no. He wasn't sure what hobbies were. Was it a disease? Could he really catch something like that here? She's asking what you like to do. All for One explained. Izuku's brows furrowed. I don't do anything. I just sit on your lap all day. As soon as the words left his mouth he realized what he'd said in front of all of Panem. A bright blush quickly rose up his face and he ducked into his jacket again. All for One chuckled and immediately started trying to coax him back out again. It took several minutes, but at last, Izuku was looking at the interviewer. Barely. Everything from his nose down was still hidden, his face looking extra red in contrast with his white coat. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The woman was smiling. We all know that you and the president have a very special relationship. I can't imagine how excited you must have been when he told you that he would be adopting you. Excited, Izuku repeated. When was the last time he'd been excited? It was right after he woke up when he thought he was going to see his mom again. After that, just hurt, confusion, and anger. Yes, that's right, sweetheart. She nodded encouragingly. Is there anything else you're excited for? I'm excited for you to leave. He hadn't meant to say that one out loud, but it was fine. Maybe if he started getting fussy they really would go away and take the cameras with them. He had already been humiliated more than he could stand for one day. That wasn't very nice, Izuku. All for One told him. I know you can't wait for us to have some time alone together, but all these nice people just want to see how happy you are. But he wasn't happy. He was miserable. Couldn't they tell? Couldn't they see how unhappy he was? No, for some reason they all looked at him with the same rose-tinted eyes that his captor did. No matter what he did, they were only going to pity him. The poor little orphan taken in by their new, bloodthirsty leader, dressed up like the trophy he was. So what other things do the two of you do together? All for One gave Izuku another nudge, but Izuku returned it with a pouting glare. You don't want to tell them? It's all right, don't be shy, bunny. Izuku turned away, hugging himself tightly. All for One knew how stubborn he could be when he was backed into a corner. Thankfully, today wasn't one he was going to fight with him. Izuku and I like to read and watch movies together. All for One said, and from there the conversation stayed between the adults. All for One went on and on about how Izuku followed him around the house, their favorite shows, how Izuku always sat with him through his long, boring meetings. Occasionally the woman would ask things like, "Is that true, Izuku?" Or, "What do you think about that, Izuku?" To which he would just nod and wish for things to be over. At last, the interview seemed to be coming to a close. Izuku had been quietly sitting on All for One's lap, stroking the sleeve of his jacket and watching the way the thick fibers moved between his fingers. It was relaxing, comforting. He had all but tuned out what they were saying until he heard the woman talking about his old home. Well, I'm sure after coming from a place like that, there isn't much you can miss, is there? Izuku's head shot up. I miss. He began. What did he miss? Being hungry? Cold? Afraid? Yelled at by friends and neighbors who were just trying to survive like they were? Did he really miss that? Everyone was looking at him expectantly, waiting for him to say what he missed. He didn't want them looking at him. He just wanted to be back there, back at home, where everything made sense again. Back where she was. I miss my mom. Izuku said, then burst into tears. He couldn't help it. He missed her so much. He was alone and afraid, and no matter what he did he always ended up right back here, in All for One's arms, the last place he wanted to be. Hush, hush, it's all right. All for One pulled him into a gentle hug. I want her back. Izuku sobbed, digging his hands into the fabric of the president's expensive suit in a way that was sure to cause wrinkles. I miss my mom, I miss her. I know, Bunny, I know. I'm sorry I wasn't able to save her, I'm sorry I wasn't there in time. Why did they take her? Izuku continued crying. I miss her, I want my mom back. I want them to give them back. I'll find them, Bunny, I'll make sure they don't take anyone else's mother away from them. I won't let them take you away. I won't let them hurt anyone else. Izuku shook his head and wailed louder. He wanted to rip off his bunny ears and scream and wring All for One's neck and kill every last one of these awful reporters. Visions of blood and arena flashed before him for a moment. But none of that would bring his mom back. He would just be even more alone. I should take Izuku upstairs. Thank you for stopping by to see us. All for One stood, lighting Izuku up with him. Is there anything you would like to say before you go? The woman asked, and Izuku saw that she was dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief like she cared or something. All for One paused, rubbing Izuku's back. He kissed the top of Izuku's head. Yes. I just want to let those people who hurt my Izuku, who took his mother away, I want them to know that I won't let them get away with what they've done. I love my Izuku more than anyone, and I won't let them harm him again. Him, or any of my beloved citizens. You shouldn't be here, Inko, Torino grunted, folding his arms crossly. Inko didn't look at the older man, keeping her eyes locked on the glitching screen. They're showing an interview of the president and my son. You don't have the right to keep me from it. Torino sighed, then whacked his cane against a person crowding too close. The rebel base had only one screen, making the viewing room one of the most popular places in the compound. Today it was crammed to the brim with shuffling, sweating people craning for a better look. What if you see something you don't want to? That was my experience during the entirety of the games. Whatever Izuku's going through, I want to be there for him. If that's what you want, he said, doubt trailing in his voice. Get ready, citizens of Panem. An enthusiastic voice crowed from the crackling speaker. 'Cause do we ever have a show for you tonight? A panel of brightly dressed news anchors dominated the screen, their two white teeth flashing in a mockery of a smile. I must admit I'm particularly excited for this one said, clapping their hands together. Ah yes, the first interview with our illustrious newly elected president and his son. A woman leaned forward, her hair styled in a pink quiff that bounced with her eager head nod. I was positively squealing while interviewing them. The rumors do not do justice to how precious the little bunny is. And the ears. I just cannot stop gushing about that little boy. One of the reporters laughed, the sounds booming through speakers, causing several listeners to cover their ears. Well, don't ruin it for the rest of our viewers. But really, enough chit-chat, let's get to what everyone is really here for. The screen faded, reforming into an image of All for One, their new president, sitting regally in an armchair. Kaki bstrd, she heard Katsuki spit out. The fiery young man glared at the screen, looking like he was seconds away from destroying it. Inko agreed, all for one carried a disdainful air about him, like the world was his, and every person an ant beneath his feet. But then, tucked in his arms, in an absolute contradiction, was Inko's son, Izuku. She couldn't stop the hitch in her breathing or Torino's knowing glance, but it didn't matter. It was Izuku. Her son. He was still alive. However, he didn't look well. The audience may have been fooled by the fuzzy outfit and plastered-on makeup, but Inko knew her boy. His eyes sagged, having lost their usual sparkle, and he sat huddled in the forced-upon bunny costume. Inko longed to reach out and hug him, to reassure her boy that it was okay. When he left for the games, she had promised to watch. Although she couldn't be there with him, she would be there watching and wouldn't ever abandon him. A person stumbled into her, muttering apologies, and Inko focused back on the interview. Most of it was propaganda, carefully crafted words that all for one spun like the spider he was. Izuku sat in the president's lap, pressing his face into the expensive suit jacket so that only his cheeks and ears were visible. "Why is he just letting him hold him like that?" one young man sneered. His blonde locks shook in disapproval. "It's pitiful." Anger burned in Inko's chest, but she swallowed it down. Picking fights wouldn't solve anything, especially when their real enemy sat smugly on the screen. However, Inko couldn't stop the pain the interview brought. The condescendingly sweet tone the interviewer used, like Izuku was nothing more than a helpless toy or pet. And all for one ate it up, chuckling as Izuku blushed bright red or stuttered under the prying, insensitive questions. All for one enjoyed how it flustered Izuku, Inko realized. And that threw more fuel on the burning anger. Finally, after 30 minutes of agonizing talking, the interview ended, but not before shattering Inko's heart. "I want her back." Her son sobbed, tears streaming down his face and ruining the makeup. "I miss my mom, I miss her." A sob choked in Inko's throat, and she pressed a hand against her mouth to keep in. "Izuku, my baby," she thought. "I miss you too." All for one left after that, his grip tightening possessively around Izuku as he carried him away from the news team, but also Inko. The screen sizzled off, and the people began to shuffle away. However, Inko could hear the young blonde from earlier. "Why didn't he do anything?" he sneered. "He just let himself be held, like a doll." Monoma, one of the teens around him said. "You should drop it. It's not his fault." "But he could end it," Monoma yelled. "One stab, and we would be rid of that monster." "One stab," Torino interjected, "and the boy would be dead." The room quieted. As one of the few survivors of the pre-All for One Hunger Games, he held a degree of respect, and the old man knew it. "You judge too quickly," Torino said. "You underestimate our opponent." "Yes, All for One has shown a degree of interest in that boy, but that doesn't necessarily make him vulnerable. Did you not see that collar on his neck?" Torino shook his head. "It wasn't for show. That boy is in a prison. A nice one, maybe, but a prison nonetheless. And he's been sick, idiot." Katsuki yelled. "Have you not heard them blathering on and on about how frail he is?" "I knew," he shook his head. "No, I know the idiot. He used to be sickly when he was younger, but not now. Did you not see how spacey he was? They're doing something to him." "I know it." "All for One might consider him a pet," Torino conceded, "but that doesn't mean he doesn't recognize he's a threat. You saw the fight with Muscular, you know what the kid can do." The room shuffled in unease, remembering the blood and gore of that screaming, desperate fight. Bile burned the back of Inko's throat. Izuku never should have been put in that situation where he would have to kill. "Besides," Katsuki growled, "are you really so pathetic as to talk crap about him in front of his mom?" Monoma's eyes caught Inko's, and he paled, his head bowing in shame. "Ah." Inko drew herself up, bracing her shoulders and lifting her head. "My Izuku," Inko declared, "is braver than you will ever know. Don't judge him." With that final comment, she swept out of the room, Torino trailing behind her. "You handled that well," he grunted, his cane tapping against the cheap metal flooring. "He's a stupid, arrogant kid. But he's not my enemy." "Well said," Torino agreed. "Now come. There's an interview with the council. Yagi and Nizu will be there. They want to get some more information on Izuku." "Why?" Inko asked, weariness creeping into her voice. "I've told them all I know." Nizu's bringing a special guest, someone who knows All for One apparently. They want to see if he can figure out All for One's interest in Izuku. "'Cause to take down that monster, we'll need whatever information we can get. And Nizu seems to think your boy is the key to it all." The TV was old, and the screen was cracked on one side, but even with the poor quality and the terrible sound, he could still make out those faces. The interviewer was bouncy but stiff the whole time. She asked a dumb question after a dumb question. Hisashi took it all with a charismatic smile and fake laugh. just like Hisashi had always done. Sure, Hisashi had changed from the last time he had seen him, all those years ago as he'd been dragged off to the games. Hisashi looked older now. Despite winning all those games, they had still worn him down. That wasn't surprising since Yoichi had been making sure Hisashi had stayed in those games. Had Yoichi not been actively sabotaging the man's chance at becoming president for a decade? Who knows how much power Hisashi could have built up if he wasn't holding the monster back from what he wanted. Yoichi never liked the government. They were cruel and unjust, treating everyone like dirt beneath them, but he preferred to let them continue than let Hisashi take control because otherwise, they would be dealing with a much more substantial threat on their hands. Alas, he couldn't hold Hisashi back forever after. After the last game, Hisashi had tricked them all, somehow building up a secret army and staging a coup against the government. 3 decades Yoichi had spent trying to stop his brother, and it all went up in flames in one night. However, the thing that made his blood boil, what made him wish he had just killed his brother when he had the chance, was his son being held on Hisashi's lap. Yoichi could only see the top of Izuku's green curly hair, his face was buried into Hisashi's expensive suit. Hisashi had dressed him up in some ridiculous bunny outfit, layers of makeup that made Izuku look like a doll. Unfortunately, Yoichi could empathize with his son, having been his brother's source of entertainment for half of his life. At some point, Izuku was forced to look up, when Hisashi nudged him out of his hiding spot. "You bstrd, can't you see he's uncomfortable?" Yoichi bit his lip so hard blood came out, but he kept his composure. Izuku looked downright terrified, even with all the makeup and the cute outfit. His eyes were hollow. Even when he was in the middle of the games, Izuku never looked as defeated as he did now. Despite knowing that Izuku wasn't in front of him, Yoichi still reached forward to brush the screen, wishing that he could feel his son's face. "You're so big now," Yoichi thought. He had watched the whole Hunger Game, hoping and praying for Izuku to be spared. As much as he hated to admit it, Hisashi saving and keeping Izuku safe was a blessing in disguise, but one that had gone too far. "Did your father pick it out for you?" asked the reporter, making Izuku and Yoichi stiffen. Hisashi smiled at that question, holding Izuku closer. Yoichi snatched his hand away from the TV. "You're not his father, brother," he couldn't help but whisper, even though there was no way Hisashi could hear him. At the same time, he couldn't help a tear from building up, knowing that he wasn't much of a father to Izuku either. Izuku was so small when Yoichi had to go away. Closing his eyes, Yoichi remembered his last sight of his son. "He looks nothing like me," Yoichi sighed to Inko, holding his newborn son, who was happily chewing on his fingers. They were sitting on the couch in their tiny house in the outskirts of the district. Izuku had just been given to them after a stay in the hospital. Unfortunately, Izuku inherited Yoichi's weak immune system, but spare any dangerous illness, Izuku should outgrow it in a few short years. Izuku was swaddled in a tattered blanket, his big eyes looked at everything in amazement and wonder. "He is so cute," Yoichi whispered. "He's got your eyes," Inko responded, lifting her finger for Izuku to take. "No, he's got your eyes. They're way too round to be my eyes." Yoichi sighed again, slumming next to Inko. "He got your hair color too, and somehow got my mum's curly hair gene," he added, lightly stroking Izuku's fluffy hair. Hisashi also had curly hair, he thought bitterly. Was the universe playing a cruel joke on him? "No, my eyes are much darker than yours. Also, you have that white pupil mutation, see," she responded, pointing to Izuku's white pupil. "I suppose he does, but still." He trailed off with a pout. Yoichi stared down at Izuku, his son staring back at him before he slowly started to reach up and yank on his long white hair. Yoichi couldn't help the chuckle that escaped him as Izuku pulled on his hair. He held him closer and kissed the top of his head. Izuku suddenly laughed as his father kissed his head, little hands waving about. "Oh, look, another thing he got from you," Inko pointed out, pulling Yoichi and Izuku closer. "What's that?" he asked, giving Izuku to Inko, before pulling her onto his lap. She rested her head on his shoulder, Izuku nestling down on her chest, ready to head off to sleep. "He's got that ability to make anyone feel like they are amazing," she responded, making Yoichi blush. "And I don't know why, but I feel he got your stubbornness too," she added, pinching his cheek. "Then we got a real problem on our hands then, don't we?" he responded, with a cheeky smile. "Trust me, you're both worth it," she responded, pushing a bit of his hair behind his ear. He leaned forward and kissed her, relishing the peace of having his family tucked in his arms. "I miss my mum." Izuku cried on the TV screen, bursting into tears. The outburst snapped Yoichi out of his thoughts. He reached for the screen again, holding the side as Izuku cried while Hisashi failed to comfort him. "I want her back." Izuku sobbed, digging his hands into the fabric of Hisashi's expensive suit in a way that was sure to cause wrinkles. "I miss my mum, I miss her." Yoichi felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. He knew what Izuku was going through. The day he got the news of Inko's disappearance and possible death, he crumpled to the floor. He couldn't stop crying for the whole day. "I'm sorry, Izuku, just hang in there. I promise I'll get you out," he whispered to the screen. There was a knock on his door. Yoichi took one last look at Izuku being held by Hisashi before turning the TV off. It was clear the interview was finished anyway. "Come in," he answered, standing up. His oldest friend opened the door. "We're ready to leave now," Kenji said shortly. Yoichi nodded at him. "Yes. It's best to go in the cover of darkness," he responded with a smile. "It's been a long time since I last saw Nizu. Even though I couldn't stop Hisashi from becoming the president, he may regret picking this time to do it," Yoichi declared, walking out of his study. "Indeed, looks like the gods are shining on us," Kenji responded, walking down the underground hallway. "Don't give the gods credit for what the people have done, my friend," Yoichi replied, coming up to the ladder of the entrance. "A lot of people have sacrificed so much so we can be in our position." He began to climb up the ladder. His friend stayed silent until they reached the top, opening the hatchet to the outside. "We'll get him back, Yoichi," Kenji stated when they were on the surface. "Besides, if Izuku is anything like you, he won't go down without a fight," he added as they walked to the car. "I know," Yoichi responded, stopping short of the car. He turned around and faced his friend. "And we are ending this war once and for all," he promised. "Come on, my little bunny, all for one cooed. One more time is all. You can do it." Izuku sat at the top of the spiral slide in the bedroom, poised at the edge to begin his descent. However, the boy sat stubbornly, hands held in his lap and eyes avoiding all for one. They had been playing for some time now, and it looked like Izuku was tiring. "Come on, Izuku," all for one called again, letting a hint of harshness creep into his voice. With a resigned sigh, his bunny pushed off the railing, swirling down in a dazzling display of neon lights and prancing animals. Round and round, he went, feet first so that the shoes with the bunny paw prints on the bottom showed. When Izuku was about to fly off, all for one dashed forward, cupping underneath Izuku's arms to swirl around in a circle. Izuku shrieked as his feet left the ground, but all for one laughed, spinning faster and faster in a circle until they plopped down on the bed. "That wasn't so bad, was it, bunny?" All for one asked, cupping his boy's cheeks. Izuku shrugged, then tried to wiggle off all for one's chest. "It was fun," he whispered. All for one frowned. "Izuku, it's polite to address the person you're talking to." Izuku hunched defensively. "Yes, sir." "Yes, daddy." All for one corrected. "You're mine now, and it's only appropriate to address me accordingly." He squished Izuku's cheeks together until the lips puckered out. "Yes, daddy," he said, forcing Izuku to nod his head. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes, trickling down. His bunny was crying again. "Oh bunny," all for one said, shoving his frustration down. Scaring his bunny wouldn't resolve anything, especially since Izuku had already been taught a healthy sense of fear and respect. "No, all for one needed love. Did I push you too hard? I suppose you've been so sleepy lately we might have overdone it." All for one brushed a tear from Izuku's cheek, marveling for a moment with how small his bunny was. "I'll let you rest then, but we'll have to meet with the doctor soon. Your recovery is worrying me." Leaning forward, he pressed a kiss to Izuku's forehead, relishing how the boy squeaked in embarrassment. "I'll be back soon, bunny." He strode out of the room, closing the heavy oak door behind him and turning the lock. He didn't think his little bunny would be wandering around, but he'd prefer to keep this meeting private. Stopping outside his office door, all for one allowed himself a moment. "Izuku, Izuku, Izuku," he thought to himself, such a stubborn but adorable bunny. He hoped the cameras installed in the room had gotten footage from their playtime. There had been one or two moments when the heaviness weighing down on his bunny lifted. A sparkle had entered Izuku's eyes, and his mouth had twitched in the beginnings of a smile. It was a start, and the edited version of the footage would be sent to the news. Panem craved information on his bunny, and all for one would grant it. Izuku was good publicity. Creating a softer persona for all for one and a reason to hunt down the bothersome rebels nipping at his forces. That on top of his adorableness made Izuku one of all for one's prized possessions. It needed to stay that way. All for one pushed open the office doors. "Tamura," he said, mixing the right amount of firmness and pleasure into his voice. Tamura jumped to his feet, scratching nervously at a flaking rash on his neck, an unfortunate side effect of the doctor's tinkering. "Sensei," he said. "You wanted to see me?" "Indeed I did," all for one said, walking to the opposite side of the desk and sitting down. "I require your assistance with a problem of mine. But one that is shall we say, rather sensitive in nature. I need someone I can trust implicitly." All for One's lips twisted in amusement as Tamura inflated from the compliment, his shoulders straightening and a fervent look entering his eyes. The boy was so easy to manipulate. "Whatever you need, sensei," Tamura declared. "I'm sure that you're aware of my newly adopted son, Izuku Shigaraki?" "The bunny boy," Tamura said, his eyes shining. "His image is plastered everywhere. Everyone is talking about him." The usually grumpy peacekeeper was surprisingly excited, nearly vibrating in his seat. All for One's mouth twitch in amusement. It was rare to see Tamura so impassioned. Amazing what All for One's bunny could do. "Yes, he's a special one. However, I'm encountering difficulties in helping him adjust to his new life. He's been stubborn in how he addresses me, and he's yet to move past his mourning." "Why not the doctor? He could solve a problem like that easily." "I'd rather not break him. He's so fragile already. I'm afraid of what those procedures would do to him." "No, I have a different idea in mind," All for One said, leaning forward. "I need you to arrange an accident. Nothing serious. My bunny cannot be hurt by it. But something to startle him, help remind him who it is he should trust. Any resources available to you, although I personally would recommend the mutts. They're frightening enough but have been trained to not harm him." "I can do that," Tamura said, his dry face crinkling in thought. "Yes, but I need it to happen soon. Training is more effective when implemented early on." Tamura nodded, but his eyes had a distant look to them, and his hand rose to pick at his neck again. "I can do it," he repeated, "but I want to meet him." It had taken several weeks since the initial meeting and his sensei's request, but Tamura had not stopped in his planning and research until everything was prepared. Of course, he had worked with sensei to make sure the plan was according to sensei's wishes, but now Tamura was confident. Striding through the hallways of sensei's mansion, Tamura was unable to stop his pace from quickening when he saw sensei standing outside his office door, hands clasped behind his back. "It's all ready," Tamura said, rushing up to All for One's side. Sensei smiled at him. "You're effective as always, Tamura." Tamura did his best not to visibly straighten at the praise. "Thank you, sensei." All for One chuckled and nodded to the door. "Let's go in and see how my little bunny is doing, shall we?" Tamura eagerly turned to the door as All for One entered the code. He'd been waiting months to meet Izuku, the famous capital bunny. He'd been so busy with hunting down rebels that he hadn't had much time to hang around the mansion and sneak a glimpse. "Oh, and before we go in..." All for One paused, lifting a finger towards his mouth. "Please refrain from talking with Izuku about what happened in the arena. He's still not ready for that." Disappointing, but Tamura nodded. If he could be friends with the bunny, there was always time for that later. He was, after all, Izuku's biggest fan. The door opened and Tamura braced himself for Izuku to come bouncing over, looking cute and cheerful like he did in all the footage his master had released. He had to look around for Izuku and instead felt a cold slap when he finally spotted him. Izuku looked up when they stepped into the room. His eyes were wide like Tamura had expected, but not sparkling with joy and excitement. He looked terrified, like a small animal that had been cornered by a predator. He tried to run anyways, scrambling to his feet and darting into the large pillow and blanket fort that had been constructed behind him. All for One chuckled and followed. "Playing hide and seek already?" Tamura stayed frozen in the doorway. Was this part of their game? He didn't have much time to think about it before Izuku crawled out from the opposite side of the bed. He ran for the door, looking over his shoulder, and straight into Tamura. On instinct, Tamura grabbed his shoulders to keep him from falling over. Izuku looked up and their eyes met, both looking just as startled and confused. There was no way this was Izuku. Where were the rosy cheeks? Where were the sparkles? Why were there dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept? Why was he so pale and thin? And so frightened? How could this be the same boy to soften Sensei's heart? How could he have been the one to kill Muscular in the games? It didn't make any sense. Something was wrong, very wrong. Izuku's eyes fell down, unable to hold his gaze. He saw Tamura's peacekeeping uniform and the fear in his eyes nearly doubled. Tamura thought he might faint. He was afraid of the peacekeepers? Why? Only rebels and low-life workers were afraid of them. However, Izuku looked more scared than he ever had in the arena. "So you just wanted to meet Tamura?" All for One chuckled as he appeared behind Izuku. Both Tamura and Izuku jumped. The long-standing champion was still so light on his feet, neither had heard him coming. Izuku's hands, still resting on Tamura's uniform, suddenly gripped the fabric with killer strength. His eyes turned dark and vacant, overcome by pure terror. Somehow he was even paler now, shaking head to toe. Tamura quickly looked around for the cause of the fear. If Izuku was in danger, he would protect him. There was nothing. Just the three of them in a room that Tamura would have killed for when he was little. It wasn't until Sensei lifted Izuku from behind and the boy let out a small squeak that he realized. Izuku was afraid of Sensei. Tamura blinked. No. There was no way. That couldn't be right. Izuku adored Sensei, didn't he? Tamura had watched the interviews and game highlights and official bunny footage over and over, more than anyone else. They were the happiest family in all of Panem. Right? Then this was all wrong. It had to be. Izuku, I would like you to meet a good friend of mine. This is Tamura. He's going to take you on a walk today, doesn't that sound like fun? Izuku didn't look up. He was shaking in his father's arms. He wasn't making eye contact with either of them. He's always so shy meeting new people, All for One explained, smiling at Izuku. Tamura swallowed and nodded. Right. He knew that. Izuku was shy, especially during interviews. He didn't like cameras. He just wanted to live a quiet life with his father. Let's get you dressed, shall we, bunny? It's nearly noon. Izuku still didn't respond, nor did look up as Sensei dressed him. Tamura knew that Sensei's fashion taste was impeccable, but he was still impressed with how perfectly coordinated his outfit choices were. And seeing it in person, he wished he had a camera. Izuku was wearing a small pout as he looked down at himself. His blue shirt was patterned with carrots, short-sleeved and buttoned up the front. White shorts and shoes that had bunny ears and a tail at the heel. Even though he looked thin and sickly, he was still the cutest boy Tamura had seen yet. Sensei picked up a pair of white bunny ears and Izuku's head suddenly snapped up. No. He ducked back. Don't make me wear those again, please? Hold still, bunny. All for One said, coming after him. I don't want to. Izuku cried, running around Tamura and hiding behind the man's legs. I don't want to be a bunny. Tamura's absolute delight at having Izuku see him as a safety barrier was completely overshadowed by what he was saying. Izuku didn't want to be a bunny? That was impossible. He loved the clothes Sensei picked out for him, he'd said so himself. Izuku was the capital bunny, Panem's mascot, Sensei's beloved son. It wasn't possible. Tamura glanced at All for One. The man gave him a small nod and he gently grabbed Izuku, picking him up and holding him to his chest. He was holding Izuku. No one was allowed to touch Izuku and Sensei had let him pick him up. He could barely contain his excitement. No. Izuku cried again, tears spilling out of his tired eyes. No, please, I don't want to. Don't wanna. He covered his face and cried as Sensei situated the ears on his head. Don't cry, bunny, Sensei cooed in that soft voice he only used for Izuku. You look so cute. Doesn't he look cute, Tamura? You look really cute, Izuku. Tamura quickly agreed. Izuku peeked up at him through his fingers. He looked hurt and scared and so sad. Why was he so sad? His life was a dream, he had everything. But seeing the tears on Izuku's face reminded Tamura of that first interview when he'd been so cute and fluffy, but he had been crying then too, hadn't he? I miss my mom. So this was what Sensei had been talking about. Even with so much happiness in Izuku's life, it was all overshadowed by his grief at losing his mother. Tamura gave him a small squeeze, realizing once again how small Izuku was. So thin, almost weightless. It's okay, Izuku, he promised, smiling to reassure him. Sensei loves you, everyone loves you. I really love you. I mean, not as much as Sensei does, but I won't let anything happen to you. You're safe here. Izuku sniffed and blinked a few times. His eyes dropped down again and he refused to raise them, even when Sensei dried the tears away and gave him small kisses all over his freckles. He stayed very still in Tamura's arm, except one finger that couldn't seem to stop twitching. Do I have to wear the makeup too? Izuku asked softly. Not today, bunny. I won't be far if you need me, okay? Be good for Tamura. Izuku didn't reply. He barely pulled away or even reacted when Sensei gave him a final, large kiss on the cheek. Tamura swallowed. No wonder Sensei had asked for his help. Izuku was so focused on how much he missed his mother, that he had forgotten how much he loved Sensei. And how much Sensei loved him. Come on, Izuku. We're going to have lots of fun. Tamura bounced Izuku a little in his arms to get his attention. He'd been hesitant about the plan after seeing Izuku, not sure the frail little bunny could handle it, but now he was sure. Izuku needed to remember how much he and Sensei loved each other, and the best way to do that was by having Sensei save him, just like he had in the games. Izuku would be back to a happy bunny in no time. Tamura didn't want to put Izuku down as soon as they stepped out into the gardens. The boy was so tiny, looking far younger than he was. More than likely the work of capital medical procedures to keep him looking young and adorable. Really, if Tamura didn't know any better, then he would have thought Izuku was roughly 8 or 9 instead of being close to 15. Which makes him the perfect size for being carried around everywhere. No wonder Sensei constantly carried the boy around. He blinked out of his musings, noticing that Izuku had gone completely still. Izuku's eyes widened as he glanced around the greenery, and a very small twinkle shone in Izuku's eyes. There was the beginnings of a smile starting to show, not like the ones from the official footage but the realness. Tamura actually liked this a little more. Which was why his heart nearly stopped when he remembered the plan. Could he really go through with this? What if it made things worse for Izuku? What if he never saw that genuine light and smile ever again? However, it couldn't make things worse than the gloom Izuku was already feeling. Sometimes people needed shocks to feel okay, and Tamura would be there the entire time. Everything would be alright, Tamura told himself. The garden was beautiful, bursting with plants in all shapes and colors. Little streams ran through patches of meticulously planted flowers, completed with dainty wooden bridges spanning the water. Full, green bushes were trimmed into woodland creatures, and tall, flowering trees bloomed in delicate blossoms. Izuku breathed deeply, the sweet perfume of the plants tickling his nose. He had missed being outside. Ever since that first tour with All for One, Izuku had been kept inside, either locked in his room or by the president's side. It hadn't mattered much to him then. The grief of losing his mother and the fear of his new surroundings dulled any other emotion. But something about being outside brought a flicker of life back. He and his mom had a garden. Of course, their garden was for survival, not this display of opulence. It was only with painstaking work that the garden ever produced anything edible. Yet, Izuku had enjoyed those times working beside his mom. He remembered how his mom would hug him in excitement when the first bit of green peeked from the dirt. It was one of the things he loved about her. She found joy in the small victories. For the first time in weeks, a genuine smile tugged at his lips. A gasp caught his attention, and he turned to face the peacekeeper, Tamura, watching him with an odd expression. Izuku shrunk back. "What?" he whispered. Tamura ducked his head but kept his eyes fastened on Izuku. "I just wish I had a camera," he said. "You're even cuter in person." Izuku's stomach flip-flopped. Was he talking about the games? Izuku's memory of them was hazy at best, but even then, he couldn't imagine being described as cute. Tamura seemed to notice his unease since he brushed past it, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. The hand weighed heavily on Izuku's shoulder, and he subtly tried to shrug it off. "Wherever." Tamura pursed his lips. "Fine then," he hummed, making a show as he glanced around the garden. Finally, he pointed off to a gilded pavilion set on top of a rolling hill where it overlooked the gardens. "Why don't we go there?" Izuku's ankle ached at the thought. Although it had healed, jagged scars laced his ankle, and too much walking left it throbbing. Not that All for One ever let him walk, Izuku thought with a scowl. He would carry him the entire way. "Sure," Izuku said, trying to ignore the lingering mental disapproval of All for One. It would be fine, he thought, but his stomach churned in anxiety. The walk was awkward, as Tamura wouldn't stop watching him. Izuku tried to distract himself by naming the flowers he recognized or counting the number of stones lining the path, but nothing could stop the feeling of red eyes boring into him. Had Izuku screwed up somehow? Displeased All for One? Izuku hadn't fought back in weeks, and for the most part, he let the man carry him around like a toy, except for the days when the sight of All for One's red eyes and mocking smile brought back haunting visions of blood and screaming. On those days, every touch burned, and Izuku tried to bury himself under a mound of blankets and pillows to block those feelings. Today had been one of those days, where no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop trembling. All for One would laugh and think it was some funny game while Izuku pressed back desperate sobs. He knew it had something to do with the games. Something had happened during the Hunger Games that haunted him. Something that Izuku didn't want to remember. But was All for One now bored of Izuku? Was the peacekeeper here to dispose of him? Izuku eyed Tamura's pristine uniform. The belt was missing its standard gun. Still, he had no doubt the peacekeeper could kill him in seconds. He had seen it happen one too many times. "What?" Tamura asked, his eyes wide with shock. Izuku squeaked, clamping a hand over his mouth. He had been mumbling. Tamura stared down at the trembling, little figure of the bunny of Panem. Had he heard correctly? Surely not, it was just rapid mutterings that had to have come out wrong or out of context. Surely this wasn't what he truly felt about his father, nor about the peacekeepers. Seeing the scared expression, Tamura's disbelief toward what he had heard quickly morphed into panic and concern. Sensei would surely be displeased if he found out Tamura had frightened Izuku. Though he realized the ridiculousness of it all since he was supposed to be scaring him, but this moment wasn't part of the plan. Lowering himself to his knees, he tried to smile as calmly as he could and reached out to touch the scared little boy, who flinched away. Tamura's heart twisted and he pulled his hand back, not wanting to force it. "Why would you think such things?" he asked, and Izuku shook his head. "You don't need to be afraid. I won't tell." Izuku was slow to lower his hands. I just remember. Seeing peacekeepers and he fell silent and Tamura frowned, thinking. When would he have experienced peacekeepers in such a manner that he would fear them? It was slow to click in his mind. Where Izuku was originally from, rebels and degenerates, and other law-breakers. He must have witnessed peacekeepers working and mistaken their actions as something to be feared. It made complete sense. Izuku, look at me, do I look like a scary guy? Tamura stood placing his hands on his hips and puffing out his chest to try and look as cool and as important as any peacekeeper was. To show his pride in wearing the pristine white uniform, though he did have some complaints about his waist HRNSS, he would never say. Green eyes looked him up and down, still filled with apprehension, and it made his chest hurt to see it. My job is to punish lawbreakers who threaten the peace and protect all those of Panem, and that includes protecting you. Tamura continued to smile as he held out his hand for Izuku to take. Izuku still shook his head slightly, green eyes stared at him, small hands clutched tightly to his chest. Tamura inched closer ever so slightly, hands still extended, trying so hard not to force Izuku to come to him. I promise you, Izuku. I swear I would never allow you to be hurt. Even by me. Tamura spoke firmly. I would do anything to make sure you're safe and happy. Will you trust me? Tamura's chest swelled with pure joy when Izuku placed his small hand in his. Come on. There are more flowers to see. As Tamura led Izuku up the hill towards the pavilion, he noticed that Izuku walked slowly, with a very slight limp that Tamura hadn't seen in the footage before. Sensei was usually carrying him, could this be why? The ankle Izuku limped on was the same one that had been first tangled in Sensei's trap. Izuku was lucky his entire leg hadn't been mangled. Sensei could fix it if he wanted, right? It was just a small limp. However, the longer they walked, the darker the circles around Izuku's eyes became and the heavier his little breaths came out. They were almost there when Izuku suddenly sat down. He was panting and his eyes looked a little glazed. Izuku, are you okay? Tamura crouched next to him. Izuku gasped as if he were trying to say something, but in the end, only shook his head. I should take you back to Sensei. No. Izuku shook his head harder. Tamura hesitated. Izuku was even paler than usual, he looked sick, and with the mention of Sensei, Izuku looked like he might faint. They needed this plan to work for Izuku to feel safe and happy again, but Tamura worried he might not be up to it. Tamura picked Izuku up again and carried him the last few yards to the pavilion. Izuku didn't protest or fight back, though he did shrink away as soon as he'd been placed on one of the padded benches. I'm going to get Sensei, you wait right? No. Izuku cried again, cutting him off. He grabbed Tamura's arm. Please, I don't want to go back. I think you might be sick. Tamura tried to keep his voice soft. And no. Izuku looked even worse at the word. Not the doctor, please. I just need a nap. Don't tell him, please. Why, you said you would keep me safe. The peacekeeper swallowed hard. He was ready to betray all of Panem if Izuku asked him to. Well, all of Panem except Sensei, but Izuku would never ask him to do that. If you need a nap, let's take you back to your room. No. Izuku cried yet again, shaking his head hard enough to form small tears. Don't make me go back. Please. Please. He gave Tamura's arm a small squeeze, green eyes sparkling with desperation. Do you want a nap outside? Tamura expected him to reject the idea right away, but Izuku gave a tentative nod. Right here. Another nod, a little braver this time. Tamura let out a long sigh. Fine. Take a nap and I'll bring you a treat for when you wake up. Treat? Izuku repeated, uncertainty, the fear creeping back into his voice. Anything you want. Carrot cake, carrot cookies, chocolate? What else do bunnies like? A treat, like katydid? Izuku asked hopefully. Tamura blinked, then snorted, then started laughing. Katydid isn't a treat, Izuku. Izuku's cheeks turned red. It's not? Tamura was still laughing when he realized that Izuku had started to cry again. What's wrong? Don't cry, Izu. Stop laughing at me. Izuku cried, rubbing his dark eyes. I'm not stupid. Who said you were stupid? I'll find them and make them apologize right now. Tamura said angrily, then realized that Izuku must be talking about him. I don't think you're stupid, Izuku. I shouldn't have laughed. I just want you to eat something you like, okay? Izuku sniffed and looked away with the smallest and most adorable pout. I'm not hungry. Do you like katydid? Do you want me to bring you some? Izuku bit his lip, but after a moment, he gave a begrudging nod. I didn't know you liked that kind of stuff. Tamura admitted. He'd expected something more like sweets, something a child coming to the capital from the slums would crave. It always looked so good, so Mom made me some for my birthday once, Izuku admitted. His eyes became distant as he allowed himself to remember. She said it was a really special treat, just for me. It tasted so good. Mom sold her pretty dress to get enough money for the ingredients, the one that Daddy gave her. She was saving it, even though it didn't fit anymore. I think she wanted to look pretty again if Daddy ever came home. I think she's pretty anyway, Daddy would have thought so too. Izuku paused in his little ramble. Do you get to dress up before you go to heaven? Did Mommy get to look pretty when she and Daddy met again? He was crying again, large tears that ran down his cheeks and wet the front of his printed shirt. It's okay, Izuku. Tamura rushed to comfort him. I'm sure your Mommy and Daddy are very happy together, up in heaven. They would want you to be happy too. I want to be with them. Izuku cried. It's not fair? Why do I have to be left alone? Why didn't I get to go to heaven with them? Why am I not allowed to die? You aren't alone. Tamura grabbed Izuku and hugged him tight. You have Sensei, and me too. And everyone else in Panem, they love you. We'll be your family, and we don't want you to die. Not fair. Izuku wailed again. Not fair, not fair. I was ready, I wasn't scared. I don't want a new family. I just want my family back. I'm sorry. Tamura wasn't sure what else to say. I'm sorry I can't bring them back, but I don't want to lose you, Izuku. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're hurting so much. If I could, I would make your Mommy and Daddy both come home. Then you wouldn't be sad anymore, right? I'm sorry. Izuku moved his arms up and hugged Tamura's neck, crying until he fell asleep in his arms. Tamura gently laid him down on the bench. His bunny ears were falling off, his cheeks streaked with tears. He was cute even when he was messy. It was time. Tamura hesitated a few moments longer than he should have. I just need to scare him into Sensei's arms, that's all. My hounds are well trained, they'll do as they're told. They won't hurt him, just scare him. That's all we're doing is scaring him. I won't let anything happen to him. Sensei won't let anything happen to him. We're just going to scare him a little. I'm sorry, Izuku, he whispered aloud, then tapped his communicator to signal Sensei that it was time to begin. The howling startled Izuku awake. Flailing in a panic, he fell off the bench with a painful bump. Biting back a whimper, he rubbed at the tender spot and glanced around. Tamura, he called hesitantly, struggling to his feet and wincing as he did so. His ankle had swelled up from so much walking, and Izuku's body felt flushed and cold. He should have recovered from the games months ago, especially if he had been in a coma as everyone claimed, but the exhaustion still lingered. Tamura? Izuku called again, glancing around. No reply was given, and even with his vantage point at the pavilion, Izuku couldn't see any glimpse of the white uniform. Had Tamura gone back for all for one? Izuku bit his lip. No, Tamura had promised him a treat, Katsudon. But there was no treat and no Tamura. Not that he necessarily needed a treat, but something about his absence spiked anxiety in his gut. His eyes darted across the gardens and his shoulders rose defensively. Even though his memories of the Hunger Games remained a blurred haze, the sharp fear remained prominent in his mind. Izuku shivered as the howlin' started up again. During the house tour those months ago, All for One had pointed out the hound shed. Izuku was supposed to go see it, but then Izuku touched the black collar snugly around his neck. It had gone off. Izuku fiddled with the collar, trying to pry it from its snug position against his skin. Was the garden outside the boundaries? Had All for One just decided to let the hounds out? Had Izuku done something wrong? The mournful, shrieking sound was growing louder and louder, and the hair on his arms stiffened in response. Tamura! Izuku called, limping around the bench to check all sides of the garden. Tamura! What's going on? His palms grew sweaty, his heart pulsed, and his eyes darted from side to side. Something was wrong. From the corner of his eye, a pack of 5 hounds burst through the entrance to the garden, snarling and tripping over each other in their haste. Izuku couldn't prevent the scream that burst through his lips. Even from a distance, he knew those were no ordinary dogs. They were hairless and misshapen like they had been pieced together, with the stubby front legs of a human and the long, two-jointed legs of a goat. Yet they were racing forward through the carefully manicured paths, kicking up pebbles and trampling flowers. And they were coming straight for him. Izuku moved, scrambling on his hurt ankle to the pavilion and grabbing one of the supporting beams. With a grunt of exertion, he jumped up, clawing for a better grip. The beams were large and smooth, probably expensive wood imported from one of the districts. Beautiful, but difficult to climb. However, he had climbed trees before, and the oncoming hounds were a terrifying motivator, and Izuku slipped and struggled his way to the top of the pavilion, just as the first hound arrived. A mouthful of jagged, protruding teeth snapped right where Izuku's shoe had just been, missing his foot but managing to rip the ridiculous fuzzy bunny tail. Izuku shrieked, scrambling farther back onto the top of the pavilion's roof. Tottering unsteadily, his injured ankle throbbing, Izuku cupped his hands around his mouth. "Tamura," he yelled to the garden. The hounds howled over Izuku's cries, masking his cries of terror. "Tamura," he screamed. However, no white uniform appeared and the rest of the garden sat in false tranquility, flowers dancing in the breeze as monsters fought for his blood. Izuku could hear them pacing around the bottom of the pavilion, snapping and snarling. Trembling, Izuku inched back over to the edge, peering down to see the hounds, and promptly covered his mouth to stop the rising bile. He swallowed sharply, feeling the bile burn the back of his throat. These creatures never could have been dogs because, much to his horror, these creatures looked more human than mutt. Despite their lumbering patched-together bodies, their faces resembled human faces, ones that had been battered and manipulated into mindless brutes. The largest of the hounds paced right beneath Izuku, muscle fibers bursting from the skin and blonde patches of fur covering its head. With a slow turn of its head, it stared straight up at Izuku, its lips curling back. Izuku's heart stuttered, his breath catching in his chest. He knew this creature, he realized. He recognized it in some vague, muddled way. There was something in the gleefully malevolent eyes and the long curved lips. In the back of his mind, forgotten memories flashed, of a dark swamp, a laughing voice, and a blood-streaked knife clenched in Izuku's hand. "No!" Izuku thought. He convulsed at the memory, instinctively flinching back, his foot meeting empty air, and stumbled off the roof to the gathering hounds. Tamura paced back and forth from his hidden spot behind the bushes, compulsively checking his receiver over and over for the signal of all for one's arrival. But the screen remained blank. "Sensei," he muttered, hands reaching up to his neck. "Where are you?" He had followed through with the plan, leaving Izuku alone on the bench and setting off the signal for the hounds. He had retreated, waiting hidden for Sensei to rescue Izuku. "This is for Izuku," Tamura had told himself, trying to reassure the growing panic. It had been hard, so hard, not rushing to Izuku the moment he heard his cries. Tamura could hear the scared waver of the bunny's voice, craving comfort and protection. Izuku had called for Tamura. He had wanted Tamura. It had taken all of Tamura's training and loyalty to All for One, his president and sensei, to not run to the bunny. "This is for Izuku," he tried to remind himself. "This is for his own good." However, as Izuku shrieked at the oncoming hounds and struggled to climb that pavilion on his still not fully healed ankle, Tamura wavered. The bunny was scared. And Tamura had helped set up this situation to scare him. Tamura rechecked the receiver and bit back a swear. Nothing. There was nothing. When was Sensei going to come? Sensei knew he was supposed to save Izuku. Izuku shrieked as he flinched back from the lunging hounds, and Tamura swore again, scratching frantically at his neck. Izuku was going to get hurt. His fingernails dug deeper into his skin. Izuku was scared, but he couldn't disobey orders. At least that was what he told himself, until he watched in numb horror as Izuku fell off the pavilion's roof, down to the swarming hounds. They won't hurt him, Tamura thought, gripping his neck. Sensei wouldn't let them hurt his bunny. However, even from a distance, Tamura heard the sickening crunching of breaking bone and Izuku's high-pitched scream. Tamura had heard a dying rabbit scream before. The shrieking, agonizing sound told of terror and pain. Even now, he struggled to kill rabbits, afraid that he might hear that sound again. Izuku's screams were even worse. At the moment when Izuku's screams reached the crescendo of agony, Tamura reacted. Body moving, mind not thinking, he threw down his receiver and sprinted across the flower patches towards the hounds, reaching for the knives strapped at his side. His first throw hit a hound in the face, burying itself in its eye, and the second knife struck another in its side. The hounds turned as a group, blood smeared across their faces, and hackles raised. "Come and get me!" Tamura roared, throwing himself forward. The hounds howled in unison, turning from the injured bunny to attack their new target. The world faded in and out around Izuku, blurring at the edges and whining in his ears. He couldn't tell where he was, he struggled to discern through his foggy eyes. Something was dripping in his eye, but when he reached a hand up to wipe it away, a piercing pain erupted in his arm. Izuku ummed as involuntary tears poured down his face from the pain. Blinking back tears, he tried to focus. Tamura, in his white peacekeeper suit soiled with blood, stood several feet away, swiping and slashing at attacking creatures. Two lay dead on the ground, black blood pooling out underneath them. Light flashed off a bloodied blade, buried in the fallen hound's side. But the remaining creatures were beginning to overwhelm Tamura as his movements grew more sluggish. In his mind, Izuku could see the outcome. Tamura would fail and fall onto the ground as these monsters tore him from piece to piece. It was like the Hunger Games all over again, Izuku helpless while those around him died. Always helpless. That was why Mom was dead. Tamura's eyes met Izuku, wide and panicked, and the chains of fear binding Izuku shattered. A resounding no flashed through Izuku like electricity, spurring him to his knees, then to his feet, the knife now flashing in his hand as he charged at the largest creature, the one with blue, evil eyes. And Izuku attacked. Screaming, yelling, the knife plunging in and out of flesh, his broken arm flailing around, like in the Hunger Games, on the grassy knoll, attacking similar eyes, and the howling crescendoed in his ears as the hound snarled and lunged. Tamura was trying to pull him away, arms wrapping around his sides, but Izuku couldn't stop. There was his manic laughing as tears streamed down his face. The scared little rabbit, he thought hysterically, I'm so tired of being the scared little rabbit. Then a crack. Louder than the laughter and howling cut through the air and the hound collapsed to the ground, blood spluttering from its side. Crack. Crack. The gun sounded over and over until the last hound thudded to the ground. Shaking and gripping his bloody knife in blood-stained hands, Izuku watched as All for One approached, gun in hand and a look of pure fury gracing his face. What happened? Tamura opened his mouth to reply, but Izuku beat him to the punch. You! He screamed as soon as his eyes landed on Hisashi. This is all your fault. Tamura only just had time to grab Izuku and pull him back before the small boy was able to launch himself towards the president, knife still in hand. Izuku screeched, a sound Tamura hadn't heard since he'd watched the games. He kicked and fought to get out of Tamura's arms, showing a strange surge of strength Tamura hadn't thought the weak boy possessed. Let me go! Izuku screamed, though Tamura wasn't sure if he was talking to him or Sensei. I'm going to kill you. Izuku, calm down. Tamura tried to tell him. It's over, you're safe now. I wouldn't have to do this if you had just killed me in the first place. Izuku continued to yell. I was ready, I wanted to die. I wanted to kill you. Tamura, I told you to keep Izuku safe, Sensei said. His voice was calm, but his gleaming red eyes said otherwise. Tamura swallowed, trying to wrestle the knife out of Izuku's hand. I tried to wait for you. Give Izuku to me. No. Izuku fought to keep hold of his weapon. I'm not going to be your bunny anymore. I'm going to kill you. I think it's time for your nap, bunny, Hisashi replied, extending a hand but keeping the gun at his side. Shoot me. Izuku screamed, baring his teeth. Let me finish the game. Tamura managed to get the bloody knife out of Izuku's hands and tossed it out of reach. Izuku screamed again, and sounded furious and almost feral. A chill ran down Tamura's spine. It was just like in the games, that final bloody, frenzied fight. Put me down. Izuku screamed. I want to win this time. Sensei took a step closer and Izuku screamed. Tamura couldn't tell if he was more angry or afraid. Stay away from me. Izuku's nails dug into Tamura's sleeve. I hate you. You killed my mother. And my friends. It's your fault they're gone. Hisashi didn't flinch at Izuku's outburst. He pulled Izuku out of Tamura's arms, taking in his wild appearance. How did you get so dirty? I just bathed you. Izuku tried to bite the thumb smudging the dirt and blood off his cheek. He hissed and growled and clawed at Hisashi's arms, pushing to free himself, pounding his weak arms against him. Don't touch me. Don't touch me unless you're going to kill me. It seems that you weren't ready to be let outside the mansion. Hisashi tightened his grip enough that Izuku choked a little. It's much too overstimulating for you. Not to mention dangerous. He cast a glance at the dead hounds and blood-stained grass. Sensei, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tamura tried to explain. And you? Hisashi turned his eyes to Tamura at last. I thought I told you to keep an eye on Izuku. How could you leave him alone and unattended when you knew the hounds would be out on patrol? If I hadn't come looking for you, who knows what would have happened? Sensei, Tamura took a step back at the sharp tone. Where were you? Tamura opened and closed his mouth a few times. He had done exactly as he was asked. He had put Izuku in danger so that Sensei could save him. He had protected Izuku. He had only ever done exactly as Sensei had told him, so why was he being scolded? How was this his fault? Sensei was waiting for an answer, so he lowered his eyes and mumbled his reply. Izuku wanted a treat, so I went to get it for him. He could have been killed. Sensei's words made him wince again. I'm disappointed in you. I don't think I can trust you to be around Izuku anymore. Tamura's head shot up. And that's an order. Hisashi cut him off, then turned his attention back to Izuku. Let's get you cleaned up, bunny. Izuku shook his head violently. No. Put me down. No more. Tamura, help me. You promised. Calm down, Hisashi told him. Izuku screeched again in reply, cursing at him, threatening him. Tamura couldn't believe the words coming out of the bunny's mouth. Where had he learned that kind of language? Hisashi maneuvered Izuku in his arms so that he could reach his watch. He swiped through the features until he found the one he wanted and tapped it. The lights on Izuku's collar flickered in a pattern that Tamura hadn't seen before. Izuku let out a yelp of surprise. His little hands flew up to his neck, trying to pull the collar off. What was that? Izuku's voice was strained from his screaming. I told you to relax, Bunny, Hisashi told him. Have you calmed down now? That hurt. Izuku whimpered. Tamura startled when Izuku's hands fell limply to his sides. Izuku sagged forward, leaning into Sensei's embrace. Isn't that better? Sensei asked softly, rubbing Izuku's back. Now how about a warm bath and a trip to visit the good doctor? We need to take care of those injuries. No, just F-fight me. Izuku begged. Kill me, let me kill you. I'm going to win this time. Sensei shifted Izuku to carry him like a baby, making Izuku whine and cry, but he didn't fight back. He lay limply, eyes sagging. Tamura could see him shaking, but he couldn't identify the cause. Fear? Anger? Or something else? Tamura, help me, Izuku begged, struggling to lift his hands to hide his face. I want to kill him. You have to help me. Is he okay? Tamura asked anxiously, taking a step forward. Sensei's sharp look stopped him in his tracks. Izuku is fine, no thanks to you. I'll take it from here. Please be sure to stay away from him from now on. And with that, he left Tamura standing alone with the blood, bodies, and flowers, taking the capital bunny away with him where the peacekeeper couldn't follow. Whatever All for One had made the collar do to him had completely zapped Izuku of the adrenaline that had been rushing through his veins. His body felt heavy as he lay limp in the man's arms, all his injuries making themselves more known now that the fight was over. As All for One stepped up a flight of stairs, the movement jarred Izuku's broken arm. Whimpering, Izuku tucked his throbbing arm closer. Shoo, little bunny, All for One soothed. I'm sorry you got hurt because I wasn't there to protect you. I'll never leave you alone again. Izuku wanted to vomit. That sounded awful. The doctor will fix you right up, okay? Then it's bath time again and you can sleep after that. How's that sound? Again, awful. Izuku hated the doctor. He couldn't exactly pinpoint why either, just that something about the man was slimy and sent prickles down his spine. He squirmed uselessly in All for One's arms as he was carried into the medical wing. I'm fine, he begged. I don't want to see the doctor. All for One looked at him like he was a silly child. You never like doing what's good for you, do you, Bunny? Ah, sir, the doctor greeted them, I have everything ready as you requested. Just put him down there. He gestured to a bed off to the side, and All for One carefully placed Izuku down on it. Izuku was forced to stay still as the doctor looked him over. All for One's hands clamped down on his shoulders the whole time to keep him in place as his wounds were treated. Izuku tried to hold back tears as his broken arm was set and cast, but he had never been very good at such a thing. The doctor ignored it, but All for One cooed over him, petting his hair back and praising him for being such a big boy. Well, physically he's all in order now, the doctor claimed. I'd like a word. All for One didn't make it a request, stepping outside the door. The doctor was quick to follow, and Izuku strained his ears to hear them. He couldn't make out what they were saying, only catching a few words that sent chills down his spine. One such as sedatives, and mind, and rewiring. All right baby, we're all set to go. I'll be bringing you back in tomorrow for a checkup. All for One smiled at Izuku, picking him up and cradling him to his chest. You should thank the good doctor for all his hard work, don't you think? Izuku cringed, staring down at his cast as he mumbled a low thank you. He just wanted the day to be over, wanted to go to sleep and never wake up again in this place. His wishes never would come true though, and the next morning found Izuku staring blankly at the hearty breakfast that had been set before him. Open wide, little bunny, All for One coaxed gently, holding a fork in front of Izuku. Despite that it hadn't been his dominant hand that had been broken, Izuku's monster still insisted on feeding Izuku himself, claiming Izuku was too feeble to do it. Come now, bunny. You don't want to experience the alternative if you decide to stop eating. All for One clucked his tongue disapprovingly. Izuku ate reluctantly. The strange rage that had fueled him yesterday was gone, replaced with numb apathy. He thought briefly of the peacekeeper Tamura who had promised to protect Izuku. Tamura had tried. He had defended Izuku against the hounds, but failed when it truly counted. The true monster was never the hounds. Open up, bunny, All for One cooed as he pressed a cup next to Izuku's lips. Izuku drank then wrinkled his nose in distaste. It's got some new vitamins in it, All for One explained, bringing the cup to Izuku's lips again. Ones that the good doctor has prescribed for you. I expect you to drink it all. Biting his tongue, Izuku muttered, fine, and drained the entire cup. He felt so strange. Floaty. Izuku blinked heavily, looking around the doctor's office in confusion. When had he gotten there? Perhaps the dose was too strong? We need him very compliant for the best chance of this working, it was necessary. Proceed. Izuku could hear the voices talking, but he didn't fully register their words. He did register that someone was holding him. They felt warm. Izuku? A snap of fingers drew his attention. A squat man with a mustache sat before him, the good doctor. Ah, good. If I can monopolize your attention for a while, the doctor asked. We need to complete your checkup. NNN? Izuku's eyes drifted away, only for another snap to draw him back to the doctor. If you could please focus on the tip of this pencil? The doctor held a pencil up, and Izuku stared at it quizzically. For your mental health checkup, I'm going to guide you into a deep meditation. I'm going to help you build positive bridges between your emotions and your current surroundings, okay? Izuku stared at the pencil blankly. Follow the pencil with your eyes, please. Izuku did. Back and forth and back and forth. A click sounded in his right ear. The floaty feeling was building, letting Izuku ride in its waves. He felt empty but peaceful. His eyes drooped slightly as the pencil kept leading them from side to side. The occasional click would sound in his ears. And with all that, a low voice spoke to him, compelling him to listen. Breathe deeply and sink back. Relax. Feel the arms around you. They keep you safe, they keep you anchored. You will always be safe in those arms, you will always trust those arms and the one who holds you. Safe. He did feel safe. He felt comfortable, floaty, and peaceful. Vaguely he could feel the arms around him. They were warm, strong. They would keep him safe? For some reason that didn't seem right. Izuku, focus on my voice, please. You want to feel safe, don't you? You're tired of being scared all the time. He was. You'll always be safe in these arms. Don't you want to always feel carefree like this? You can trust us. Your father wants what's best for you. You'll always be safe with him. Safe? Let's do some positive word associate now. Ignore the clicks, Izuku, keep following the pencil. Listen to what I say. Safe. Inko could hear angry voices as she followed Gran Torino and Toshinori to the meeting room. Arguments between the rebels were common, as most of them had different ideas about how to overthrow the government and how they should run Panem afterward. Inko didn't care for such politics unless they involved her son. Some rebels wanted to make Izuku into their own mascot when they rescued him at last. Inko wouldn't allow that to happen. Her baby had already suffered enough. When all of this was over, she would be taking him somewhere far away, somewhere safe where no one would ever bother them again. The voices became clearer and Inko stopped outside the door to listen. She wanted to know what they were arguing about before she stepped into the middle of it. She was only here for Izuku. She wanted nothing to do with their other endeavors. We can't afford the manpower right now. Someone was saying. Infiltrating the president's mansion is a major undertaking. It will take months to plan. You've had months. A new voice that Inko hadn't heard in the rebel camps before shouted back. Rescuing Izuku should be our top priority. Inko's fists tightened. So they were talking about Izuku. Of course we want to save the bunny boy, but if we take him we'll bring All for One's full attention to ourselves. He's distracted right now, Izuku is helping us out. We aren't ready for that much heat yet. We need to be careful. Izuku is just a child. The angry voice cut them off. He's not a soldier. All for One is still taking care of him. The others in the room desperately tried to reason with him. Taking care of him? There was a bitter laugh. You mean those clips and interviews? That's propaganda and nothing more. You don't know Hisashi like I do, you have no idea what he's really doing to that boy. The more Inko listened to the stranger's voice, the more she felt there was something familiar about it. Perhaps she had run into him before, or perhaps she just relayed to anyone who fought on her son's behalf. She took a small step closer to the door, but didn't move to open it just yet. We know how you feel about the president. You've worked harder than any of us all these years to stop him. Some good all that work did for Izuku. And now here you all sit, basking in the fruits of my labors, with no intention of helping me to rescue the one child in this country who needs us the most. There was a heavy silence and Inko was ready to make her entrance, but Toshinori stopped her. He wanted to listen a moment longer. Inko nodded, trusting his judgment. She knew that he felt that he owed his life to Izuku for what the boy had done for him in the arena. He was on her side to make sure Izuku got home safe and sound. We have every intention to bring Izuku home to his mother. The council members assured. They were trying to sound calm. But the timing isn't good right now. He's an asset. An asset, the man shouted, sounding nearly as angry as Inko felt. He's a child. He's frightened and alone and he needs his mother. He doesn't care about our cause, he doesn't care about his role in all of this. He just wants to come home and you cowards are sacrificing him. The man paused to catch his breath. This is a waste of time. I'm going to get him on my own, whether you help me or not. We can't afford, the councilman began again. Toshinori stepped back and nodded for Inko to enter at last. They had heard enough. Inko threw the doors open with full force, letting them bang loudly against the walls for emphasis. The council members paled as soon as they saw her. As Izuku's mother, she held a small degree of respect. After all, she was key in earning sympathy for their cause. I don't appreciate you talking about my son's future without me, she said coolly, her hardened gaze sweeping the room to find the newcomer who had been so desperate to bring her baby home. I heard something about a rescue? I'm ready to help. Inko, we can't, the councilman began. He was cut off by the shatter of glass. All eyes swung to the source. A thin man with white hair partially covering his face. The cup he had picked up to angrily drink from had slipped from his fingers. Inko? He repeated. He looked pale and even had to grab the edge of the table to steady himself. Inko blinked once before her expression changed to mirror his. Toshinori grabbed her arm to keep her from falling. Are you all right? He asked softly. Inko gave a half nod, but clearly wasn't listening. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Gran Torino grabbed the ear of the nearest council member and dragged them out of the room. The others quickly followed, taking advantage of their chance to avoid Inko's wrath. Toshinori made sure that Inko had grounded herself before he gently released her and backed away, closing the door and standing guard outside. The two stared at each other for several minutes without saying anything. The man took a hesitant step forward, then rushed across the room to throw his arms around her. Inko, you're alive. They said you were. I thought he had. I'm so sorry, my love. Why Yoichi? Inko stuttered. When she'd first met her future husband, he'd been using the fake name Shu. He'd been running from someone powerful. But he'd told her his real name before they'd married. She had no reason not to use it here, away from the peacekeepers. He gave her a squeeze of confirmation, just enough to make her burst into tears. Her arms came up to return his embrace, burying her head in his shoulder. Where have you been? You said you would come back, but I kept waiting and I thought you had died. I'm sorry, love, I'm so sorry. Yoichi hugged her tighter. I was trying to stop him. I couldn't let him know about you. Then when I went looking for you at our home, you were already gone. I thought you were dead and then I saw Izuku on the screen during the Hunger Games. I thought I lost both of you. We couldn't afford the house after you left. The peacekeepers forced us to a poorer area. Oh no, Inko cried, pushing him back and looking down at herself. I didn't want it to go like this. My dress, and I've put on so much weight, and I haven't showered in. Beautiful. Yoichi cut her off, carefully pulling her back into his arms. You're even more beautiful than I remember. That isn't fair. Inko protested but didn't get a chance to say anything else before he had leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. When Yoichi finally pulled away, he closed his eyes and pressed their foreheads together. This is all my fault. If I had been able to stop him before Izuku's name was pulled, or before he snatched him from the arena, or before he became the president. Inko reached her hands up and grabbed his face to stop his muttering. Izuku is so much like you. It's okay, sweetheart. This isn't your fault and it's going to be okay. Because you're here. Yoichi hugged her again, his shoulders trembling. I'm going to get our baby back, I promise. I'm coming with you. Inko rubbed his back and closed her eyes, soaking in the nearly forgotten warmth of his embrace. Yoichi pulled away, looking horrified. No, you can't. If he finds out you're alive, he'll try to get you too. I need you here, I need a reason to make it back. I need to know that someone will come for me if I don't. What do you mean? How do you know him? No more secrets, Yoichi. No after this. Not after all this time. Yoichi shuddered but nodded. He didn't pull away. Okay. I didn't ever mean to hide it from you. I just wanted you and Izuku to be safe and happy. But I'll tell you everything about me, and my brother, all for one. Inko gasped and instinctively reached for Yoichi's arm. My brother and I were born in one of the poorer districts, Yoichi began, sitting down on one of the couches. Inko sat down and curled up beside him. He paused just for a split second to wrap his arm around her as the two cuddled together. I was always weaker, he admitted. Sickly. My body was always tired, and I was always catching any illness circulating at the time. My brother did everything in his power to keep me alive. Stole money, food, medicine. But as we grew up, I was happy with what we had. It was just me and my brother against the world. My brother wasn't. Inko nodded, remembering the few times Yoichi spoke of his childhood with her. How he fondly recalled his brother who would protect him, and read to him, and always take care of him. She had always seen an underlying bitterness beneath the nostalgia, but she had never pushed Yoichi to reveal why. She had always figured he would tell her when he was ready. When I was a teenager, my brother started to rise to power in our district, Yoichi continued. He seized control of the criminal underground in the district, and from there he was able to provide families with what they needed. Food, clothes, protection. All they had to do was return the favor when he asked them. Eventually he even had the peacekeepers of our district under his influence, and then the mayor. I was Izuku's age when he began running our district from the shadows. So All for One had been ambitious from the start. Inko wished she could be surprised, but instead she found herself feeling sorry. Not for All for One, never for that monster, but for the pain she saw in Yoichi's eyes. She suspected even then her husband was realizing he was losing the brother he had loved so dearly growing up, and still missed him to this day. Even after seeing what he turned into. At first, I was proud of him, Yoichi recalled. He had done the impossible. We were getting food and medicine, our district was finally doing alright even if it was still poor. I was beginning to get stronger and healthier. But then I began to see another side of him. I saw how he began treating people as assets and playthings. He began treating everything like it was a game, and not like people's lives were at stake. And I became his favorite toy. Her husband tensed beside her. Inko saw that Yoichi had somehow paled further with the memories, and his teeth were clenched. As if he was fighting back the pain of what happened with anger instead. She squeezed his hand, reminding him that she was there beside him and that everything would be okay. He turned to her and smiled, squeezing her hand back to reassure her that he was all right. He began to treat me like a possession, he explained. He insisted that I was still sick and helpless and treated me like I was. He pulled me out of school and said I was too weak to go. He kept me locked up in our new house and took care of me like I was still that sick little kid. At first, I argued with him. I told him I was getting better, that the district was safe because of him, and that I should be allowed to go out and be free. And then one day, I stopped being healthy again. He shuddered at the memory. I felt so tired and unfocused. I felt at times I couldn't even get out of bed. And there was my brother, ready to take care of me. He'd dress me up, going on and on about how sweet I looked. He'd feed me and carry me everywhere like I was a toddler. He'd have me lay down on his lap all bundled up while he had meetings or worked on paperwork. He'd call me, his little rabbit. Inko's stomach twisted at the familiar words, images flashing involuntarily before her eyes. Izuku being carried throughout the arena on All for One's back, only eating when All for One fed him. Izuku appearing in interviews or in broadcasts, curled up on All for One's lap, dressed up like a doll. The title that everyone knew her son by now, watching him like an animal in the zoo. That BSTRD, she snarled. Yoichi nodded, and she could see his jaw tightening as he no doubt saw the same similarities as she did. Finally, one day I was able to sneak around when I should have been taking a nap. Something deep inside me knew that I shouldn't be this sick and weak again. Something was wrong, and I couldn't figure out what it was. That's when I found the drags and sedatives that he'd been feeding me and injecting in me when I was asleep. The kind that you could only get from the capital itself. That was when I learned two things, that my brother was drugging me, and that he was making deals with people in the capital. He was clutching her hand so tightly now as if she was an anchor for him. A way to keep himself grounded as he was forced to relive the horrible memories. She stayed by him resolutely, waiting for him to continue but also knowing not to push him as he fought to stay calm. He was so angry when he found out I knew, he murmured. His face turned terrifying. I was too upset with him at the time, I didn't care. I was stupid. I said so many things to him. That I hated him, that I wasn't his rabbit, that I was leaving then and there. That's when he threw me into a vault he had built in the cellar of our home. Yoichi, Inko breathed, tears stinging her eyes. Yoichi was staring at the wall in front of them, holding back his own tears. He tried to convince me what he was doing was right, he continued. Said that he was justified in making deals with the capital if it fed our district more. That I was his only weakness, so he had to keep me safe and locked up before the capital used me against him. I tried to escape and hurt him in whatever way I could. I even began starving myself. After almost a year, he finally let me out because it was the one day I was required to be outside. The one day he'd be required? What day would? Oh. There would be one day that everyone in a district would be required to assemble without exception. Not even someone as powerful as All for One would be able to avoid. The one day that every member of a district feared, and that every parent would pray to whoever might be listening that their name would be called instead of their child's. The day that her prayer went unanswered, when Izuku's name was drawn. The reaping day, she guessed. Yoichi nodded, confirming her thought. My brother walked me over, dressed up like a little rabbit again, he remembered. He was promising there was no way my name would be drawn, that he talked it over and arranged it with the capital to keep my name out. And I just remember only feeling hate. What right did he have to decide my life was worth more than a little kid's? What right did he have to make sure my name was left out, while someone else was sent to die in my place? What right did he have to continue controlling me? And how many games had he done it? I wasn't thinking, all I wanted to do was hurt him. Hurt him in the only way I knew. He exhaled slowly, his smile almost bitter but at the same time triumphant. So when they drew the names, I didn't bother to let them call out who it was. I volunteered as a tribute for the games. Yoichi laughed, rubbing a hand down his face. I've never seen my big brother so mad. It was one of the only times I've seen him lose his composure. He actually tried to fight the peacekeepers, and ended up getting dragged out of the square as I walked up to the stage. Right before he disappeared from view, I saw how terrified he was. He sighed, leaning back into the deflated couch. I sometimes actually feel bad about that look on his face. For all that he did, he was still my brother and he still loved me in his twisted way. And I had signed myself up to die. I'd like to consider myself scrappy and capable in a fight, but compared to the careers, I was as good as dead. That's what I don't understand, Inko said. How did you survive? This was before we met. I got lucky. Lucky. I didn't win if that's what you're asking. He gestured towards the dimly lit council room, with its large table and pinned maps. The rebellion has been around longer than All for One has. And over the years, they've managed to get people working with the game makers. One of them, Sasaki, although we call him Night Eye since he works on the night camera crew for the games, he maneuvered so that there was a gap in the force field where it met the river. And I just so happened to get stabbed and fall in the river when it was opened. They were trying to rescue you? Inko asked. Absolutely not. It had been open for someone else. I just happened to be lucky enough to get stabbed and fall in the river at the right time. Something that my friend, Kenji, has informed me many times. He shrugged. I couldn't go back to the game since that meant death, so the rebellion arranged for me to appear in a new district with a new identity. I'd pass along relevant information when it came, but other than that, I was free to live my life. A soft smile spread across his face. And that was when I met the greatest person in my life, you. Yoichi continued to tell Inko everything while omitting some details that still left him with nightmares. One particular nightmare played across his vision as he spoke, his time in the games. Truth was he went in fully prepared to die. But the moment he stood in the arena and the signal for the games to begin sounded, he realized he didn't want to die. Especially when he watched the other tributes run to snag supplies or to violently kill each other. So he turned and ran away with nothing in hand into the trees. He knew everyone could see him, a sickly-looking youth with no chance. The moment that proved this belief false was when he was being hunted by a group of 3 tributes. He used his head and made traps, using knowledge he gained from lessons given by the mentor provided him. He had seriously hurt them, even killed one. The night after he couldn't sleep due to guilt but realized he was alive. For days it went on like this. He would run and hide and set traps, scavenge from the belongings of dead tributes and tend to any superficial injury he sustained. He hated the games but he had to admit that it was the best he had felt in so long. Without his brother around to feed him those sedatives and toxic crap, his mind was clear and his movements and choices sure. It was possibly 8 days in. Only 5 tributes remained and his tactic to hide and avoid face-to-face altercations wasn't working anymore. He was being hunted by a single tribute, chased down through the trees and the simulated pouring rain. He had realized his much larger foe was herding him into a corner and a part of him accepted he was being pulled into a death match. He hoped his brother was watching every moment because he wanted his brother to see and know, this is your fault. But another part didn't want to accept death easily, which is probably why he abruptly turned around, knife in hand and attacked. He had caught the tribute by surprise and managed to violently gouge their face, screaming like a rabid animal, eyes wide, white pupils blown. The need to survive was what took him over and nothing would stop him until either he or his pursuer was dead. The tribute managed to fight him off and grabbed his arm, looking to disarm him but his thin frame proved to work in his favor as he used their grip as leverage to swing his body up and wrap his legs around the tribute's upper body and unbalance them. It became a fight for the knife, which he lost but he didn't stop. It proved to be his downfall as the tribute restrained him, arm wrapped around his neck and proceeded to drive the knife multiple times into him. He screamed and writhed trying to get away, threw back his arm to block as many of the oncoming attacks as possible. In the end he was left to bleed out, a slow death as revenge for what he had done to the tribute's face. He didn't know how he still had the will to do so but he had stood and began shuffling onward soaked to the bone by both rainwater and blood, caked in mud. If he could find someplace maybe he could patch himself up? But sometimes life was funny as he remembered the sound of fast-running water and the sensation of slipping, rolling, hitting unforgiving freezing water and then being carried off by a violent current. The world had seen Yoichi Shigaraki perish. And the man who would later go by the name Shu was fished out of the water outside the arena and far, far in the outer districts by rebels. Yoichi was staring off into space, seemingly lost in a memory. Inko gently shook him, startling him out of his thoughts. "Don't think you can get around the question so easily," she lightly scolded him. "Or that you can give me those adorable puppy eyes so I'll let it go." Yoichi laughed, and despite herself, Inko realized she was also smiling. Just hearing her husband's laughter again brought back memories. The days when he bashfully tried to flirt with her, failing so miserably. But he had been so sweet that she didn't care and flirted back. The mornings they had spent with Yoichi making funny faces and speaking in silly voices just to make their baby son smile. The evenings she would rock Izuku to sleep, and he would be watching them both like they were the whole world. The nights spent holding one another, or dancing around their living room as he sang in her ear, until she was curled up in bed beside him, sure that nothing could separate them. They never had much in district compared to All for One, they had nothing. But with her husband and son, she had everything. So why did he have to leave it all behind? Why did he have to leave her? "I'm serious, Yoichi," she insisted. "I had to spend years raising Izuku alone. We were barely scraping by at times. I spent so many nights wondering where you were. And when Izuku's name was drawn..." Inko couldn't hold back the sob that escaped her as tears finally began to trickle down her cheeks. Yoichi immediately wrapped her in his arms, and she buried her face in his shoulder, the familiar scent of pine awakening the memories she had buried long ago. "I'm sorry, my love," he murmured, kissing the top of her head. "I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen." "Where were you when I needed you, Yoichi?" Inko sobbed. She could see the heartbreak in his face at her question as his hold tightened around her. As if he was scared of letting go again. "My brother had been the victor for over a decade," he whispered. "He seemed so angry. Like he was somehow avenging me by going into the games over and over. I didn't think anything of it until the rebellion contacted me." Inko remembered. She remembered the strange phone calls in the weeks before his disappearance. How he seemed so scared but so resolved, especially whenever the news had something about All for One, the victor of the games. "We learned that there was another faction," he continued. "Somebody else was accumulating the power to take down the capital. That's when Kenji contacted me and told me that the leader of this faction was Hisashi. He was using his status as a victor to gain more and more power. I know Hisashi better than anyone, and I had seen him rise to power before. If anyone could stop him, it was me. I had to go to the rebellion's headquarters in district. I wanted to bring you and Izuku with me, Inko, I swear. But if he knew that I was alive, if he found out about you and Izuku..." He didn't have to finish. Between his story and what she had seen All for One do to their baby, she could fill in the gaps. "Then when I returned home, you two were gone," Yoichi explained. "I had nothing left to live for after that except defeating my brother. I never thought that one day Izuku's name would be drawn. I tried so hard to get him out with Night Eyes and our other spies. We all did. We were hoping Toshinori would be able to defeat Hisashi and get both Izuku and Tsubasa out. But we failed. I failed. Gods, I failed our son, Inko." Both of them clung to one another as if holding onto a stone so they would not get swept away by the storm that blew around them. Both of them were crying and holding onto each other, as Yoichi whispered over and over again like a mantra, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Maybe it was several minutes, maybe it was several hours, but finally, the sorrow and grief faded. The tears stopped flowing, and the two of them finally just sat there, curled up together in each other's arms. Inko's fingers curled up into fists as she looked up to meet her husband's eyes. She saw the same resolve reflected back in those beautiful green eyes, so much like her son's. "We need to get him back, Yoichi," she stated. "We can't wait any longer." "I know," Yoichi swore, kissing her forehead. "I swear, Inko. I will get our son back. No matter what." Inko nodded. "And I'm going with you. Don't say a word. You can't stop me." The talk Hisashi had with the doctor was longer than he had intended. He asked about the risks involved in the altering of his little bunny's mind. The plan had not gone as he had wished, and now he looked to the one method he wished to avoid. After all, the boy was frail in both mind and body. He needed to be safe, loved, and protected in his arms. The process of reconditioning could cause such a strain on an adult man's mind, so he worried about how it would affect his little one. Even the doctor began to reject the prospects of such a dangerous thing, but in the end, gave in with little convincing. Now Hisashi sat waiting for the moment his little one would call for him. Would express joy for his embrace and smile at him, yearn for his protection instead of crying for the peacekeeper that failed him. He sat feeling the fine leather of the seat he relaxed in, looking around at the fine mahogany wood of his office, and just for a moment, he wondered how he had come so far. His power and control ensured that he and his precious one would never be left wanting. Closing his eyes, he leaned his head back as he thought back to a time long before all this. To a time when he remembered running in the streets with whatever he had stolen just so he could take care of the one and only thing that he truly treasured. His brother Yoichi. His small, sickly, thin, weak little brother that he had cared for with everything he had. A grimace graced his lips as he remembered always being worried for Yoichi, skipping meals just so his brother could have more, the lies he told his brother to ensure he ate. "Don't worry. I ate my share before I got back." He remembered those days clearly, and as he got older, he learned how to make connections. How to make deals and manipulate to get anything and everything he and Yoichi needed. Learned how to procure items for others to get them in his debts. He ran the streets of his districts at a very young age and slowly moved up. Made enough money and deals to move up in the districts to more and more wealth. As they grew older he grew more powerful, and to his dismay, Yoichi slowly acted like he no longer needed him. Yoichi grew stronger and no longer needed the medicine that had helped sustain him for so long. He was looking for more beyond that of his loving big brother who sacrificed and clawed his way through the darkest undergrounds to do everything he could to keep him safe and healthy. He couldn't let his precious little brother go. Couldn't stand the thought of being left alone after everything he had done to get them so far. It was all to keep him safe as he procured new medicines for him to help keep him close, sedated, and in need of his loving big brother. That was what it was all for. Of course, power gained meant gained enemies and the need to continue to expand. Controlling a tiny section of the underworld was no longer enough. He needed to gain more and more power to keep his bunny safe and protected every single year during the reapings. He never intended for Yoichi to find out. When the truth was revealed, Yoichi's bright, green eyes shone with betrayal and anger towards Hisashi for what he had been doing. Hisashi believed Yoichi would one day get over it and understand why he had done what he did. They would settle back into their routine of loving brothers. Instead, Yoichi did the unthinkable during the reaping as the names were drawn. Without hesitation, he had stepped out of line and volunteered. Hisashi could still hear Yoichi's voice as he shouted into the silent air of that day. "I volunteer as tribute." He had tried so hard to get to his brother, screaming for the peacekeepers holding him that day to let him go. For them not to take his brother from him. He is sick. He doesn't know what he's saying. Yoichi. He remembered watching his little brother's thin back walk away from him without a glance back. The days that followed were his greatest torture, watching his brother on the screen as he did as all the other tributes did, smile and perform, dance like a little puppet dressing in finely designed clothes and speak about yourselves in ways to gain favor with the viewers and sponsors. What was it Yoichi wore? It had been so long that Hisashi no longer remembered. Something light? Something designed to make him look lovable while looking like a charming prince despite his thin frame and tired sickly appearance. He watched on the screen when the day finally came for the game. Yoichi looked so different by then, standing tall with a new glint of strength in his eyes. He had gained so much color and weight in such a short time. Some muscle too, no doubt encouraged by Yoichi's mentor. Then the games began. For days he watched the screen, watched his brother, and for a brief moment he saw his brother was in fact powerful. Yoichi was smart, quick, and a survivor. Hisashi watched his brother kill despite his kind heart. Yoichi didn't need him. Yoichi hadn't needed Hisashi for a long time. This bitter realization was short-lived as finally, he watched his brother's last moments. He watched his precious little brother carve the face of his opponent, and heard the enraged animalistic screaming. The experience, frame for frame, forever engraved on his soul. Yoichi's efforts weren't enough though. Yoichi's white-pupiled green eyes lost in killer instincts faded away as Yoichi was brutally savaged with the knife and then left to suffer in the mud like he was nothing. Hisashi needed to be with his brother. His bunny needed him. His little brother. He had felt some hope when the cameras had shown the white-haired tribute pull himself from the mud. Hisashi watched every moment unblinking as the only way he could be there for him. He had to survive this. He could. He just needed a safe place to rest. As long as he kept moving there was hope. Then, Hisashi felt something in him shatter when Yoichi vanished from view of the cameras. He tried to cling to hope, however frail, but when Yoichi was declared dead from drowning, a new darkness engulfed Hisashi. He wanted the champion. He wanted the one who now bore the scars his sweet, precious, little brother had carved into his face as a trophy. The next year he did just that. Hisashi killed many of the tributes just so he could face the champion, and therefore all to see, he tortured him, used a knife similar to the one Yoichi had used and made his brother's killer's death as slow and bloody as he could. From that day there had been no other champion. Hisashi killed all the tributes and he relished in the knowledge that he held power over every life he held in his hands. It was all for what had been done to his brother. All to dull the agony of having the one truly precious thing taken from him. Until his little bunny. Yes, part of the reason to keep the boy was to help endear him to the masses. But now it was like he finally had Yoichi back. His wonderful, little boy. His bunny. His son. His wonderful, little Izuku with his sweet green tresses and wonderful green, white-pupiled eyes. Yes, everything was almost perfect now, and once the procedure was done, Hisashi would have his happy little family, just him and his precious, loving, little treasure. Tamura moved through the streets with 2 other peacekeepers flanking him. Their daily patrol was as slow as always, if not slower, as Tamura's attention kept drifting to other things. His eyes focused on the poorer citizens, keeping heads down and avoiding his searching gaze. Izuku, look at me. Do I look like a scary guy? Tamura remembered that moment so vividly. Never had his role as a peacekeeper been questioned by fear. In the upper districts, the citizens were comfortable with their presence and greeted them warmly. But here, the citizens did their best to not look at them and try to look as inconsequential as possible. Tamura was there to protect them. They were there to protect them. Why be so fearful of them? Tamura wanted to scratch, but the high neck of his uniform and the helmet prevented it as he looked around the shabby streets for any sign of trouble. Instead, he saw fear and discomfort and mothers desperately clinging to children. He broke rank to approach an old torn poster on a wall, reaching up to smooth it out to see the peacekeepers' propaganda presented to all districts. Remember, report any and all suspicious behavior to your nearest peacekeeper. He snatched it and ripped it from the wall, before turning back to the others. Put in to have new poster put up, he said when he noticed his comrades staring at him. From there he marched on, cursing the itch that grew with his growing headache and rising frustrations. When he returned to the capital, he broke off once more with the excuse of needing some time alone to deal with his headache. He walked the streets of the upper districts to see the happy faces and took in the peaceful atmosphere. This is what all the districts needed to experience. Maybe he could bring up what he observed and push an idea to send supplies to the lower districts, clean the streets a bit and show that they do care for them all. He stopped walking to see the footage of his master and the wonderful little Izuku. He took in the bright smile and cute clothes that adorned his small frame. It was old footage since there hadn't been anything new filmed since 2 days prior. Tamura assumed any new footage made would be after the injury Izuku sustained due to his neglect was healed. His neglect? Tamura's neglect? He yanked his helmet off and began to scratch around his uniform collar, cursing it. I promise you, Izuku. I swear I would never allow you to be hurt, even by me. He wished he could forget. He was almost tempted to visit a doctor himself to help alleviate the guilt plaguing him since the incident. Looking back to the interview footage, he frowned as he focused more and more on Izuku. His master's hand moved to rest on the boy's shoulder, and Izuku stiffened. When his master touched the little bunny's hair, he flinched. Tamura's eyes caught all the slight movements that untrained eyes wouldn't see. How had he not seen it before? Izuku's face was full of color in the video, but now that he had seen him in person he could see it was heavily plastered in makeup. He was so afraid? Why? 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 Tamura returned to the Peacekeeper HQ with a box filled with discs with recorded footage of Izuku in interviews. Tamura was convinced the boy hadn't always been afraid of his master. He needed to pinpoint when the fear started and find a different way to mend what had happened. To right his mistake and be in his master's good graces again. Maybe if he did well, Tamura would be allowed to see Izuku again too? Until then, he locked himself in his room and watched nothing but the interviews. Hours upon hours, all the way back to footage of the games. Yes, he had forgotten that the bunny of Payman was actually a young teenager and not a little child. Leaning back, he stared at the wall with a dry throat. The fear had always been there. Tamura paced his room, chewing his nails and lip as he thought. The fear had always been there. Izuku had always been scared, yet Master declared how much they loved each other. How much he loved Izuku, his darling son. Tamura was convinced now that his master did in fact love his son, but poor Izuku was still traumatized by what had happened in the games. That was the only logical thing he could think of. If he could reunite Izuku with his mother then. His train of thought died at the impossible plan. After all the poor women had died at the hands of those cursed rebels. He could never give the young man the person he wanted. But he could do one thing. Tamura hurried from his room and down the halls and through doors. Fellow peacekeepers paused to watch him hurry by but didn't stop him. His goal was the records room in hopes to search for information of the district Izuku originally came from. The location of his home more precisely and maybe a few other things. When he found an open computer, Tamura sat to work, searching through the database, watching the glowing screen as information flashed across it. He found what he was looking for and began to read, taking in the information and scratching with each line he examined. The image of the woman that gave life to the treasure of Payman filled the screen, and Tamura stopped his scratching. He mused that she looked so much like Izuku, or rather he looked so much like her. Sighing, he moved on until he found exactly what he was looking for, the location of their former home. What he didn't expect to see was the large red word spread across the document's image as he scrolled lower. Extirpate. He blinked at the word with a deep frown. This couldn't be right. She was already taken and killed by the rebels, yet this one word insinuated that she was alive and they were to kill her on sight and remove all evidence? This must have been a mistake. He needed to see his master and bring it to his attention. Getting a copy of the file on a disk and stashing it in a pocket, Tamura set out. It was a long trip to District 12, and the day was already half over. The ride on the train was quiet since he was the only one heading so far out and the walkthrough was strained. Tamura felt like he was being watched, but his trained eyes didn't pick up any enemies. Just the scared or confused people who wondered why a partially out-of-uniform peacekeeper was wandering about their district. When he located the residence, he was slow to enter it, taking in the rundown place covered in a layer of dust. There weren't any visible valuables, or if there had been they may have been taken by scavengers already. With a sigh, he began combing through everything, trying to think if any of the items in this place had any sentimental value at all. Something that would help little Izuku feel like he had his mother close to his heart. When he found nothing in the front room, he moved to check the single bedroom, obviously shared by both mother and son. He moved about the small room, studying the items scattered around before finally dropping to the ground to look under the small beds. He pulled a few old socks out with dust bunnies clinging to the rough surface of the fabric. He tossed them aside and sat with a frown, scratching his neck and jaw as he thought. If he lived in such a place, where would he hide something he held dear and wanted to keep safe? He rolled onto his stomach once more and looked under the bed once more before he sat up and lifted the flimsy mattress to look under it. He gave the same treatment to the other and stood there like a lost child in a place he shouldn't be. He then went to the old wardrobe and sifted through it in hopes to find something aside from old clothes. It was in the far back corner under stacks of thin blankets and old shoes. There was a box that rattled when he lifted it up and moved it to one of the beds. Looking inside, he was surprised to see only a fine pair of shoes and a small box. He looked in the smaller box and felt relief from what he saw. It wasn't grand, but resting inside was a small tarnished necklace with a single pearl. He figured it had to have been a part of a wedding set, looking at the shoes. But seeing these items, he figured the others had been sold off at different times for one reason or another. Perfect, he breathed and was quick to tuck the tiny necklace away. He tried to make sure everything was back in order, feeling he had violated this place more than enough. His retreat from District 12 was a quick one. Tamura stashed the necklace away in his room before hurrying to ask for an audience with All for One. He needed to bring the mark on her file to light. Once it was corrected, Tamura would reveal the necklace, cheer up Izuku, and all would be forgiven. Standing before Hisashi Shigaraki was never easy for Tamura. All for One was powerful, grand, and the perfect model for all others to follow despite his unsavory beginnings. He cared for all of Panem and its people and held the love of all within in return. All but one, but soon that would change in time. But first Tamura needed to bring to light the issue of the mark on the records he had pulled up. He watched as his master scanned the records before he scrolled further down to the mark. "Why were you searching through the records?" he finally asked, and Tamura swallowed. "I was trying to see if I could find something that could help. Assuage little Izuku's fear, to help. However, when I saw the order on it, I knew there had to have been a mist." "Did you succeed in this unwarranted and unneeded search?" All for One asked, voice calm while cold eyes moved from the file to Tamura, whose throat felt like it was going to close up. He was quick to clutch his pants legs to prevent himself from scratching. Not really, master. The place seems to have already been picked through before I arrived." Hisashi's eyes bore into him as he remained rigid on the spot. He watched as the man's fingers pressed a few buttons and the screen cleared before pressing a call button. "You have a good heart, Tamura, but your actions are unnecessary. Any mistakes will be cleared up and you need only focus on your job now and leave Izuku's welfare far from your mind." Tamura blinked a few times then frowned. "You may go now." He didn't move. His mind raced miles ahead of his mouth as he spoke up. "And master, my neglect during the plan led to harm. I need to correct it. I need to help you as you had asked me to." "You are correct, you are the cause of the harm done to Izuku. Which is why you will no longer be permitted near him ever again, may I remind you." All for One stood, but Tamura ignored the warning in the motion and pushed forward. "I am loyal to all of Panem and you, master. Which is why I feel that if I could just see him Be silent." Tamura couldn't help his mouth clamping shut as he stared at the ground. All for One's voice still ringing in his ears. The door opened behind him and the rhythmic marching was familiar to his ears as two peacekeepers entered. Tamura, you have been a valuable asset to me, but you have displayed great disloyalty by going beyond your station and taking up a mission I did not approve of. On top of that, you have spoken out and have attempted to go against my orders when it comes to my son's safety. Tamura swallowed dryly, aware of his fellow peacekeepers looking at him from beneath their visors. You are to be removed from duty until further notice. If you continue to display flagrant disregard for your station and orders after your probation is lifted, you will be re-educated. Is that clear? Tamura stared open-mouthed at his master as he felt the peacekeeper grip his arms. Master, I didn't mean to. Take him out of my sight. The last time Tamura would see that office was while he was dragged out, watching Hisashi Shigaraki delete the copies of the file. Izuku sat on his bed with his softest stuffed bunny on his lap. His fingers ran over the comforting texture as he blankly stared at his silky bedspread. He wasn't sure how long he'd been sitting there. It didn't matter really. He was in one of his fluffy moods. That's what they felt like. Everything was warm and fluffy and he was floating with clouds. He was made of cotton candy. Cotton candy was yummy. It melted in his mouth. He liked getting cotton candy as a treat. He liked feeling fluffy. Izuku was so fluffy he didn't even notice someone come into the room and pull him into his lap. He felt extra warm and fluffy now, leaning back into the warmth and hugging his bunny a little tighter. He closed his eyes and hummed, relaxing back into the clouds. Then, like a clap of thunder, Izuku was jolted out of his fluffy mood. He sat up straight with a gasp, heart pounding. Something was wrong. He looked around in a panic, trying to figure out what it was. What had given him the strong sense of danger? Easy, bunny. A low voice behind him said, accompanied by a large hand that brushed his curls down. You're okay, Daddy is here. Izuku twisted to look up at him, still gasping for breath. His heart seized with that same sense of fear, but something even stronger seemed to grab him and drag him back towards the fluffy feeling. Izuku choked and squirmed as he tried to fight it, though he wasn't sure which side he was fighting against, the fear or the fluff. In a few moments, he was left gasping and whimpering, hugging his bunny tightly and curling up against Daddy's side. You're okay, bunny, Daddy said again. You're safe, everything is safe. Safe. Izuku took a shaky breath. He liked that word. It brought him back into the fluffy mood, just without the empty floating feeling. Warm, grounded, safe. He was safe here, as long as he stayed in these arms. You're doing so much better. Daddy praised, cooing at the way Izuku leaned into his hand. Such a good baby bunny. Come here, let's get you all dressed. Up. Izuku snuggled into his arms as he was lifted off the bed. He was calming down, his racing heart slowing to a more normal rate. Daddy was here. That was right, he loved Daddy. Daddy protected him. Protected him from what? What did he need to be kept safe from? A cold feeling of unease twisted in his stomach as Daddy set him down in the dressing room. He tickled Izuku's sides and Izuku giggled, pushing the cold feeling away. He didn't want it. He just wanted the warm feeling to stay. Daddy, stop. Izuku laughed, trying to block his hands. It's Bunny's fault for being so ticklish. Daddy replied, kissing his nose and making Izuku giggle again. As Daddy turned his back to pick out Izuku's outfit, Izuku was attacked by another wave of panic. Something was wrong. Bunny. Daddy called his pet name and the feeling abruptly ended. Too abruptly. It was so sudden that Izuku felt nauseous. Daddy frowned. I think it's time for us to take you to the doctor again. No. Izuku shrieked immediately, without even knowing why. He grabbed Daddy's arm and shook his head, babbling a mix of no and please as tears sprang to his eyes. Izuku, sweetheart, you like the doctor, remember? Daddy said slowly and Izuku found himself focusing on his lips. You remember, don't you? The doctor is a good doctor. He fixed your broken arm when you tripped, and he helped you get better when you're sick. You remember that, Bunny. Izuku sked in a few shaky breaths. He didn't remember that. He didn't remember anything. Am I sick? You don't remember that either? Daddy has always taken care of you because you've been so sick. Ever since you were little. Now that he thought about it, Izuku did remember going to the doctors a lot. Especially the last few weeks, which seemed to be the extent of his memory. The doctor would turn him extra fluffy and he would sit on Daddy's lap until it was over. He gave a hesitant nod. Am I getting better? Of course you are. Daddy couldn't let his little bunny be sick, could he? Daddy gave Izuku another kiss. Don't you feel better? Izuku nodded again, but he wasn't sure. He didn't feel sick, he didn't feel better, but he did feel that something wasn't right. So maybe he was sick? Daddy turned around again and the feeling of nausea and panic returned. This time Izuku could see the cause. It was the blood. Looking around the room, he could see thick, dark blood seeping in from the cracks and corners, turning the room red. The smell of iron and sulfur assaulted his senses, a familiar sense of danger and don't trust and run away filling his mind and body. Where had the blood come from? The longer he looked at it, the more the feelings of fear turned to anger. So much anger. Rage. What do you think about this one, Bunny? Daddy turned around and Izuku screamed. The fluffy feeling was crashing together with the blood and anger and it hurt. He covered his ears and closed his eyes, trying to block it all out. Someone was twisting his mind and memories around and he didn't like it. He wanted it to stop but he couldn't control it. He wasn't sure which set of memories were his, the blood and anger or the fluffiness and giggles. He could hear Daddy talking to him and forced his eyes open, trying to hear. Daddy was saying that word again. Safe. He was safe. So why wasn't this panic going away? Izuku reached out and grabbed him, letting the man sweep him up into his arms. He was confused and scared and sick. When Izuku opened his eyes next, he was in the doctor's room. He felt sick with worry which quickly increased since he didn't know why. Daddy tried to set him down but Izuku cried and clung to him. He didn't know what was coming next, but something inside him said it was bad. Eventually, he was allowed to stay in Daddy's lap, shaking and gasping and clutching his hands over his ears. It's been almost 2 weeks since his last attack, the doctor was saying. As I predicted, they will be spaced further apart but be more severe until he finally settles. How long will that take? Daddy asked, a small growl in his voice that made Izuku shiver. He isn't an arena champion for nothing. Little Izuku is still trying to fight the treatment, even if he doesn't remember what he is fighting against. I would say with his current progress, it may be a full year before his full recovery. Daddy hugged Izuku and petted his hair to quiet his growing sobs. We'll proceed with today's treatment then. And no. Izuku begged. He didn't know what that meant, but he didn't like it. He found himself longing for the comfort of someone. He couldn't remember who. Someone soft and comforting. Daddy? No, she was different. That's right, she. She with green hair like his, she who was short and round and full of love. You aren't supposed to remember her. A sharp, scolding voice came from Izuku's own mind. He whimpered loudly, upset. Why not? Why couldn't he? Hush, Bunny. It's okay. Daddy is here, you're safe. Safe with Daddy and the doctor. The doctor is going to give you a treatment now, and then Daddy will take care of you. Daddy, Izuku repeated the word, earning an approving coo. Daddy took care of him. When he was little, that was right. Daddy had white hair. Daddy loved him. Daddy had green eyes, no, Daddy's eyes were red. Green. Red. Green. Izuku whined and buried his face in Daddy's chest. Something wasn't right, but he knew that he was going to forget all about it. As long as he was with Daddy he was safe, and safe meant that he didn't have to think about anything. He couldn't. Safe took everything away. Safe was fluffy and warm and empty. So empty. Look here, Izuku. The doctor was saying. Be good for the doctor, Bunny, Daddy was telling him. Don't let them do this to you. Izuku's mind was screaming. But Izuku was a good bunny, and he was already turning to look. For the third time in 1 minute, Yoichi resisted the urge to tug at the itchy monstrosity covering his head. The tight blue ringlets of the wig wobbled and shook with every breath, swiping across the back of his neck and in his eyes. Capital fashion, Yoichi thought in disgust. The only tolerable thing about it was that it made disguises that much easier. With the massive mound of wig covering up his white hair and pink-tinted sunglasses covering his green eyes, his most distinguishing features were obscured. And with the puffy pants and velvet coat, all the scars gained from the Hunger Games and the Resistance were neatly covered. He had walked by the peacekeepers in daylight without drawing any attention to himself or to his mission. He had 2 weeks to locate Izuku and plan an escape before the Resistance would force him to pull out of the capital. It had been hard enough to convince them to let him go. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. He had promised Inko to bring back their son together. Sinking deeper into the plush chair, he waited impatiently for the news to begin. Viewing lounges had always been popular in the capital. With plush seats and excessive amounts of food, it was a way for citizens to pass the time while listening to the government's propaganda. Listening to it always made Yoichi GG. He didn't need to hear honeyed praises that ignored the suffering of thousands outside the capital. But this was different. Yoichi leaned forward, and the screen clicked on, showing a small boy, smothered in blankets, surrounded by an army of stuffed animals. Welcome to the Bunny Report. A newscaster announced, an enormous smile plastered across his face. The crowd in the lounge cheered, looking up from their distraction long enough to applaud. Our illustrious president has been pleased to announce that his son and Panem's bunny is making a splendid recovery. In particular, he has graced us with new footage of everyone's favorite bunny. Let's see what it is. The screen flashed through a series of pictures of Izuku, Yoichi's son, dressed in ridiculous outfits and surrounded by toys too young for his age. He was smiling in all the photos, and Yoichi couldn't tell if they were altered or something else had happened. His eyes narrowed in on Izuku, noting the dark circles under his son's eyes, the smudged makeup as if from tears, and the glazed look on his face. Yoichi fought back a growl. "Hisashi," he thought, "what are you doing to my son?" He forced himself to relax, to uncurl his clenched fists. There were peacekeepers everywhere. He couldn't do anything to our suspicion and get himself caught. Reaching for a glass of exotic juice, he surreptitiously swept the room. Around him, Capitol members tittered and giggled, cooing over his suffering son. But there, in the far corner, a young man dressed in a peacekeeper uniform sat stone-faced, fingers rising up to anxiously scratch at his neck. Yoichi's eyes narrowed, and he stood up, making his way to the man. Faking a stumble, he grabbed onto the man's chair for support. "Oops. Sorry," he said with a simpering smile. "Too much to drink." The man growled, his neck bleeding slightly from the scratches. Tamura had no time for this capital fop who'd accosted him. He needed to find a way to see Izuku again. He didn't want to believe his suspicions. If they could just talk, surely he'd be able to straighten everything out. He'd convince Izuku there was no need to fear his father. However, what if he still couldn't make Izuku happy? What if Izuku would only be happy if he found his blood family like he'd been screaming? What if All for One had truly ordered Inko's death? Then Tamura didn't know what he'd do. "Oops. Sorry." The fop splashed a drink down Tamura's shirt. "Too much to drink." "Why you?" Leaping up, Tamura barely stopped himself from hitting the man. He couldn't treat a capital citizen so roughly. The fop stuck an arm around his shoulder. "I'll pay to have your clothes cleaned, I promise. Follow me, and I'll get you fresh clothing while you wait." "It's only a small stain," Tamura grumbled. "Just fork over the money, you." He took a deep breath and stopped the insult from leaving his mouth. "There's no need to worry, sir." He forced his lips into a fake smile. "I insist," the fop said, guiding him away from the crowd. "Here, my maid will fetch new clothes for you." As Tamura moved to throw the man's arm off, he met his eyes peeking out from behind sunglasses. Brilliant green eyes with white pupils. Exactly the same shade of green as Izuku's eyes. Tamura's eyes drifted to the maid. Despite the makeup covering her face, he recognized her from the picture of Inko Midoriya. He'd spent long enough staring at it and wishing he could bring her home so Izuku would no longer be sad. Two puzzle pieces connected together. Tamura said, "What a kind offer. Wonderful. I'll have you back at the party in no time." The man smiled. This time, Tamura recognized the falseness in his cheer. Izuku's family had come to take him back. Perhaps if they succeeded, Izuku would finally be happy. And if they failed and got captured, then at least Izuku would still be reunited with them. Either way, all Tamura had to do was hand over his uniform and pretend he'd seen nothing. Yoichi felt uneasy as he walked across the silk-red carpet of the president's mansion. A picture of his brother loomed over Yoichi, smiling brightly and holding a scepter like a king. Why did his older brother own so many portraits of himself? It kept Yoichi on his toes, convinced the real thing might pop out at any moment. He'd spent years avoiding missions that would take him anywhere near the capital because he had a secret fear of coincidentally running into his older brother. Now he'd walked straight into All for One's home. Only for Izuku. Inko touched his shoulder, lightly. Her face looked worried under her stolen maid's cap. She'd always been good at telling when he was nervous. That hadn't changed, nor had the comfort he got from the gesture. He placed his hand on top of hers and squeezed. He had to act natural. If he kept jumping at every shadow, then someone might become suspicious. The marble staircase was lined with yet more paintings depicting All for One's greatest victories in the games. Yoichi kept his eyes averted from Nana Shimura's death as he started to climb. Footsteps coming down the hallway made them both freeze. Yoichi hissed, "You find Izuku. I'll stall whoever this is." They'd both memorized the route to Izuku's bedroom, so either could get him alone and leave alone if it came to that. Inko paled, but she didn't argue. "Stay safe," she murmured, then turned and ran. Yoichi walked down the staircase with loud, clunking footsteps, covering up the sound of Inko's retreat. The stranger rounded the corner. "Tamura, what are you doing here? I removed you from duty." Yoichi's breath hitched. It was his older brother. Hisashi stopped and took a closer look at the noisy peacekeeper. Not Tamura, at second glance. His hair was paler and he was too tall. Hisashi frowned. "Who are you? Are you new? I don't think I've seen you before." Keeping his eyes lowered, the unknown peacekeeper said, "I just started today." His voice sounded gruff, either he had a cold or he was trying to disguise it. Long, messy hair obscured his face. Hisashi frowned. This could be true. Several dozen new peacekeepers had been brought in for the party. But something nagged in the back of his mind. He would swear he'd seen this man before. That made his claim to be new more suspicious. Hisashi did not have a good memory for faces. Honestly, he didn't bother to try with mere underlings. The strange familiarity radiating off this man sent alarm bells ringing. In a swift movement, Hisashi grabbed the man and jerked his chin up, forcing their eyes to meet. Vivid green eyes with white pupils stared back at him. "Little brother," he whispered. Yoichi tried to pull away. "I don't understand what you mean." Hisashi dug his fingers in with bruising force. "You're alive," he whispered. "But I saw you die, I saw you fall into the river, there had never been a body." Shock, joy, and fury swirled around inside him. "You let me believe you died. How could you do that to me? I know we had our differences, but how could you have been so cruel? I mourned you so hard it nearly killed me." Yoichi shoved him away, and in his shock, Hisashi let him. Yoichi laughed, a sound filled with rage. "You don't get it, do you? Looking at what you've been doing to Izuku, you should understand full well why I never wanted to see you again." Izuku. Yoichi had called him Izuku, not Midoriya, or the capital bunny. Izuku looked so very much like Hisashi's little brother that it had saved his life in the games. Before, Hisashi had assumed it had to be a coincidence because he'd never met an Inko Midoriya and his brother had died as a teenager. But now, Hisashi said, "Izuku is your son." Yoichi flinched. Then he tried to cover it up. What nonsense are you spewing? It's bad enough that you want to use that poor, innocent boy as a replacement for me. Now you've deluded yourself into imagining him related to us. With maniac cheer, Hisashi said, "You still stutter when you're lying, little brother." Yoichi's face lost all color. The fear in his eyes rapidly warped into something else. A beast-like madness that Hisashi had witnessed on the screen so many years ago. Drawing a knife, Yoichi lunged. Inko stepped into Izuku's room and cringed. She had never seen such childish decorations. The room was huge, the walls overflowing with stuffed rabbits and pillows. There was a large slide in one corner with a blanket fort constructed beneath it. She looked around for Izuku, but she didn't see him. "Izuku," she called softly. "Baby? Where are you?" Inko started at the bed, checking the covers and underneath the bed. Then she moved to the fort, pulling the many stuffed animals aside to see if he was buried beneath them. She had a sudden surge of panic as she realized that All for One may have taken Izuku somewhere else. Did he know they were coming? Was this a trap? Inko took a deep breath to steady herself. She looked around the room again and saw a pair of double doors against one wall. She went to them and opened the first set. Bathroom, with a clawed tub and bunny-shaped rug. She returned to the second set of doors and opened them slowly. This was a closet, larger than her and Izuku's old home before it was destroyed. There was a vanity covered in makeup and racks packed with capital clothing. She was about to close the door again when the smallest movement caught her attention. Inko took another hesitant step into the dark room. She heard a faint rustle of fabric. There, in the corner, she saw a dark shape nestled under the hanging clothing. "Izuku," she whispered, heart pounding. Inko got down onto her eyes and knees and crawled closer. Her eyes adjusted and she saw Izuku, her little boy, her only child, her baby, curled up against the wall. Her breath caught, but she tried to stay calm. Izuku had one of the stuffed bunnies in his lap, hugging it and running his fingers up and down one of its ears. He looked younger. She'd seen it on the TV interviews, but it still came as a shock to face what Capital had done to him. Inko gave him her best, comforting smile. "Aizu, honey, what are you doing in here?" Izuku glanced up at her, then his eyes drifted away. Quiet," he said softly. "The lights hurt." "I'm sorry, baby." Inko sat and slid a little closer. Izuku didn't seem to recognize her. He sounded younger, too. It made her heart twist. "Can you come out for a bit? Is Daddy coming?" Izuku asked in a whisper. Inko's heart twisted. She knew that when he said Daddy, he wasn't talking about Yoichi. Not his real father. He was talking about that snake that had taken his from her. Part of her hoped she would run into him. Here, she wanted more than to gouge out his other eye so he could never look at Izuku again. "That's right. Your daddy is here." She forced a smile. "Will you come out?" Izuku hesitated, drawing back a little. "Daddy's gonna get mad. I'm not supposed to hide here." "Your daddy isn't mad," Inko promised. Izuku shook his head. "I'm supposed to be a good bunny. Good bunnies don't hide." The hair on Inko's neck raised, both with fear and disgust. Her emotions were conflicted, joy and relief to see Izuku alive, shock and horror to see him acting like a little child, and pure hot rage at the man who had done this to her family. "Let's go find your daddy," Inko said, beckoning him out. "He wants to see you so bad." Izuku hugged his bunny. "Do I have to dress up? I don't want ears." No ears, Inko promised. Don't you want to see your daddy? Izuku shuddered a little, but he nodded. Daddy loves me, he said, almost like a reminder to himself. Then he crawled out and blinked up at Inko. He was wearing a silk shirt with long sleeves, cuffed with ruffles at the sleeves and tucked into a pair of high-waisted, capri-length pants. He pet his head, brows furrowed with the effort of trying to recognize her. She saw a thick cloud in his eyes like he was still asleep. Unfocused, confused. Inko couldn't resist any longer. She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Izuku stiffened with surprise and made no move to return the embrace. Izuku, baby, I missed you so much. I'm so glad you're okay. Who are you? Izuku asked and Inko held back a sob. He didn't remember her. He didn't know his own mother. That monster had taken her child from her both physically and mentally. I'm someone who loves you very much. Just like your daddy does. Inko replied, already thinking of how she and Yoichi wouldn't rest until they had helped him heal. Daddy loves me, Izuku answered with a nod. Inko quickly dried her eyes and pulled back. They didn't have time for all of this. There was no point if she let herself get caught. Come with me. I'm going to take you somewhere safe. Safe? Izuku repeated. That's right, baby. Inko was pleased to get a response from him. Somewhere safe. Come on. She took his hand and led him out of the closet. She half expected him to wince at the light, but he barely reacted at all. She frowned, leaning forward to look at his pale face. His eyes had gone dark and empty, staring blankly into space. Izuku? She cupped his cheek with her hand, finding it hot and sweaty. Baby, what's wrong? I'm a good bunny, Izuku answered. Inko's heart sank. This was bad. There was something very wrong with Izuku and no time to try and fix it. She gave his hand a squeeze and pulled her along with him. She had to get him out of here, had to make it to the rendezvous point before all for one realized something was wrong. She prayed that he hadn't recognized Yoichi and that he would be waiting for her when she arrived. After they had only gone a short way, Izuku was panting heavily, thick beads of sweat all over his body. Inko stopped to check on him. Are you all ready, Izu? I think I need to go see the doctor, Izuku replied, though as he said it a tear slipped down his cheek. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be good. Don't tell Daddy, please. No, don't cry. You are a good bunny. You're being such a good bunny. The words made Inko sick, but Izuku seemed to react. His breathing steadied a little and he gave her hand a squeeze. That's it. Inko cooed softly. Be a good bunny and come with mommy. Izuku followed dutifully, not looking around, not resisting in any way. Inko followed the carefully planned and memorized route out of the mansion. She stopped at the secluded back entrance, pulling Izuku into a hug and softly petting his hair as she held him to her chest. She kept an anxious eye out for Yoichi. How long should she wait? What if he had been captured? What if Hisashi had recognized him? If she left and he came here looking for them, would her husband risk going back to look for her? She was sure he would. Izuku was mumbling softly, but she couldn't make out the words. He kept his head tucked into her bosom, hugging her tightly. Sometimes large shudders would pass through his body, but he stayed quiet. The minutes passed too slowly. She tried to stay calm, humming softly to Izuku. It was the lullaby she'd sung to him when he was little, though she doubted he remembered that. At last, she decided that she couldn't wait any longer. She had to get Izuku somewhere safe before looking for Yoichi, or this entire operation would be a waste. Come on, baby, it's time to go, she said, kissing his hair. And mommy? Izuku mumbled, lifting his head a fraction. Inko's heart stopped. Izuku? Izuku looked up, eyes still dark and foggy. He squinted, confused. Mom? Yes, baby, yes, that's right. It's me. I'm here. I'm so sorry. She tried not to cry, but the tears came thickly down her cheeks. Izuku's head dropped again and he rubbed against her as if trying to clear his head. He ummed and looked up again, a hint of pain in his face now. Mommy, he asked again. Why are you here? What are you wearing? Do you work here? It's all right, baby. Everything is going to be okay now, she promised. Did I die? Izuku asked and she was startled to see how relieved he looked. Can we finally go home now? I'm really here, Izu. Inko choked, cupping his cheek in her hand. Mommy is here. We're going to take you home, your father and I. I knew it. Both Izuku and Inko jumped when a new voice spoke. Inko pulled Izuku in close and reached for the knife she'd concealed under the frilly maid skirts. She recognized the peacekeeper that she and Yoichi had borrowed a uniform from, hands in pockets, only a few feet away. Tamura? Izuku seemed to recognize him too. Stay back, Inko warned, keeping herself in front of Izuku like a shield. Tamura's eyes lingered on the knife for only a moment, but he quickly dismissed it. You're Izuku's mother. You were alive this whole time. And that other man, never mind. He paused, then nodded to the door. You can't leave through there. Not with Izuku anyways. He tapped a finger to his neck and Izuku's hand flew up to his collar. Inko had no idea if she could trust him or not. How do I get it off? She growled. You need a key, Tamura replied, staring at Izuku. Do you have a key? Izuku asked. Are you going to help us? Tamura? Tamura's hands twitched in his pocket, but he sealed his chapped lips. He was waiting for something, but Inko couldn't see what. But if he came any closer to Izuku, she would gut him. At last, he pulled his hands out and squared his shoulders. Whatever he had been thinking about, he seemed to have come to a decision. She prayed that it was one in their favor. Yoichi knew he wasn't his older brother's equal in battle. His only hope was to take advantage of the element of surprise and finish this in one strike. He threw his entire body forward and aimed his knife at his older brother's minuscule heart. Hisashi's jaw hung open, his eyes wide. But he still reacted, dodging sideways. The knife sliced through empty air. His only hope was gone, but Yoichi was an endless optimist. He caught his footing, then spun around, circling his brother. Hisashi liked his lips. In a gentle, almost hypnotic voice, he said, There's no need to fight, little brother. I'm curious to know what you've been doing all these years. Even as he spoke, his hand inched toward a radio on his belt. Yoichi couldn't let his brother call for reinforcements. He sprang forward. Of course, Hisashi had anticipated the move. He caught Yoichi's knife arm with his right hand and punched him in the stomach with the left. Yoichi gasped but grabbed Hisashi's left hand before he could punch again. Their muscles strained as they both tried to overpower each other. Yoichi could feel bruises blossoming on his wrist. Hisashi was stronger. Big brother had always been stronger. Yoichi flashed back to memories of the stale basement and the drags fogging his mind. Even after so many years, he still feared that place. With a hiss, Hisashi knocked Yoichi down to the floor. As his nails dug in, Yoichi's grip on the knife faltered. Hisashi yanked away the knife from Yoichi with a triumphant laugh. It was all over. The smug smile on his brother's face reminded Yoichi of a million other times his brother had held him down and gloated over him, force-feeding him or dressing him up like a doll. Rage consumed his senses. Yoichi slammed his forehead into Hisashi's. Hisashi reeled backward. Yoichi leaped to his feet and ran down the hallway. A shriek of rage echoed down the corridor. Yoichi's stomach and head burned with pain, but he knew his brother would be close behind him. As he rounded a corner, Yoichi saw a window. It was locked. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist into it. Glass shards bit into his hand and drew blood. Yoichi yanked up his shirt and wrapped it around his hand to stop any telltale blood drops. Then, instead of jumping out the window, he ducked into the closest room. As Hisashi's footsteps approached, Yoichi didn't even dare breathe. He knew he'd only lasted so long in their fight because Hisashi had been unarmed. If he was caught now, it would be all over. Please, let him fall for it. Hisashi was shouting into his radio. His steps stopped. Yoichi heard him go through the window. The instant his brother was out of sight, Yoichi ran in the other direction, heading for his meeting place with Inko. This place would be swarming with peacekeepers shortly. Hopefully, Inko had Izuku. At the sight of Inko and Izuku's green hair, Yoichi shouted and ran forward. Her eyes shot up, wide and frightened. Too late, he saw the peacekeeper standing shadowed by a tree. The white-haired man was the same one Yoichi had stolen a uniform from. Yoichi screeched to a halt. Unarmed and injured, he was in no shape to fight. But the peacekeeper didn't immediately attack. Instead, he spoke in a conversational tone. You're Izuku's father, aren't you? The peacekeeper used his son's first name in a familiar fashion. Did he perhaps care about Izuku? Could they use that? Yoichi swallowed. Yes, I am. A gasp came from Izuku, but Yoichi didn't dare look at his son. His eyes focused on the armed man. Please, I just want to leave with my family. The peacekeeper frowned. Izuku misses you, he said accusingly. I'm sorry. I was separated from Izuku and Inko and couldn't find them, but now I swear I'll never leave them again. I had to protect them from All for One. Since the information was already out, Yoichi took a risk. All for One is my brother. He imprisoned me, drugged me, and treated me like a toy. Now he's doing the same thing to Izuku. Can't you see it's wrong? If you care about Izuku, then please let us go. In the distance, Yoichi heard an alarm. They had to move fast. Tamura's eyes shifted to Izuku. What do you want to do? He asked. You're asking me? Izuku startled. Then he straightened. His eyes became more focused. I want to leave with my parents. Tamura handed Izuku a key. This will unlock your collar. If you get caught, don't tell anyone I gave you this. At once, both Inko and Yoichi fell all over themselves thanking Tamura. Quiet. Tamura barked. Do you want to get caught? Yoichi did not point out that Tamura had been the loudest. No. My apologies. He could not afford to anger their savoir, not until they were safely away. Behind him, Inko unlocked Izuku's collar. Just make Izuku happy, Tamura mumbled. I have to go. You never saw me. He turned and vanished, his white hair standing out in the night. They were lucky. The guards Yoichi had knocked out on their way into the compound were still unconscious. And they'd left a car waiting outside. What do you mean, you've lost him? Hisashi screamed. In one swift movement, he threw a peacekeeper through the window. The man's scream cut off with a crunch as he landed in the tree below. Perhaps he'd survive, perhaps not, but Hisashi considered this of no importance. A bit of random murder only added to his mystique as the deadly ultimate victor of the games. He leaned his hands on his desk, taking deep breaths. Hisashi still had not had time to process that his brother was alive. He'd mourned Yoichi. He'd carried around the missing spot in his heart until he'd learned to live with it. Although he'd never completely stopped feeling the pain, he'd finally reached the point where he could remember happy moments with his younger brother without immediately tearing up or longing to murder someone. He'd filled the missing hole with Izuku. Then Yoichi had reappeared just long enough to vanish again, ripping open his wound. This was the cruelest betrayal that Yoichi could have committed. Even stabbing Hisashi in the heart would have hurt less than believing that his younger brother was dead. Yet even through the pain, Hisashi also felt joy. What he'd believed he'd lost forever had returned to him. How infuriating, that Yoichi had been so close and his inept peacekeepers had let his little brother escape. Now it would be much more difficult to find the runaway. The resistance must have been hiding Yoichi for him to have gone unnoticed so long and penetrated so deeply into the mansion. Hisashi would enjoy crushing them for daring to take his family away from him. Yoichi would need to be punished, but then afterward, they could be a family again, together with Izuku. Hisashi picked up a paper off his desk. He'd ordered the doctor to run a DNA test on the blood samples he'd previously taken from Izuku. As always, the doctor had worked fast. Izuku was his nephew. Hisashi should have seen it sooner. Izuku resembled Yoichi physically and in personality, and he'd had an odd reaction to seeing Yoichi's picture. Most of all, only his family had ever aroused that possessive instinct in Hisashi. Perhaps Hisashi would punish his little brother by taking away his son to keep as his own. After all, Yoichi was clearly not fit to be a father if he ran around with bad influences like the resistance. Yes, that sounded like the perfect plan. Hisashi needed to see Izuku. He needed to hug the bunny and wipe away his tears. Only then could Hisashi calm his rage at losing Yoichi. From outside his window, the injured peacekeeper whimpered in pain. Hisashi shouted, "Shut up, or I'll finish you off myself." Then he went looking for his bunny. Hisashi pushed open the door to Izuku's bedroom, the DNA test in hand. "Bunny, I have exciting news for you." His words cut off abruptly. Izuku was gone. How could this be possible? Hisashi had driven Yoichi off before he'd made it upstairs. Yoichi must have brought along an accomplice. But the collar should have altered Hisashi if Izuku tried to escape the mansion grounds. It would have sent an alarm to his phone immediately. They couldn't have gotten Izuku's collar off without inside help. Someone close to Hisashi had betrayed him. Hisashi threw back his head and screamed. He'd taken over all of Panem, but he'd lost the most important thing to him, his family. His victory had been poisoned. There was a traitor near him. His family was not safe. The resistance might take them hostage or get them killed with foolishness. He trembled with rage. With great effort, Hisashi forced his hands to unclench. This was far from over. He held near absolute power. The resistance would be crushed. He'd taken precautions to ensure that he would never lose Izuku as he'd believed he'd lost Yoichi. A little extra surprise that the doctor had helped him implant. Since his younger brother had run away to his presumed death in a fit of foolish defiance, Hisashi had been careful to ensure that Izuku would always return to his side. Soon, Hisashi would know where to find both Izuku and Yoichi. Sitting on her bed, Inko ran a hand through her son's curls. Izuku drooled slightly in his slumber. Unconscious, he finally looked peaceful. He'd cried so hard as they'd driven away from the mansion. Inko feared what ordeals her son had been through. She'd believed the games the worst of it, but living in all for one's grasp might have left even deeper scars. Yoichi opened the door, his face grim and his lower lip trembling. Her husband looked close to tears himself. Had the meeting with the resistance leaders not gone well? Careful not to disturb Izuku, Inko stood up. She kept her voice low. "What's wrong?" Yoichi ran his fingers through his hair. "The resistance can't decide if they'd prefer to use Izuku as a propaganda tool or hold him for ransom for whatever my bro all for one will give them. They assured me that they'd never actually give Izuku back." His shoulders sagged. "I'm not certain I believe them." Inko's hand went to her mouth to muffle a gasp. "What should we do? Should we run?" I've been debating that, Yoichi said. I've fought long and hard for the cause, but I'll give it up if it means keeping Izuku safe. He cast an affectionate glance at the boy snuggled up in bed. I've grown concerned about the resistance. The council seems dominated by those who care more about power than stopping All for One. One of the members said something about how I owed them too much to be permitted to abandon the cause for my family. From the way everyone shushed him, I've become suspicious that the resistance might have deliberately stopped me from finding you and Izuku all those years ago. They gained a loyal agent when I believed you two were dead. I should have never trusted them to help me find you. Inko said, that's not your fault. It's theirs. Yoichi sagged. But I doubt we can evade All for One on our own. Without the resistance's protection, how could we hide from him? Tears filled the corners of Inko's eyes. She bit her lip to keep them from falling. Then what can we do? She felt bitter. Just when she'd believed her family to be safe, she learned that this was only the beginning of her struggle. Yoichi said, the Resistance Council doesn't care about Izuku. They see one boy as nothing compared to the value of their cause. We can only protect Izuku by being useful to them. I convinced them to let Izuku rest for at least a couple of weeks by offering information on All for One's security system from when we invaded his home. I also told them that I'd serve as bait instead of Izuku. Inko straightened. I'll offer up my own services to fight and spread propaganda. Yoichi said, in the meantime, I'll work on gathering money and fake identification in case we need to run. Kenji will help me. Inko said, I believe Torino and Toshinori will help as well. Good idea. But don't yet tell them that we might leave the resistance. I don't want to get them in trouble, or test how far they'd be willing to betray the resistance to help us. Yoichi met her eyes. Trust no one. No one except you and Izuku, of course, Inko said. Yoichi cracked a small smile. Naturally you can trust the two of us. He took her hands and squeezed them. We'll get through this together. As a family. Inko rested her head on her shoulder. At least we're all together again. She let herself draw strength from him. At least for now, she would pretend everything would be okay. Everything around Izuku was dark. He heard the breathing of his mother and father sleeping in a neighboring bed. This room was not familiar. He was no longer in his bedroom in All for One's daddy's mansion. Upon this realization, something clicked in Izuku's mind. Without conscious control, Izuku stood up. He was not home. That meant he needed to find a method of communication to contact Daddy. Then Daddy would take him home. Izuku headed for the desk, looking for a phone or other electronics. The sound woke up Inko. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Baby? Are you looking for the bathroom? It's down the hall. I'll show you. Thank you, Mom, Izuku said. Rubbing his eyes, he shook off his confusion. He did not remember how he'd gotten to the other side of the room from his bed. But he must have been looking for the bathroom like she'd said. He was so sleepy that he'd forgotten. Inko held out her hand. Come with me. Izuku took his mother's hand, happy to be safe and finally free, with his family.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.